Chapter 91. Intelligence on Slaughter City. Letting Tang Chen be parasitized early. Clear Sky Sect. Tang Chen. Yu Jingcheng stood up, hands behind his back, his eyes flashing with the light of calculation. That old fogey Tang Chen might be a rank 99 limit Douluo now, but his obsession with power is too deep. A divinity legacy is a fatal temptation for someone like him who stands at the peak of the mortal world. As long as he knows where a god position is, he will definitely go. And Slaughter City will enter his field of vision sooner or later. When that time comes, I won't even need to lift a finger, he will deliver himself to his own grave. As for the nine-headed bloody Crimson Bat King, Yu Jingcheng sneered in his heart. Although that thing can parasitize Tang Chen is a limit Douluo after all, it won't be that easy to completely control him. As long as Tang Chen is still alive, the Clear Sky Sect remains a banner of power. But once Tang Chen completely falls, then the Clear Sky Sect will be nothing more than meat on his chopping block. Allies. Hey. Yu Jingcheng withdrew his gaze, the smile at the corner of his mouth deepening. In this world, there are never any eternal allies. There are only eternal interests. And the eternal predator and prey. 3 days' time was neither long nor short. It was enough for him to make all the necessary preparations. Early the next morning, Yu Jingcheng left the Yin-Yang sect alone. He didn't bring Ji Yurong or Du Gubo, and he didn't even notify Yi Bingcheng. This trip to the Clear Sky Sect wasn't for a fight, but to borrow momentum. Bringing too many people would instead make him look guilty. An hour later, Clear Sky Sect, Discussion Hall. Tang Chen sat high in the main seat, exuding extraordinary majesty. A rank 99 limit Douluo, one of the strongest people in the world. Below him, the father and son's trio of Sect Master, Tang Hao, and Tang Xiao sat on either side. Sect Master Yu's sudden visit. I wonder what brings you here. Tang Chen's voice was as thick as a bell, echoing throughout the hall. He looked at the young man before him with a calm gaze, showing neither contempt nor hostility, only a scrutinizing indifference. As an existence standing at the peak of the mortal world, he was qualified enough to look down on anyone. Even the recently famous sect master of the Yin-Yang sect. Yu Jingcheng cupped his fists in a polite but neither humble nor arrogant salute. This junior has come to make a deal with the Clear Sky Sect. A deal? Tang Chen raised an eyebrow with a half smile. My Clear Sky Sect is the #1 sect in the world and has everything it needs. What could you possibly offer for a deal? Yu Jingcheng didn't answer directly but slowly raised his right hand. Buzz. Rings of spirit rings rose from beneath his feet. Yellow, yellow, purple, black, 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 red, red. 8 spirit rings, especially those 2 blood crimson 100,000-year spirit rings, emitted a heart-palpitating light within the hall. Although Sect Master was mentally prepared, seeing these 2 red spirit rings with his own eyes still made him gasp involuntarily. 100,000-year spirit rings. And there were 2 of them. Just how many 100,000-year spirit beasts did this young man kill? Tang Chen, however, only narrowed his eyes slightly. His gaze lingered on the 2 red spirit rings for a moment before he said indifferently. 200,000-year spirit rings, indeed impressive. But this is not enough. Yu Jingcheng retracted his spirit rings, a composed smile playing on his lips. This junior naturally knows that a mere 2 spirit rings would not catch senior's eye. What I intend to offer is a piece of intelligence. Intelligence regarding a divinity legacy. As soon as these words were spoken, the atmosphere in the hall changed abruptly. From Tang Chen's eyes, which were originally as calm as water, 2 sharp beams of light suddenly burst forth. He stared fixedly at Yu Jingcheng, his voice turning somewhat raspy. What did you say? Yu Jingcheng remained unhurried and continued. By a stroke of luck, this junior learned the location of a divinity legacy. If senior is interested, I am willing to offer this intelligence with both hands. In exchange, Yu Jingcheng paused, emphasizing every word. This junior hopes that the Clear Sky Sect can form an alliance with the Yin-Yang sect to jointly face the threat of Spirit Hall. The hall fell into a brief silence. Sect Master, Tang Hao, and Tang Xiao looked at each other, all deeply shaken by this information. A divinity legacy. That was the opportunity to become a god. The very thing Tang Chen had pursued for half his life. Tang Chen took a deep breath, suppressing the excitement in his heart, and said in a low voice. Are you certain? You aren't making fun of this old man, are you? Yu Jingcheng said solemnly. How would this junior dare? That legacy is located in an extremely special place called Slaughter City. Slaughter City. Tang Chen frowned slightly. Indeed. Yu Jingcheng nodded and continued. That is a trial grounds sealed by a divinity. Only by passing the 9 layers of trials can one obtain the God position legacy. This junior's strength is meager, and I have no hope of touching it, but senior, you are different. With your rank 99 strength, passing the trials is just around the corner. Tang Chen remained silent for a long time. He looked deeply at Yu Jingcheng, seemingly trying to judge the truth of these words. After a moment, he slowly spoke. What do you want? Yu Jingcheng was delighted in his heart, but his face remained impassive. An alliance. This junior only needs the Clear Sky sect to publicly announce its alliance with the Yin-Yang sect. If Spirit Hall dares to move against the Yin-Yang sect, the Clear Sky sect will not sit idly by. That is all. Hearing this, a meaningful smile appeared on Tang Chen's lips. Just that, Yu Jingcheng said frankly. Tang Chen stood up, hands behind his back, and looked out of the hall with a deep gaze. After a long while, Tang Chen slowly said, Fine, this old man agrees. From this day forth, the Clear Sky sect and the Yin-Yang sect are allies. If Spirit Hall bullies you, they bully my Clear Sky sect. He turned around and looked at Yu Jingcheng, a sharp light flashing in his eyes. However, the intelligence you promised me, I will naturally give it to Senior. Yu Jingcheng smiled slightly, took out a jade slip from his robe, and presented it with both hands. This jade slip records the location of Slaughter City and the method to enter it. This junior speaks without a single word of falsehood. The location of Slaughter City and how to enter it. Tang Chen could easily find those out if he investigated. Yu Jingcheng's so-called intelligence was actually just those facts with some of his own insights regarding divinities mixed in. It was absolutely enough to fool Tang Chen. Tang Chen took the jade slip and sent his divine sense into it. A moment later, the light in his eyes intensified. Good, he said. Good, 3 times in a row, his voice filled with uncontrollable excitement. Seeing this, Yu Jingcheng laughed secretly. Slaughter City was real, of course, and the divinity legacy was also real. But the owner of that legacy was no benevolent soul. Just wait to be screwed over by the Rakshasa god, and then be parasitized by the 9-headed bloody Crimson Bat King. Tang Chen, oh Tang Chen, you go right ahead and pursue that god position. By the time you return, I'm afraid this Douluo continent will have already changed hands. In that case, this junior will not disturb senior any further. Yu Jingcheng cupped his fists and took his leave. Chapter 92. Shaking the Spirit Master's World. A messy stew, the chaotic Yin-Yang sect. Tang Chen waved his hand, in high spirits. Go on. Tell that Qian Zunji that if he dares to bully you, I will personally pay a visit to Spirit Hall. Yu Jingcheng bowed and withdrew from the main hall. The moment he stepped out of the Clear Sky sect's mountain gate, the smile at the corner of his mouth could no longer be suppressed, slowly curling into a cold arc. It was done, killing with a borrowed knife, suppressing others with borrowed momentum. And all he had to give up was a piece of information that Tang Chen would have eventually discovered on his own. As for harming an ally, once Tang Chen entered Slaughter City and was parasitized by that great bat, would he even need to lift a finger? The second trial, it seems much simpler than I imagined. Yu Jingcheng murmured to himself, his figure turning into a streak of light and disappearing into the horizon. 3 days later, Spirit Hall, Supreme Pontiff Palace. Qian Zunji looked at the secret letter that had just been delivered, his face turning ashen. There was only one line on the letter. The Clear Sky sect announces its alliance with the Yin-Yang sect. Tang Chen personally spread the word. To bully the Yin-Yang sect is to bully the Clear Sky sect. Bang! Qian Zunji smashed the desk in front of him with a palm strike and roared. That old thing Tang Chen. Has he gone mad? For the sake of a newly established small sect, he wants to fall out with my Spirit Hall. Gold Crocodile Douluo stood below, his expression equally grim. He remained silent for a moment before slowly saying, Your Majesty, since Tang Chen has spoken, we have no choice but to comply. He is, after all, a rank 99 limit Douluo. In the entire Spirit Hall, aside from the High Priest, no one can restrain him. And the high priest, Qian Zunji's face became even more unsightly. Qian Dalu, his father and the high priest of spirit Hall, was also a rank 99 limit Douluo. But between Qian Dalu and Tang Chen, there had always been a mutual understanding to not interfere with each other. To have two limit Douluos go to war over a yin-yang sect. The price was too high. Withdraw. Qian Zunji sat down dejectedly and waved his hand weakly. Tell Chrysanthemum Douluo and Ghost Douluo to withdraw. The Elephant Armored Academy, Fire Leopard Sect, Wind Sword Sect, let them be. Gold Crocodile Douluo nodded and turned to leave. Qian Zunji sat in the empty hall, his eyes filled with gloom. Yin-Yang Sect, Yu Jingcheng, I will remember this debt. As the news spread, the entire Spirit Masters world was shaken once again. The Clear Sky Sect and the Yin-Yang Sect have allied. Tang Chen personally spoke up to protect the Yin-Yang Sect. Spirit Hall has dejectedly withdrawn two titled Douluos. Everyone was discussing what kind of methods this Yu Jingcheng had used to actually move a great deity like Tang Chen. At this time, Yu Jingcheng was sitting in the secret room of the Yin-Yang Sect, looking at the panel appearing before him, a satisfied smile curling at the corner of his mouth. Open black lens bracket 9 Trials of Evil, second trial phase 1, complete, close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket Alliance Ally. Clear Sky Sect number 1 sect in the world, Sect Master Tang Chen, rank 99 limit Douluo close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket Ally quality rating, S rank, close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket reward. Evil divine power affinity increased by 10%, current total 15%, close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket all spirit ring ages increased by 1000 years, close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket phase 2. Harm the ally, pending completion, close black lens bracket. S rank rating, not bad. Yu Jingcheng murmured softly, a flicker of anticipation flashing in his eyes. Next, I just have to wait for Tang Chen to go to Slaughter City. Once he is parasitized by that great bat, the Clear Sky Sect will be meat on my chopping block. The rewards for this second trial will likely be even more generous than I imagined. Spirit Hall's silence caused the entire Spirit Masters world to explode with discussion. Everyone was waiting for an earth-shattering battle. Waiting for these two behemoths, Spirit Hall and the Clear Sky Sect, to collide with destructive sparks. However, nothing happened. Spirit Hall simply silently withdrew Chrysanthemum Douluo and Ghost Douluo, and retracted all the eyes scattered around the three major sects. As if those harsh words from before, not allowing such a formidable existence to exist, had never been spoken. 3 days later, the three major sects, the Elephant Armored Academy, Fire Leopard Sect, and Wind Sword Sect, under the leadership of Huyan Zhen, Huo Wang, and Feng Bupo, grandly moved into the newly built Yin-Yang Sect base outside of Heaven Do City. Thousands of spirit masters, plus accompanying family members, servants, and craftsmen, made a team of a full 10,000 people. Stretching for dozens of miles, a truly spectacular sight. The craftsmen of the defense clan worked overtime, expanding 3 more major areas on the basis of the original architectural complex. To barely accommodate this batch of new guests, Niu Gao was so tired that his eyes were sunken, but looking at the boxes of gold coins and medicinal pills being carried into the warehouse, a satisfied smile still appeared on that rugged face. However, with more people came more trouble. The original composition of the Yin-Yang sect was already complicated enough. The first batch of loose cultivators to join, Flender, Lu Erlong, Zhao Wuji, Xiao Xin, and others, though their strengths were uneven, excelled in loyalty and were Yu Jingcheng's earliest core team. The Yi family that followed Yi Bingcheng later, though not many in number, had the reputation of the 9-heart begonia martial soul, so no one dared to underestimate them. The Yi family's legacy spirit was the 9-heart begonia. Although only 2 could exist at the same time, this did not mean the Yi family only had 2 people, nor did it mean that once there were 2 9-heart begonia spirit masters, they could not continue to have children. It was just that the spirit of the children born would not be the 9-heart begonia. They would inherit the spirit of the other parent. They would still have the surname Yi. It was precisely because of this. Even though the Yi family's legacy spirit was the healing type 9-heart begonia, they could still occupy a place on the continent. Later came the group of people brought by Hulai of the Black Tiger sect. Each one was fierce and tough, good for fighting, but also the most restless. Now, 3 more major sects had arrived. The people of the Elephant Armored Academy were thick-skinned and honest in character, making them fairly easy to get along with. The people of the Fire Leopard sect had explosive tempers and were easily ignited, getting into conflicts every few days. The people of the Wind Sword sect considered themselves swordsmen and were haughty, looking down on everyone except their own sect master. These groups of people gathered together were simply a messy stew. Bang! A loud noise came from the direction of the martial arts arena. Yu Jingcheng was sitting in the sect master's study flipping through the rosters submitted by each sect. Hearing the noise, his brow furrowed slightly. A moment later, a disciple hurried over to report. Sect Master, the people from the Fire Leopard sect and the Wind Sword sect have started fighting. Yu Jingcheng put down the roster in his hand, his expression indifferent. Over what? The Fire Leopard sect people said the Wind Sword sect people were putting on airs, and the Wind Sword sect people said the Fire Leopard sect people were crude and unbearable. And then they started fighting. The disciple lowered his head, not daring to even breathe loudly. Yu Jingcheng was silent for a moment before standing up. Let's go take a look. On the martial arts arena, the 2 groups were fighting intensely. On the Fire Leopard sect's side, everyone was covered in crimson flames, their strikes ruthless. On the Wind Sword sect's side, sword chi crisscrossed, every move sharp and fierce. The surrounding area was filled with disciples watching the excitement. Some were cheering, some were jeering, but no one went up to break up the fight. Enough! An indifferent voice rang out. It wasn't loud, yet it clearly entered everyone's ears. Everyone on the martial arts arena felt their hearts sink, as if pressed down by a great mountain. Those who were currently fighting felt their spirit power stagnate, their movements instantly freezing in place. Everyone looked toward the source of the sound and saw Yu Jingcheng standing with his hands behind his back at the edge of the arena, his black and white robe fluttering slightly in the wind. His expression was very calm, so calm it made people's hair stand on end. Sect Master. The people from the Fire Leopard sect and Wind Sword sect hastily stopped and knelt on the ground, cold sweat dripping from their foreheads. Yu Jingcheng did not look at them. His gaze swept across everyone present, and he said coolly, "It seems I have been too merciful to you, making you forget where this place is." Chapter 93. Establishing 4 halls, news of Yi Bingcheng's breakthrough to titled status spreads, shocking the continent. As soon as he finished speaking, a terrifying pressure suddenly erupted from Yu Jingcheng's body. Everyone present, whether they were spirit ancestors or spirit kings, felt their spirits trembling, as if they had encountered an irresistible natural enemy. Thump, thump. Those with weaker cultivation fell directly to their knees, their faces pale. Even the 3 spirit Douluo level sect masters, Huyan Zhen, Huo Wang, and Feng Bupo, changed expression slightly and subconsciously took a step back. The Yin-Yang sect is not a place for you to act wildly. Yu Jingcheng's voice remained calm, but every word struck everyone's heart like a heavy hammer. This seat does not care what your identities were before. From the moment you stepped into the Yin-Yang sect, you have only one identity. That is, a disciple of the Yin-Yang sect. Follow the rules of the Yin-Yang sect and obey the orders of the Yin-Yang sect. Yu Jingcheng withdrew the pressure and turned to leave, leaving behind only a cold sentence. If there is a next time, your cultivation will be crippled, and you will be expelled from the sect. On the martial arts arena, there was dead silence. The people from the Fire Leopard sect and the Wind Sword sect looked at each other, seeing deep fear in each other's eyes. Huyan Zhen wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, secretly feeling lucky that he hadn't gotten involved just now. Feng Bupo left with a gloomy face, leading his disciples away without a word. Huo Wang didn't even dare to speak and left dejectedly. That night, Yu Jingcheng summoned the 3 grand elders, Du Gubo, Ji Yurong, and Yi Bingcheng, as well as the 4 newly joined sect masters, Hulai, Huyan Zhen, Huo Wang, and Feng Bupo, for a meeting in the discussion hall. The hall was brightly lit, and everyone sat on both sides with different expressions. Yu Jingcheng sat high in the main seat, his fingers lightly tapping the armrest, making a rhythmic, tap, tap, sound. His gaze swept over everyone's face, and he said indifferently, "You all saw what happened today." Everyone was silent. Du Gubo and Ji Yurong exchanged a look and said nothing. Yi Bingchang sat to the side, her cold face devoid of any expression. The Yin-Yang sect has more people now, but their hearts are not united. Yu Jingcheng continued. If this continues, we will fall apart ourselves without Spirit Hall even needing to attack. Yu Jingcheng stood up and stood with his hands behind his back. Starting today, the Yin-Yang sect will establish 4 halls. Yu Jingcheng looked at Hu Lai. Hu Lai, you will lead the former members of the Black Tiger sect to establish the Hu Ben Hall, responsible for sect patrols and maintaining order. If anyone dares to cause trouble in the sect again, you take them down directly, there is no need to ask for instructions. Hu Lai's body shook, and he suddenly stood up, cupping his fists and shouting. Yes, rest assured, Sect Master, your subordinate will certainly do his utmost. Yu Jingcheng nodded and looked at Hu Yanzhen. Hu Yanzhen, you will lead the former members of the Elephant Armored Academy to establish the Thick Earth Hall, responsible for sect defense and engineering construction. You will coordinate with the defense clan. Hu Yanzhen hurriedly stood up and said in a thick, muffled voice. Your subordinate accepts the command. Yu Jingcheng turned to Huo Wang. Huo Wang, you will lead the former members of the Fire Leopard sect to establish the Lai Huo Hall, responsible for sect attacks and external operations. Although Huo Wang had a fiery temper, he was as well behaved as a cat in front of Yu Jingcheng and hurriedly bowed. Your subordinate obeys. Finally, Yu Jingcheng looked at Feng Bupo. Feng Bupo, you will lead the former members of the Wind Sword sect to establish the Azure Blade Hall, responsible for sect intelligence, assassination, and infiltration. Feng Bupo was silent for a moment, then stood up and cupped his fists. Your subordinate accepts the command. The 4 hall masters will report directly to this seat. Yu Jingcheng said indifferently. As for your original titles as sect masters, they are hereby abolished. From today on, you are hall masters of the Yin-Yang sect, not the sect masters of the lower 4 sects. The faces of Hu Yanzhen, Huo Wang, and Feng Bupo changed slightly, but they quickly regained their composure. They knew in their hearts that since they had chosen to join the Yin-Yang sect, this day would come sooner or later. Yu Jingcheng then looked at Lu Erlong, Flender, Zhao Wuji, Xiao Xin, and the others sitting to the side. You all were the first to join the Yin-Yang sect, and your loyalty is commendable. From today on, you are inner sect deacons of the Yin-Yang sect, assisting the 3 grand elders in handling sect affairs. If you perform meritorious deeds in the future, you will be further promoted. Lu Erlong and the others looked at each other, a flash of joy in their eyes, and they all stood up together. Thank you, Sect Master. Flender pushed the crystal glasses on the bridge of his nose and asked tentatively. Sect Master, then what about our previous, that Shrek Academy? Flender had approached Yu Jingcheng before. He wanted to establish an academy. The name would be Shrek Academy. But Yu Jingcheng had already decided on the name. Yin-Yang Academy. No matter what, it sounded much better than the name Shrek Academy. Yu Jingcheng glanced at him. Currently, Yin-Yang Academy is still under construction. If you are interested in teaching and educating, you can set up a martial arts lecture hall within the sect, specifically to teach newly recruited disciples. Once Yin-Yang Academy is completed in the future, it wouldn't hurt to let you go to the academy. Flender's teaching level in the original work was truly nothing to look at. Yu Jingcheng snorted in disdain. Instead of letting Flender be distracted, it would be better to let him focus on cultivating. Wouldn't it be better for him to reach the titled Douluo level sooner? Flender nodded hurriedly. Yes, 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 your subordinate understands. After arranging all this, Yu Jingcheng sat down again and took a sip from his teacup. His gaze swept over everyone present, and he said indifferently, the Yin-Yang sect has just been established, and everything is waiting to be done. This seat does not care what grudges you had in the past, from today on, put them all down for me. If anyone ruins the sect's major affairs. Yu Jingcheng did not finish, but that bone-chilling killing intent already explained everything. Everyone stood up together, cupped their fists, and shouted. Your subordinates swear to be loyal to the sect master until death. Yu Jingcheng nodded slightly. Just as he was about to speak, he suddenly thought of something, and a faint smile played on the corners of his lips. By the way, there is one more thing. Yu Jingcheng looked at Yi Bingcheng. Elder Yi, it is also time to let the world know about your breakthrough to the titled level. Yi Bingcheng was slightly startled, then nodded. The next day, the Yin-Yang sect officially announced to the outside world, Yi Bingchang, the head of the Yi family, had broken through to a level 91 title Douluo, leading the entire Yi family to join the Yin-Yang sect and becoming the third grand elder of the Yin-Yang sect, with the title, Begonia. When the news spread, the entire Spirit Masters world was shaken once again. 9-Heart Begonia. That was the world's #1 healing spirit. Since ancient times, no one had ever broken through to the title Douluo level with it. Yi Bingchang actually did it. And she even joined the Yin-Yang sect. What did this mean? It meant that the Yin-Yang sect now possessed 3 title Douluo, one of whom was an unprecedented 9-Heart Begonia title Douluo. For a time, the Yin-Yang sect's prominence eclipsed everyone else. Although the Clear Sky sect was strong, Tang Chen was, after all, getting on in years, and the Clear Sky sect's healing ability was almost zero. But the Yin-Yang sect was different. With Yi Bingchang in charge, it was equivalent to having an immortal body. As long as one didn't die on the spot, the 9-Heart Begonia could pull you back. This terrifying endurance made countless forces both envious and jealous. Emperor Shui Yi of the Heaven Do Empire immediately sent someone to congratulate them and presented a generous gift. Chapter 94. Going out to relax, meeting several body martial souls. Yu Xiaoging's classic quotes. Ning Milan, the sect master of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School, also came in person to offer her congratulations. Her words made no secret of her intent to win over the Yin-Yang sect. Even the usually arrogant Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan sent Yu Luomian with congratulatory gifts, showing a more respectful attitude than before. Meanwhile, Spirit Hall remained silent. Yu Jingcheng stood on the highest stargazing platform, overlooking the sect's grounds. A faint smile played at the corners of his mouth. Spirit Hall's silence was within his expectations. Qian Zunji was no fool. With Tang Chen keeping him in check, he didn't dare to act recklessly. But how long could Tang Chen keep him down? Once he went to Slaughter City and was infested by that great bat. Would Spirit Hall still remain silent then? No rush. Yu Jingcheng murmured to himself, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. Once Tang Chen is gone, once I've condensed a spirit core, and once my clone breaks through to the 100,000-year level. When that time comes, it's not certain who will be suppressing whom. The next morning, Yu Jingcheng went out for a stroll to relax. He walked leisurely through the streets and alleys of Heaven Do City. Yu Jingcheng walked with his hands behind his back, restraining his aura. After passing through several bustling streets, he unknowingly turned into a quiet, old alley. Just as Yu Jingcheng was about to turn and leave, he suddenly heard a faint sound. Cough, cough, cough. It was the sound of coughing, weak and suppressed, as if afraid of disturbing someone. Yu Jingcheng paused and looked toward the source of the sound. Deep in the alley, under a dilapidated eave, several gaunt children were huddled together. There were boys and girls. The oldest looked no more than 11 or 12, while the youngest was only 5 or 6. Their clothes were tattered, their dirty little faces covered in dust, and their lips were cracked and pale. They had clearly been hungry for a long time. A slightly older boy was breaking a piece of hard steamed bun into several portions to share with the other children. He only kept a piece the size of a fingernail for himself, stuffing it into his mouth and chewing with difficulty. Brother, I'm cold. The smallest girl huddled in the boy's arms, her voice as faint as a mosquito's buzz. The boy held her tightly, using his thin body to shield her from the morning chill. It's okay, the sun will be out soon, and it won't be cold anymore. Yu Jingcheng stood at the entrance of the alley, quietly watching this scene. His expression was calm, but deep in his eyes, something was stirring slightly. He suddenly remembered the body he had possessed, Yu Xiaoging. Although he was a direct descendant of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan, growing up, hadn't he also been wandering, in another sense? Regarded as a disgrace by the family, mocked and ostracized by his peers, hitting walls everywhere after running away from home. Without his possession, Yu Xiaoging's life would probably have been no better than these children's. Well, but Yu Jingcheng had read the original work. He knew that if it weren't for him, in the future, Yu Xiaoging would have uttered several famous quotes. There are no trash spirits, only trash spirit masters. I will destroy Spirit Hall completely, no matter the cost. Little San, this is a 10-year lone bamboo, its characteristic is toughness. I haven't brought shame to the family, I have raised a god. Who's there? The boy who was sharing the steamed bun suddenly looked up alertly and spotted Yu Jingcheng at the alley entrance. He instinctively shielded his younger siblings behind him, his eyes full of wariness. Yu Jingcheng didn't step forward, simply asking calmly, "Where are your parents?" The boy was silent for a moment before whispering, "Dead. They're all dead." "Has your spirit awakened?" The boy shook his head, then nodded, and finally lowered his head. I don't know. People from Spirit Hall came to test me, and they said I have no spirit." "No spirit?" Yu Jingcheng's brow twitched slightly. A flash of indignation crossed the boy's eyes. "They said I have no spirit, but I feel like I can sense something inside my body. It just won't come out." Yu Jingcheng's gaze fell on the boy, scrutinizing him carefully. The child's frame was thin, but his skeleton was large. His hands were particularly thick with prominent knuckles, quite different from other children his age. He then looked at the other children. The smallest girl, huddled in her brother's arms, had long legs, and something seemed to be vibrating faintly at her ankles. Another boy sat silently in the corner, his back straight as a spear. A thought suddenly flashed through Yu Jingcheng's mind. Body martial soul. In this era, the concept of a body martial soul simply didn't exist. Spirit Hall's awakening ceremony could only detect tool spirits and beast spirits. And those children who awakened a body martial soul, because there was no externalized spirit form, were often judged as having no spirit. They wouldn't even make it to the second step of the spirit power test before being labeled as trash, fading into obscurity from then on. But Yu Jingcheng knew that a body martial soul was far from trash. Instead, it was one of the spirit types with the most terrifying potential. Zanming, the body sect, among those spirit masters who possessed a body martial soul, which one of them didn't stand at the peak? "What is your name?" Yu Jingcheng asked. The boy hesitated for a moment and whispered, "My name is Shihu. This is my younger sister, Shi Xiaoya. That's Tai Zhu." Yu Jingcheng nodded, then suddenly stepped forward and crouched in front of Shihu. He extended his right hand and gently pressed it against the boy's chest. Shihu was startled and tried to back away, but found that his body couldn't move at all. A stream of warm energy gushed from that palm, traveling through his meridians and throughout his body. After a moment, Yu Jingcheng withdrew his hand, a sharp light flashing in his eyes. Just as he thought, within this child's body, there was clearly a very rich fluctuation of spirit power. That spirit power wasn't non-existent, rather, it was all concentrated in his hands. Body martial soul, fists. You indeed have a spirit. Yu Jingcheng stood up, looking down at Shihu. And it's an extremely rare type of spirit. Shihu was stunned. He widened his eyes, looking at Yu Jingcheng in disbelief. I have a spirit, but the people from Spirit Hall said. The people from Spirit Hall don't understand. Yu Jingcheng said indifferently. Your spirit is your own fists. This is called a body martial soul. True, spirit. Shihu muttered those words repeatedly, his eyes suddenly turning red. He had known since he was a child that he was different from others. His strength was greater than those his age, and his fists were harder. But when the Spirit Hall people came to test him, he stood there, and nothing appeared. They told him he was trash, had no spirit, and could never become a spirit master in his life. He didn't believe them. He always felt something sleeping inside his body, waiting to be awakened. But he didn't know how to do it, and no one told him how. Can you help me awaken it?" Shihu's voice trembled, his eyes full of longing. Yu Jingcheng didn't answer directly, but looked at the other children instead. "What about them?" Shihu said hurriedly. "Xiaoya's legs are especially powerful, she runs faster than anyone. Taiju's back is exceptionally hard, it doesn't hurt no matter how much he's hit. And then there's Xiao Shido." He introduced them one by one, and with each one, the light in Yu Jingcheng's eyes grew brighter. Just as suspected, every one of these children had awakened a body martial soul. It was just that in this era, no one recognized it, no one knew about it. So they were treated as trash, abandoned, forgotten, and left to scrape by in this dilapidated alley. Chapter 95. Incorporating the body sect into the Yin-Yang sect. Excavating body martial soul talents across the continent. Are you willing to come with me? Yu Jingcheng said indifferently. I have food to eat, clothes to wear, and I can teach you how to use your power. The children looked at each other, their eyes filled with disbelief. Shihu was even more stunned. He opened his mouth, wanting to say something, but didn't dare to speak. Yu Jingcheng did not urge them, but just stood there quietly, waiting for their answer. After a moment, Shihu suddenly knelt on the ground and kowtowed heavily. I am willing. As long as you can make me stronger, I will do anything. The other children also knelt down one after another, kowtowing like pounding garlic. Yu Jingcheng reached out to help Shihu up. Looking at these skin and bones children, a flicker of complex light flashed in his eyes. Get up. Yu Jingcheng's voice was still indifferent, but for some reason, it sounded exceptionally warm to the children's ears. From today onwards, you are disciples of the Yin-Yang sect. Half an hour later, Yu Jingcheng returned to the Yin-Yang sect with the children. When these ragged, skin and bones children appeared in the sect's main hall, everyone was stunned. The three grand elders, Du Gubo, Ji Yurong, and Yi Bingcheng, looked at each other. They didn't understand how the sect master went out for a stroll and brought back a group of little beggars. Sect master, this is? Du Gubo asked tentatively. Yu Jingcheng didn't explain, but just had a disciple take the children to wash up and eat. Once the children had washed up and eaten their fill, and reappeared in the hall wearing clean clothes, everyone then discovered that although these children were thin, their bone structure was excellent. Especially those eyes, clear and stubborn, revealing a spirit that refused to admit defeat. From today onwards, they are disciples of the Yin-Yang sect. Yu Jingcheng looked around at everyone and said indifferently, this seat will personally teach them. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone present was shocked. Personally teach. The sect master is personally teaching these little beggars. Even the always steady Yi Bingcheng couldn't help but look at the children a few more times. Although she couldn't see anything special about these children, she knew that Yu Jingcheng would never do something meaningless. Sect master, these children. Ji Yurong couldn't help but ask. Is there anything special about them? The corner of Yu Jingcheng's mouth curled into a meaningful smile. Special. Of course they are special. Yu Jingcheng walked up to Shihu and pointed at the boy's hands. This child's spirit is his two fists. The knuckles are thick and the meridians are clear. He is a natural talent for the attack system. If cultivated well, his future achievements will be limitless. Then he pointed at Shi Xiaoya. This girl, her spirit is her legs. With fast speed and strong explosive power, she is an excellent candidate for the agility attack system. And this one, with a back like iron and amazing defense, is good material for the defense system. Yu Jingcheng introduced them one by one, and with each one he mentioned, the expressions of those present changed. At first it was confusion, then surprise, and finally, it turned into deep shock. This is. Du Gubo's eyes widened, and his voice was trembling. Sect master, are you saying that these children's spirits are their own bodies? Correct. Yu Jingcheng nodded. This is called a body martial soul. Although rare, it has immense potential. Once they grow up, they will rarely have rivals at the same level. Ji Yurong gasped. I have lived for so many years, yet I have never heard of such a spirit. Just because you haven't heard of it doesn't mean it doesn't exist. Yu Jingcheng said indifferently. In this era, body martial souls are not recognized, and countless children with this talent are discarded as trash. But this seat is different. Yu Jingcheng looked around at everyone, his voice powerful and resonant. From today onwards, the Yin-Yang sect will provide spirit awakening for all children for free, permanently. Regardless of origin, regardless of wealth, as long as they come, we will give them a chance. At the same time, the Azure Blade Hall will send out personnel to search all over the continent for children who fit the characteristics of a body martial soul. Those children judged by the Spirit Hall as having no spirit, those trash abandoned by their families. Find them and bring them back to the Yin-Yang sect. This seat wants them to know that they are not trash. They are the true geniuses. The hall fell into a dead silence. Everyone was stunned by Yu Jingcheng's words. Permanently free spirit awakening. Searching the entire continent for abandoned children. What kind of boldness is this? What kind of foresight is this? Du Gubo took a deep breath and said in a heavy voice. Sect master, this move is certainly an act of immense karma, but the cost is enormous. And the Spirit Hall might have something to say about it. Yu Jingcheng sneered. The Spirit Hall, they don't even recognize body martial souls, what right do they have to object? As for the cost, Yu Jingcheng looked at Huyan Zhen. The thick earth hall will be responsible for building the awakening hall. Use the best materials and the fastest speed. Huyan Zhen hurriedly stood up. This subordinate obeys. Then he looked at Huo Wang. The Lai Huo Hall will be responsible for the security of the branch halls everywhere. Anyone who dares to obstruct the Yin-Yang sect spirit awakening will be driven out immediately. A flicker of excitement flashed in Huo Wang's eyes. This subordinate obeys. Finally, he looked at Feng Bupo. The Azure Blade Hall will be responsible for searching for children with body martial souls. This seat wants you to turn the continent upside down to find all the buried geniuses. Feng Bupo was silent for a moment, then stood up and cupped his fists. This subordinate obeys. Yu Jingcheng nodded, sat back down, and took a sip from his teacup. His gaze swept over the ignorant children, and a faint smile appeared on his lips. Body martial soul. Xuanming. Body sect. In this era, the body sect does not yet exist. But Yu Jingcheng knew that sooner or later, someone would discover the secret of the body martial soul and someone would found the body sect. In that case, why couldn't that person be him? Why couldn't the body sect be a part of the Yin-Yang sect? When these children grow up and more true spirit masters are discovered, the Yin-Yang sect will possess the most terrifying power in this world. A group of super warriors who possess body martial souls and have received top-tier training since childhood. At that time, the Spirit Hall and the Clear Sky sect will be nothing more than clay chickens and pottery dogs. Of course, it is too early to say that. Cultivating body martial souls will take a long time. All right, everyone is dismissed. Yu Jingcheng waved his hand. Settle Shihu and the other children first. Starting tomorrow, this seat will personally teach them how to cultivate. Everyone stood up and took their leave. The children were also taken down by the disciples to rest. Yu Jingcheng was the only one left in the hall. Body martial soul, this is just the beginning. When he builds the Yin-Yang sect into a true behemoth, when his strength breakthroughs to the titled level, when he condenses a soul core, when his clone breakthroughs to the 100,000-year level. By then, the Douluo continent will be in the palm of his hand. Chapter 96. The Elite Tournament in half a year. Flender. Does the sect master mean to borrow people? The next morning, in an open space on the back mountain of the Yin-Yang sect, Yu Jingcheng stood with his hands behind his back, facing several children including Shihu, Shi Xiaoya, and Tai Zhu. After a night of rest, although these children were still thin and weak, their spirits were much better. They had changed into clean clothes and washed the dirt from their faces, revealing small faces that, though tender, showed a hint of stubbornness. The first step of spirit awakening is perception. Yu Jingcheng's voice was calm yet clear. Close your eyes and feel that dormant power within your bodies. Don't rush, take it slow. The children closed their eyes as instructed, their small faces filled with earnestness. Shihu was the first to enter the state. He was naturally gifted, but no one had ever guided him before. Now, under Yu Jingcheng's guidance, he clearly felt that long-dormant spirit power within his fist slowly awakening. It was a strange feeling, like something flowing through his veins, warm and powerful. I think I feel it. Shihu opened his eyes in excitement. Yu Jingcheng nodded slightly. Don't get distracted, continue. Try to draw that power out. Shihu hurriedly closed his eyes, gritted his teeth, and tried desperately to squeeze that power out. His fists began to glow faintly, a thin golden halo enveloping them, though weak, it definitely existed. Not bad. A flash of approval crossed Yu Jingcheng's eyes. Your spirit power has awakened. Next is absorbing a spirit ring. However, there's no rush for that. First, nourish your body and solidify your foundation. Shihu's spirit power had already reached rank 10, so he could absorb a spirit ring. Shihu nodded heavily, his eyes reddening slightly. After all these years, he had finally proven he wasn't trash. The other children also began to have reactions one after another. Shi Xiaoya's legs began to emit a faint cyan light, and an earthy yellow halo appeared on Tai Zhu's back. Though they were all very weak, they were indeed awakening. Yu Jingcheng guided them one by one, with a patience that made Du Gubo, who was observing from the shadows, click his tongue in wonder. This sect master of his was cold and ruthless when making decisive strikes, yet patient and meticulous when teaching children. He was truly inscrutable. Just then, a hurried set of footsteps came from the mountain path. Sect master, Flender ran over panting, excitement written all over his face. What is it? Yu Jingcheng said indifferently. Flender took a deep breath, trying to steady his breathing, then pulled a gold-leafed invitation from his robe and presented it with both hands. Sect Master, great news. The quinquennial Continental Advanced Spirit Master Academy Elite Tournament will begin in half a year. Elite Tournament. Yu Jingcheng took the invitation and glanced at it. Yes, yes, yes. Flender nodded repeatedly, his eyes shining with excitement. This is the top-tier event of the entire continent. The upper 3 sects, lower 4 sects, Spirit Hall, and the 2 great empires, every organization with a name will send a team to participate. This is a great opportunity for our Yin-Yang sect to make a name for ourselves. Yu Jingcheng flipped through the invitation calmly, but his mind had already begun to calculate. He certainly knew about the elite tournament. But the problem he faced now wasn't whether they could win the championship, but whether the Yin-Yang sect had enough disciples of the right age to compete. What are the rules of the tournament? Yu Jingcheng asked. Flender hurriedly replied. The rules are the same as in previous years. 7 people per team, age must not exceed 30, and there is no limit on spirit power rank. The competition uses an elimination format to decide the final champion. The championship rewards are very generous, not only a massive amount of gold coins, but also top-quality spirit bones provided by Spirit Hall. Speaking of this, Flender's eyes were practically glowing. Spirit bones. Those were spirit bones. Yu Jingcheng, however, was not moved by these rewards. He was more concerned about another matter. The age limit for the competing teams is 30. Yu Jingcheng remembered. In the original story, the age limit for the elite tournament was 25. Now it's actually 30. Could it be that the 25-year limit was changed later? Yes, Flender nodded. So many factions will stockpile their strongest combat power in this age range. Top powers like Spirit Hall and the Clear Sky sect will send Spirit Emperors or even Spirit Saints close to 30 years old every time. That scene is just, tisk tisk. As Flender spoke, he suddenly realized a problem. He looked at the children who were still working hard to awaken their spirits, then looked at Yu Jingcheng, and the excitement on his face gradually froze. Sect Master, our Yin-Yang sect, seems to have no disciples of the right age. Yu Jingcheng's mouth twitched slightly. Flender was right. Although the Yin-Yang sect was now large and well established, its composition was extremely unique. The 3 Grand Elders were all titled Douluo. The 4 Hall Masters, Hu Lai, Huyan Zhen, Huo Wang, and Feng Bupo, although powerful, were all over the age limit. The first batch of loose cultivators to join, like Lu Erlong, Flender, Zhao Wuji, Xiao Xin, and the others. Their ages were actually suitable. Lu Erlong was in her early 30s, Flender was about the same, and Zhao Wuji was in his prime. But all told, there were only these few people, they couldn't even put together a 7-person team. As for the disciples who joined later, they either lacked strength or exceeded the age limit. Or they were like Shihu, children who had just awakened their spirits and couldn't possibly be trained in time. Sect Master, how about we don't participate this time? Flender asked cautiously, his eyes full of unwillingness. As a spirit master, who wouldn't want to show off their skills on the stage of the elite tournament? Back then, he had dreamed of standing on that stage one day. Unfortunately, the academy he was in was too poor to even get qualification to participate. Now that he had joined the Yin-Yang sect and finally had the chance, he found they couldn't even assemble a team. Yu Jingcheng was silent for a moment, then suddenly asked, "When does the Yin-Yang Academy start classes?" Flender was startled, then said, "According to the plan, in 3 months. But now that the sect has just expanded and we're short on manpower, it might have to be postponed until." "No need to postpone," Yu Jingcheng interrupted him. "In 3 months, start classes is scheduled. At the same time, select team members from the entire school. As long as the age is right, regardless of background or spirit, anyone can sign up." "But," Flender hesitated, "even with a school-wide selection, we won't be able to get 7 people, right? Those new disciples are too weak." A meaningful smile curled at the corner of Yu Jingcheng's mouth. "Who told you that the participants must be disciples of the Yin-Yang sect?" Flender was stunned. The Yin-Yang Academy is a property of the Yin-Yang sect, but its students are not necessarily disciples of the Yin-Yang sect. Yu Jingcheng said indifferently. The Heaven Do Empire, the 7 treasure glazed tile school, the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan. Don't these factions have young geniuses of the right age? Don't they want to achieve good results in the elite tournament? Flender suddenly understood. The sect master's meaning is, to borrow people. Chapter 97. Preparing to annex 7 treasure and Blue Lightning. Forming the academy team. It's not borrowing. Yu Jingcheng shook his head. It's a collaboration. Yin Yang Academy provides the best cultivation resources and top-tier teaching staff to train the younger generation for major powers. In return, the competing teams they send will fight under the name of Yin Yang Academy. Flender's eyes widened, stunned by Yu Jingcheng's bold idea. How was this borrowing people? This was clearly a case of trapping a white wolf with empty hands. Using other people's geniuses to fight your own matches. If they win, the credit goes to the Yin Yang sect. And if they lose, well, they weren't his people anyway. Sect master is brilliant. Flender gave a thumbs up, his face full of admiration. Yu Jingcheng waved his hand. Go and handle this matter. Talk to Shui Yi first. The Heaven Do Empire's imperial family should have quite a few young spirit masters of the right age. Then go to the 7 treasure glazed tile school and the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan. Tell them that as long as they send people, Yin Yang Academy's best cultivation resources and top-tier medicinal pills will all be supplied for free. Free. Flender winced in pain, his face contorting. Sect master, those medicinal pills aren't cheap. Yu Jingcheng glanced at him. You can't catch a wolf if you're unwilling to sacrifice the child. Once we win the championship and gain both fame and fortune, what does this small investment matter? To Yu Jingcheng, these people were excellent informants for developing relationships. Yu Jingcheng's plan for the Yin Yang sect was to annex the other sects in the future. The Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect and the 7 treasure glazed tile school, he wouldn't let a single one go. He could take this opportunity now to make some early preparations. Flender gritted his teeth. Your subordinate understands. I'll get right on it. He turned to leave but was called back by Yu Jingcheng. Wait. Flender quickly stopped in his tracks. Yu Jingcheng looked at the children who were still cultivating hard and said calmly. Go do one more thing. Send people all over the continent to find children who have awakened a body martial soul but were judged as trash. Tell them the Yin Yang sect is giving them a chance. Flender followed his gaze. Those few thin figures were working hard to release their weak spirit power under the sunlight. He suddenly understood Yu Jingcheng's intention. For this session of the elite tournament, the Yin Yang sect might have to rely on borrowing people to keep up appearances. But the next session, the one after that, once these children grew up and more body martial soul geniuses were discovered, the Yin Yang sect would possess its own unrivaled young power. By then, there would be no suspense regarding the championship of the elite tournament. Your subordinate understands. Flender nodded solemnly and turned to leave. Yu Jingcheng withdrew his gaze and looked back at the children. Shihu was already able to steadily make his fists glow, and a faint green light began to emerge on Shi Xiaoya's legs. Though weak, it was indeed a good start. Continue, Yu Jingcheng said indifferently. Do not slack off. The children nodded in unison, pushing the spirit power in their bodies even harder. The sunlight spilled down, stretching their shadows very, very long. Over the next few days, Flender ran around as if he had been injected with chicken blood. He first went to the Heaven Do Imperial Palace. After hearing his purpose, Emperor Shui Yi pondered for a moment and then agreed. The Heaven Do Empire's imperial family indeed had many young spirit masters of the right age, but they had always lacked top-tier cultivation resources and guidance from famous masters. Since Yin Yang Academy was willing to provide these for free, he couldn't ask for more. Moreover, being able to compete in the name of Yin Yang Academy meant that winning was good, and losing wouldn't disgrace the imperial family's reputation. Shui Yi immediately selected 3 young spirit masters trained by the imperial family and sent them to Yin Yang Academy. Then came the 7 treasure glazed tile school. After Ning Mylan heard Flender's proposal, a sharp light flashed in her beautiful eyes. She was a clever person and saw through Yu Jingcheng's scheme at a glance, borrowing a hen to lay eggs. But she didn't reject the proposal. The younger generation of the 7 treasure glazed tile school indeed needed a better cultivation environment. And the medicinal pills and resources provided by the Yin Yang sect were exactly what they lacked. Fine, my 7 treasure glazed tile school will send 2 people. Ning Mylan smiled. However, I have one condition. Flender's heart tightened. What condition? If you encounter disciples of my 7 treasure glazed tile school during the competition, you are not allowed to use lethal force. Ning Mylan was smiling radiantly. Flender breathed a sigh of relief. That goes without saying. Finally, the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Clan. Yu Luomian remained silent for a long time after hearing Flender's purpose. The Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Clan had suffered from a gap between generations in recent years, and there were indeed no particularly outstanding geniuses among the younger generation. Yin-Yang Academy's willingness to provide top-tier cultivation resources was a rare opportunity for them. Fine, my Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Clan will send 2 people. Yu Luomian finally made the decision. With that, the 7-member team was complete. 3 from the Imperial family, 2 from the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School, and 2 from the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Clan, exactly 7 people. Flender rushed back to the Yin-Yang sect excitedly to report the good news to Yu Jingcheng. Sect Master, the team is complete. 7 people, every one of them at the level of Spirit Ancestor or higher, and all under 25 years old. With our own Luer Long, Zhao Wuji, and the others, we even have enough for a substitute team. Yu Jingcheng nodded. Not bad. However, this is still not enough. Flender was stunned. Still not enough. These people are borrowed. They don't belong to our Yin-Yang sect. Yu Jingcheng said indifferently. They can fight for Yin-Yang Academy, but they won't risk their lives for the Yin-Yang sect. Therefore, we must also form our own team. Flender scratched his head. But our own people, their strength isn't sufficient. Then train. Yu Jingcheng stood up. From today on, Luer Long, Zhao Wuji, Yu, and Xiao Xin's group will all enter secluded cultivation. In half a year, improve as much as you can. Furthermore, Yu Jingcheng looked at the children who were cultivating diligently. These children must also be trained faster. They are the future of the Yin-Yang sect. Your subordinate understands. Flender nodded heavily. At dusk, Yu Jingcheng stood alone on the stargazing platform, overlooking the sect that was currently being expanded below. On the martial arts arena, disciples were cultivating hard. Further away on the mountain path, teams of craftsmen were busy transporting stones. Everything was moving in a positive direction. But this was only the beginning. The elite tournament in half a year would only be a small trial. The real test lay ahead. Spirit Hall would not let things rest. Although Qian Zunji had temporarily backed down, he was surely accumulating strength in the shadows. That old fellow Qian Douluo might stay out of Tang Chen's way, but if given the chance, he would never let the Yin-Yang sect off. And Tang Chen, that old man is likely already preparing to head to Slaughter City. When he is parasitized by the 9-headed Bloody Crimson Bat King and the Clear Sky sect is left without a leader, that's when the real show will begin. Half a year, Yu Jingcheng whispered to himself. It's enough. Chapter 98. Leaked information. Qian Zunji. How can body martial souls exist? Tang Chen. No rush. Although the Yin-Yang sect's actions were secretive, there are no walls in the world that can block all wind. At first, only scattered bits of information circulated within the Spirit Master's world. People from the Yin-Yang sect were searching everywhere for children judged by Spirit Hall as having no spirit, bringing them back to Heaven Do City. No one took this seriously. The Yin-Yang sect was wealthy and powerful. If they wanted to raise a few useless people, that was their business. But soon, things began to take an unusual turn. The manpower of Azure Blade Hall grew, and the scope of their search expanded. From the Heaven Do Empire to the Star Luo Empire, from bustling metropolises to remote villages, the figures of Yin-Yang sect disciples were everywhere. Carrying portraits, they went door to door inquiring, searching for those useless children abandoned by their families and wandering the streets. Even more bizarrely, they weren't just making up the numbers. Every child taken away had undergone rigorous screening. Someone had secretly observed the Yin-Yang sect's selection criteria. They didn't care about background or family status, only the physical body. Large hands, long legs, firm backs, bright eyes. These traits, which seemed useless to outsiders, appeared to hide some immense secret in the eyes of the Yin-Yang sect. When the news reached Spirit Hall, Qian Zunji didn't care at first. Just a few street urchins. If the Yin-Yang sect wanted to raise them, let them. The more they raised, the greater the drain on resources, and they would eventually drag themselves down. But when the first detailed intelligence report landed on his desk, Qian Zunji's expression changed completely. The intelligence stated clearly, 5 children taken by the Yin-Yang sect from a broken alley in Heavendo City had all seen their spirit power break through rank 20. After just 1 month of training. Among them, a boy named Shi who had awakened twin fists as his spirit, with spirit power as high as rank 28, possessing combat strength comparable to a veteran spirit elder. Yu Jingcheng was also very shocked by Shihu's performance. Back when Shihu awakened his spirit power hadn't been tested yet. However, through Shihu's day-by-day accumulation of training his fists, his spirit power became deeper and deeper. After absorbing a spirit ring, his combat power increased significantly. He was simply a natural talent for a body martial soul. Qian Zunji stared at the data, dumbfounded. 1 month. From 0 to rank 28. What kind of concept was that? Spirit Hall's most elite genius training camp took at least 3 years to cultivate a spirit master to rank 20. Impossible. Qian Zunji shattered the desk with a single palm strike. These children were previously judged to have no spirit. How could they break through to rank 20 in a single month? There must be some trickery involved. The intelligence officer knelt on the ground, trembling. Your Majesty, it is absolutely true. Our people saw that Shihu with their own eyes on the martial arts arena, fighting a spirit elder and sending him flying with 3 punches. His spirit is his fists. His fists. Qian Zunji was stunned. Beside him, gold crocodile Douluo's brow furrowed tightly. A spirit that is a part of the human body. This is unheard of. It's not unheard of, it's that we never knew. An old and majestic voice came from outside the hall. Qian Dalu walked in slowly, holding a secret report leaked from within the Yin-Yang sect. His expression was more solemn than ever before. Father. Qian Zunji quickly stood up. Qian Dalu ignored his son and instead handed the secret report to Gold Crocodile Douluo. Look at this. Gold Crocodile Douluo took the report, scanned it, and his pupils suddenly constricted. The report detailed the Yin-Yang sect's research on body martial souls. Spirits were not limited to tools and beasts. The human body itself was the most powerful spirit. Hands, legs, back, eyes, heart. Every part could become a carrier for a spirit. This kind of spirit had no external form, so it was overlooked by traditional awakening ceremonies, but its potential far exceeded ordinary spirits. How is this possible? Gold Crocodile Douluo's hands were shaking. Why wouldn't it be possible? Qian Daoliu said coldly. The facts are right before our eyes. The Yin-Yang sect has already found dozens of such children, and every one of them is growing at an alarming speed. In a few years, the Yin-Yang sect will have a group of young spirit masters with terrifying strength. By then, he didn't continue, but everyone understood his meaning. The talent cultivation system Spirit Hall took such pride in seemed so laughable at this moment. Their proud spirit awakening ceremony had actually missed the most precious category of spirits. And those, useless, people they had discarded were rising at an incredible pace on the Yin-Yang sect's land. Immediately send people to the Yin-Yang sect. Qian Daoliu said in a deep voice. I want to know everything about body martial souls. Also, starting today, Spirit Hall's awakening ceremony will add new testing items. Any child with unusual physical characteristics must be brought back to Spirit Hall for retesting. Yes, Gold Crocodile Douluo took his orders and left. Qian Zunji's face was ashen as he gritted his teeth and said. Yin-Yang sect. Yu Jingcheng. Just how many more secrets is he hiding? Qian Daoliu didn't answer, his gaze simply drifting toward the direction of Heavendo City. That young man was far more frightening than he had imagined. He was not only challenging the authority of Spirit Hall but also overturning the understanding of the entire Spirit Master's world. Meanwhile, at the Clear Sky sect, Tang Chen looked at the secret report in his hand and remained silent for a long time. Beside him, Sect Master couldn't help but ask, Father, these body martial souls, do they really exist? They exist, Tang Chen said slowly. When I was young, I saw similar records in an ancient incomplete manual. The human body is the furnace, the spirit is the fire. When cultivated to the extreme, the physical body is the divine artifact. It's just that this legacy had long been severed. I didn't expect it would be rediscovered by that young man. Sect Master sucked in a breath of cold air. Then wouldn't the Yin-Yang sect That's why I said this Yu Jingcheng is not simple. Tang Chen stood up, walked to the window, and looked at the distant mountains. He is not only borrowing our momentum but also accumulating strength for himself. Once those children with body martial souls grow up, the Yin-Yang sect will possess the most powerful core force in this world. By then, even without me backing him, Spirit Hall wouldn't dare move against him. Sect Master's expression changed slightly. Then no rush. Tang Chen waved his hand. I will not go back on what I promised. Besides, a sharp glint flashed in Tang Chen's eyes. Regarding the matter of Slaughter City, we still need him to provide more intelligence. This Yu Jingcheng still has utility value. Sect Master hesitated to speak, but ultimately just nodded. Meanwhile, the Spirit Master's world had completely boiled over. Information about body martial souls spread through the streets as if it had grown wings. Countless families whose children had once been judged as useless felt hope rekindled. Those children with thick arms, long legs, or hard backs. Overnight, they transformed from discarded nobodies into highly sought-after geniuses. Outside Heaven Do City, a long line formed in front of the Yin-Yang sect's mountain gate. Chapter 99. The Yin-Yang Treasure Codex. Yu Jingcheng. At worst, I'll flatten Star Do and kill Ji Yu Yuina. Parents led their children, and elders brought their grandchildren, flocking from all directions. They were dressed in rags and their faces were haggard, but their eyes were filled with hope. Please, I beg you, take a look at my child. Even though Spirit Hall said my son has no spirit, his fists are harder than iron. My daughter runs faster than a horse, she must have that body martial soul thing too. The gatekeeping disciples were overwhelmed and had to send someone to ask Yu Jingcheng for instructions. Standing on the stargazing platform, Yu Jingcheng looked down at the winding dragon of people outside the mountain gate, a faint smile playing on his lips. This was exactly the effect he wanted. He never intended to keep the secret of the body martial soul hidden forever. On the contrary, he wanted everyone to know and let those abandoned children see hope. He wanted those who had once mocked them to regret it deeply. Have everyone who comes register in the records. Yu Jingcheng instructed. Children who meet the characteristics should stay for a unified awakening test. Tell them that the Yin-Yang sect does not charge any fees. Yes, as the news spread, more people flocked to the Yin-Yang sect. Not just commoners, but some small and medium-sized families also sent people to gather information. Some even directly proposed to join the Yin-Yang sect. Those children who had once tried to join Spirit Hall but were rejected for having no spirit swarmed in even greater numbers. In just half a month, the Yin-Yang sect received over 1,000 children who had been judged as trash. After testing, more than 30% of them awakened a body martial soul. This ratio was frighteningly high. When the news reached Spirit Hall, Qian Zunji was so furious he nearly spat blood. 30%. In other words, for every 3 children they abandoned, 1 possessed a body martial soul. How many geniuses had they missed over the years? Investigate this thoroughly for me. Qian Zunji roared. Exactly how many types of body martial souls are there? How are they awakened? How are they cultivated? I want all the information. But the Yin-Yang sect's research into body martial souls was far deeper than Spirit Hall imagined. Yu Jingcheng, drawing from his past life's memories and combining them with the current era's reality, organized a complete cultivation system for body martial souls. From awakening, spirit ring matching, and spirit ability development, to late-stage spirit bone fusion and martial soul true body. Every stage had detailed theoretical guidance. This system was revered as a supreme treasure by the disciples of the Yin-Yang sect and was known to the outside world as the Yin-Yang Treasure Codex. Countless factions tried every means possible to obtain it. But Yu Jingcheng kept it locked in the deepest secret chamber of the Yin-Yang sect. No one could see it except for core disciples. At this moment, spies from Spirit Hall were lurking around the Yin-Yang sect, attempting to gather more information. But they quickly discovered that the Yin-Yang sect's defenses were far tighter than imagined. Thick Earth Hall had set up layers of defense around the sect, and Laihuo Hall's patrol teams worked day and night. Azure Blade Hall's counter-espionage methods were even harder to guard against. In just a few days, Spirit Hall lost over a dozen elite spies. Qian Zunji was fuming with rage but was helpless. With Tang Chen pressuring him, he didn't dare take drastic action. Unable to win in a head-on fight and unable to infiltrate secretly, he could only watch as the yin-yang sect grew stronger by the day. As for Yu Jingcheng, he didn't care at all. Yin-yang sect, back mountain secret chamber. Yu Jingcheng sat cross-legged, with gold and black light alternating and flowing around his body. After this period of cultivation, his spirit power was approaching rank 87. More importantly, his control over those 1600,000-year spirit abilities had reached the level of doing as he pleased. It's time to prepare to condense a soul core, Yu Jingcheng whispered to himself. A soul core, in Douluo 2, is the mark of a titled Douluo and the key to becoming a super Douluo. For an ordinary titled Douluo, a soul core is merely a condensed core of spirit power. But he was different. He had two spirits, one of light and one of darkness, one of life and one of death. What he wanted to condense was not an ordinary soul core, but a dual core of light and darkness. Once successful, his spirit power would undergo a qualitative change, and his combat strength would soar to a whole new level. By then, even if he faced Qian Dalu, he was confident he could remain undefeated. But condensing a soul core required a vast amount of heaven and earth spiritual qi. An ordinary cultivation environment was simply not enough. The ice and fire yin-yang well. This thought flashed through Yu Jingcheng's mind. The heaven and earth spiritual qi there was the densest, and with the intersection of yin and yang, it was most compatible with the light and dark forces within his body. Going there for secluded cultivation was the best choice. But his clone was still there. Furthermore, in the Stardo Great Forest, there was also his younger brother, Xiao Jin. Ever since he last left the Stardo Great Forest, Yu Jingcheng had a faint feeling that something had happened to Xiao Jin over there. Yet Xiao Wu's family of three, as well as the Sky Azure Bull Python and the Titan Giant Ape, had all been wiped out by him. Xiao Jin was the uncrowned king of the Stardo Great Forest in every sense. But if that were the case and Xiao Jin still encountered danger, then it could basically be confirmed. It was the doing of those vicious beasts beneath the Lake of Life. Once the elite tournament is over, I'll go to the Stardo Great Forest to investigate a bit. Yu Jingcheng thought to himself. Even if Xiao Jin was in danger, he definitely wouldn't die in a short amount of time. After all, Xiao Jin himself was a very powerful existence among sub-dragons. If it really was those vicious beasts doing, at worst, he would avoid their sharp edge for now. Once he completed the 9 trials of evil, and became the god of evil. At that time, if Xiao Jin truly suffered at their hands, at worst, he would flatten the Stardo Great Forest, and slaughter Ji Yu Yuina along with them. Yu Jingcheng stood up and walked out of the secret chamber. On the distant martial arts arena, Shihu was leading a group of newly admitted body martial soul disciples in rigorous cultivation. Although their spirit power was still very weak, their aura already faintly showed the prototype of a strong expert. Yu Jingcheng had a smile on his face. These children were the true future of the yin-yang sect. Although by the time they grew up, Yu Jingcheng might have already become a god. But there would always be a time for ascension. When he ascended to the god realm, the yin-yang sect, as his foundation, could continue to rule the Douluo continent. At the same time, if a genius were to emerge from the yin-yang sect in the future, he could also arrange a god position for them. This would strengthen his own foundation in the god realm. The dragon of people outside the mountain gate stretched from dawn to dusk, and from dusk until late at night. The area was brightly lit. The disciples of the yin-yang sect held torches, lighting up the open space in front of the mountain gate as bright as day. The number of registration tables increased from 1 to 10. The disciples responsible for recording worked in 3 shifts, their arms aching from writing. But the line, instead of shortening, grew longer and longer. The news spread too quickly. Those children judged as trash by Spirit Hall, those abandoned by their families and wandering the streets. Those children who grew up amidst prejudice and indifference. They had waited for too long, so long that they had almost forgotten they could still be seen. Now, a door had finally opened for them. Make way, please make way. A woman dressed in rags, carrying a child, squeezed through the crowd, her face full of anxiety. Chapter 100. Blind God King Ma Shu Nuo, did I let go of an innate full spirit power body martial soul? Although the actions of the yin-yang sect were secretive, there are no airtight walls in this world. At first, only some sporadic news circulated in the spirit master's world. People from the Yin-Yang sect were searching everywhere for those children whom Spirit Hall had judged as having no spirit and bringing them back to Heaven Do City. No one took this seriously. The Yin-Yang sect was wealthy and powerful. If they wanted to raise a few pieces of trash, that was their own business. But soon, things began to become unusual. The manpower of Azure Blade Hall increased, and the scope of their search became wider and wider. From the Heaven Do Empire to the Star Luo Empire, from bustling cities to remote villages, the figures of Yin-Yang sect disciples were everywhere. They carried portraits, asking from door to door, searching for those trash who had been abandoned by their family and were wandering the streets. What was even more bizarre was that they were not just making up the numbers. Every child taken away had undergone strict screening. Some people had secretly observed the Yin-Yang sect's selection criteria. No regard for background, no regard for family heritage, only looking at the physical body. Large hands, long legs, firm backs, bright eyes. These characteristics, which seemed useless to outsiders, seemed to hide some massive secret in the eyes of the Yin-Yang sect. When the news reached Spirit Hall, Qian Zunji initially did not care. They were just a few stray children. If the Yin-Yang sect wanted to raise them, let them. The more they raised, the greater the expense, and sooner or later, they would drag themselves down. But when the first detailed report was placed on his desk, Qian Zunji's expression changed completely. The report stated clearly, the 5 children taken by the Yin-Yang sect from a dilapidated alley in Heaven Do City had all experienced a breakthrough in spirit power to level 20 after just 1 month of training. One of the boys, named Shihu, had a double fist spirit awakening, with spirit power as high as level 28, and combat power comparable to a veteran spirit elder. Yu Jingcheng was also very shocked by Shihu's performance. At the time Shihu's spirit underwent awakening, although his spirit power had not yet been tested. But under Shihu's day-to-day tempering of his double fists, his spirit power became increasingly profound. After absorbing a spirit ring, his combat power increased significantly. He was simply a natural-born talent for a body martial soul. Qian Zunji was dumbfounded as he looked at the data. 1 month. From 0 to level 28. What kind of concept was this? In Spirit Hall's most elite genius training camp, it took at least 3 years to train a spirit master to level 20. Impossible. Qian Zunji smashed the desk with a palm. These children were previously judged as having no spirit. How could they reach a breakthrough to level 20 in just 1 month? There must be a trick in this. The intelligence officer knelt on the ground, trembling. Your Majesty, it is absolutely true. Our people saw with their own eyes that Shihu fought against a spirit elder on the martial arts arena and sent him flying with 3 punches. His spirit is his double fists. Double fists. Qian Zunji was stunned. Gold Crocodile Douluo, who was standing to the side, furrowed his brows. A spirit as a part of the human body. This is unheard of. It is not unheard of, it is that we never knew. An aged and majestic voice came from outside the hall. Qian Dalu walked in slowly, holding a secret report that had leaked from inside the Yin-Yang sect. His expression was unprecedentedly grave. Father. Qian Zunji hurriedly stood up. Qian Dalu ignored his son and instead handed the secret report to Gold Crocodile Douluo. Take a look at this. Gold Crocodile. Douluo took the secret report, scanned it, and his pupils suddenly contracted. The secret report detailed the Yin-Yang sect's research on the body martial soul. Spirits do not only have 2 forms, object and beast. The human physical body itself is the most powerful spirit. Hands, legs, spine, eyes, heart, every part could become a carrier for a spirit. This kind of spirit has no external form, so it was overlooked by traditional awakening ceremonies, but its potential far exceeds that of ordinary spirits. How is this possible? Gold Crocodile Douluo's hands were trembling. How is it not possible? Qian Dalu said coldly. The facts are right before our eyes. The Yin-Yang sect has already found dozens of such children, and each one is growing at an astonishing speed. It won't be many years before the Yin-Yang sect has a batch of terrifyingly powerful young spirit masters. By then, he did not continue, but everyone understood what he meant. Spirit Hall's talent cultivation system, which they were so proud of, seemed so ridiculous at this moment. Their spirit awakening ceremony, which they were proud of, had actually missed the most precious type of spirit. And those, trash, they had abandoned were rising at an astonishing speed on the land of the Yin-Yang sect. Immediately send people to the Yin-Yang sect. Qian Dalu said in a deep voice. I want to know everything about the body martial soul. Also, from today on, add a new detection item to Spirit Hall's awakening ceremony. Any child with abnormal physical characteristics must be brought back to Spirit Hall for retesting. Yes, Gold Crocodile Douluo accepted the order and left. Qian Zunji's face was livid, and he gritted his teeth. Yin-Yang sect. Yu Jingcheng, how many more secrets is he hiding? Qian Daoliu did not answer, just looked in the direction of Heaven Do City. That young man was far more terrifying than he had imagined. He was not only challenging the authority of Spirit Hall, but also subverting the understanding of the entire Spirit Master's world. Meanwhile, at the Clear Sky sect, Tang Chen looked at the secret report in his hand and remained silent for a long time. Sect Master, who was beside him, couldn't help but ask, Father, does this body martial soul really exist? It exists, Tang Chen said slowly. When I was young, I once saw similar records in an incomplete manual of ancient books. The physical body is the furnace, the spirit is the fire. When cultivated to the extreme, the physical body is a divine artifact. It's just that this legacy has long been severed. I didn't expect it was actually rediscovered by that young man. Sect Master gasped. Then wouldn't the Yin-Yang sect? That is why I say this Yu Jingcheng is not simple. Tang Chen stood up, walked to the window, and looked at the distant mountains. He is not only borrowing our momentum but also accumulating strength for himself. When those children with body martial souls grow up, the Yin-Yang sect will possess the most formidable core strength in this world. By then, even without my backing, Spirit Hall would not dare to touch him. Sect Master's expression changed slightly. Then no rush. Tang Chen waved his hand. I will not go back on what I have promised. Besides, a sharp glint flashed in Tang Chen's eyes. Regarding the matter of Slaughter City, he still needs to provide more information. This Yu Jingcheng still has utility value. Sect Master wanted to say something but stopped, and in the end, he just nodded. At this moment, the Spirit Master's world had completely exploded. The news of the body martial soul spread like it had grown wings, reaching every street and alley. Countless families who had once been judged as having trash children reignited with hope. Those children with thick hands, long legs, firm backs. Overnight, they turned from despised trash into highly sought-after geniuses. Outside Heaven Do City, in front of the Yin-Yang sect's mountain gate, a line formed. Chapter 101. Backstabbing the Clear Sky sect, poaching the defense clan. Tang Hao and Tang Xiao visit. Shihu nodded, appearing to understand but not quite, his eyes filled with shock. Continue training. Yu Jingcheng turned and left. Remember, do not be overly eager for success. If the foundation is unstable, no matter how high you build, the tower will collapse. Yes, this disciple will remember. Shihu kowtowed heavily. Yu Jingcheng did not look back, but a faint smile curved the corners of his lips. These children were the future of the Yin-Yang sect. Once they grew up, and more body martial soul geniuses were discovered, the Yin-Yang sect would possess the most terrifying power in this world. It would not rely on the number of titled Douluo, but on a group of super soldiers who had received top-tier training from a young age and possessed infinite potential. By then, the likes of Spirit Hall and the Clear Sky sect would be nothing more than mere rabble. Days passed one by one, and the expansion project of the Yin-Yang sect neared its end. The craftsmen of the defense clan worked day and night, finally completing all construction tasks within 3 months. Niu Gao stood before the newly built Awakening Hall, looking at the plaque personally inscribed by Yu Jingcheng, and let out a long sigh of relief. The Awakening Hall was large, capable of accommodating 100 people for spirit awakening simultaneously. The floor inside the hall was paved with solid pieces of warm jade, which could maximize the stimulation of the children's spirit power. Spirit tools were embedded in the surrounding walls, capable of monitoring the fluctuations of spirit power during the awakening process in real time. And the most striking feature was the massive awakening platform in the center of the hall. It was a circular platform paved with alternating layers of 10,000-year cold jade and 1,000-year warm jade, with a diameter exceeding 10 meters. In the center of the circular platform was embedded a fist-sized fragment of gold of living beings. This small fragment was enough to increase the success rate of any spirit awakening ceremony by 30%. For this fragment, Douluo had felt heartache for several days. Sect Master, gold of living beings is a priceless treasure, and you just embedded it in the ground like this. Yu Jingcheng only said indifferently. No matter how precious a treasure is, it is useless if not used. These children deserve the best. On the day the awakening hall was completed, the first batch of children was brought in. They were all seedlings with body martial souls searched from various places, the youngest only 4 years old, and the oldest no more than 12. They stood timidly on the awakening platform, some trembling with nervousness, others rubbing their hands in excitement. Yu Jingcheng stood under the platform himself, presiding over this awakening ceremony. Close your eyes. Yu Jingcheng's voice was calm yet clear. Feel that sleeping power within your bodies. Do not rush, take your time. It will respond to you. The children closed their eyes as instructed. At first, nothing happened, but soon, the first child's palm began to glow. Immediately after, the second, the third. All kinds of lights bloomed on the awakening platform. There were golden ones, cyan ones, earthy yellow ones, silver white ones. Each type of light corresponded to a part of the human body. Hands, legs, spine, eyes, ears, heart. Douluo, Ji Yurong, and Yi Bingcheng, who were watching from below the platform, had eyes full of shock. They had lived for most of their lives and had never seen such a spectacular awakening scene. Those children who had been judged as trash by Spirit Hall were now shining like stars in this great hall. After the awakening ceremony ended, all 700+ children had successfully awakened. Not a single person failed. News spread, and the entire Spirit Masters world was shaken. Once again, over 700 body martial soul Spirit Masters. And all of them awakened successfully. What did this mean? It meant that in just a few months, the Yin-Yang sect possessed a seed of power capable of changing the landscape of the continent. Spirit Hall could no longer sit still. Qian Zunji convened a meeting of all the enshrined elders overnight to discuss countermeasures. But after much discussion, they still could not come up with a feasible plan. A head-on attack would be suppressed by Tang Chen. Secret infiltration was impossible because the Yin-Yang sect's defense was as solid as an iron wall. Poaching was out of the question because the Yin-Yang sect's benefits were 10 times better than those of Spirit Hall. Are we just going to watch the Yin-Yang sect grow larger? Qian Zunji roared. The hall was silent. A month's time passed in a flash. The expansion project of the Yin-Yang sect was completely finished. When the craftsmen of the defense clan were packing their bags to leave, Niu Gao stood before the mountain gate and looked back for a long time. Those magnificent halls, the wide and level martial arts arena, the fully equipped cultivation secret chambers, and that awakening hall which could be called a work of supernatural craftsmanship, all were built by them brick by brick. Niu Gao knew clearly that once he left, he would likely never encounter such an employer again. Triple the pay, unlimited medicinal pills, titled Douluo being polite. Would he ever get this treatment when taking jobs next time? Clan Chief Niu. A calm voice came from behind. Niu Gao turned quickly, only to see Yu Jingcheng appearing behind him, dressed in a black and white robe, standing with his hands behind his back. Sect Master Yu. Niu Gao clasped his hands in a salute, his attitude even more respectful than 3 months ago. During these 3 months, he had witnessed the Yin-Yang sect transform from an empty shell into the behemoth it was now. 3 titled. Douluo sat in command, the 4 halls were fully established, and over 700 children with body martial souls in the talent development hall were growing rapidly. And this young sect master before him was even more unfathomable. He had heard Ji Yurong say in private that Yu Jingcheng's current combat power was already not inferior to any super Douluo. This was also something Yu Jingcheng intentionally let Ji Yurong reveal. The purpose was, once Tang Chen left, to poach the defense clan. This could also be considered part of the backstabbing, could it not? You have worked hard these 3 months, Clan Chief Niu. Yu Jingcheng nodded slightly. I have said that if the defense clan works diligently, the Yin-Yang sect will not treat them unfairly. This is a small token of my appreciation, Clan Chief Niu, please accept it. He flipped his wrist, and a jade bottle and a spirit bone emitting earthy yellow light appeared out of thin air. Niu Gao's pupils constricted. Inside the jade bottle were the special body tempering pills of the Yin-Yang sect, which had excellent effects on defense-type spirit masters. and that spirit bone was of at least 10,000-year quality. Sect Master, this is too valuable. Niu Gao's voice was trembling. Accept it, Yu Jingcheng said indifferently. If the Yin-Yang sect has construction projects in the future, I will inevitably have to trouble the defense clan. Clan Chief Niu, there is no need to be polite. Niu Gao took a deep breath, received the jade bottle and spirit bone with both hands, and bowed deeply. The great kindness of Sect Master Yu, the defense clan will keep it in mind. In the future, if there are any commands, we will follow without hesitation. Yu Jingcheng nodded and turned to leave. Niu Gao watched his back, feeling 1,000 emotions in his heart. Both are of the upper three sects, yet the Clear Sky sect treats them like servants, while the Yin-Yang sect treats them like human beings. This gap is far more than 1,000 miles. A few more days passed. This morning, Yu Jingcheng was in the talent development hall guiding the children in their cultivation, when a disciple rushed in to report, Sect Master, young masters Tang Hao and Tang Xiao from the Clear Sky sect are here to visit. Yu Jingcheng's lips curved slightly upward. They had come. He had long expected that Tang Hao and Tang Xiao would come. The news about the body martial soul had caused a massive stir. It would be strange if the Clear Sky sect were not tempted. And since Tang Chen had already gone to Slaughter City, it was perfectly normal for these two young men to come and inquire for information. Chapter 102. Third Body Martial Soul, Ice Fire Golden Body, Awakening Soon. Tang Hao. Grandfather has gone to the Slaughter City. Invite them to the main hall for tea. I will be there shortly. Yu Jingcheng changed his clothes and walked unhurriedly towards the main hall. He intentionally took a detour, passing in front of the talent nurturing hall. Over 700 children were doing their morning exercises. Shihu stood at the very front, his fists glowing with golden light, each punch bringing a whistle of breaking wind. Shi Xiaoya wove through the crowd, her legs moving so fast they left only afterimages. Tizu was in a horse stance, the earthy yellow light on his back as heavy as a mountain. The entire martial arts arena was brimming with vitality. Tang Hao and Tang Xiao stood at the entrance of the main hall, their eyes wide with amazement. This is the body martial soul. Tang Hao murmured, his eyes filled with shock. Every one of the 700+ children radiated a unique spirit power fluctuation. Some were in their hands, some in their legs, some on their backs. Though the light was faint, it was remarkably pure. Tang Hao considered himself exceptionally gifted. But looking at these children, he suddenly felt that the Clear Sky hammer he was so proud of wasn't quite as rare anymore. Sorry to keep you both waiting. Yu Jingcheng's voice came from behind. Tang Hao and Tang Xiao quickly turned around, cupping their hands in greeting. Sect Master Yu. Yu Jingcheng smiled and waved his hand. We're old acquaintances, no need for such formalities. Come, let's talk inside. The three entered the main hall and took their seats as host and guests. A disciple served tea. Yu Jingcheng picked up his teacup and asked casually, "What brings you two here today?" Tang Hao and Tang Xiao exchanged a glance, looking a bit hesitant. Finally, it was Tang Hao who spoke. Sect Master Yu, the two of us came today, first to visit the Sect Master, and second. Tang Hao paused, glancing toward the talent nurturing hall, a flicker of envy in his eyes. We want to ask the Sect Master about the body martial soul. Yu Jingcheng set down his teacup, a faint smile playing on his lips. Oh, are you two also interested in the body martial soul? Tang Xiao quickly said. To be honest, Sect Master, we've been traveling near the Yin-Yang sect lately and have seen those children getting stronger day by day with our own eyes. That child Shihu was just a green boy who had just undergone spirit awakening a month ago, but now he can shatter boulders with a single punch. Such a rate of growth is unheard of to us. Tang Hao added, so we wanted to ask the Sect Master, can a body martial soul be acquired through awakening later in life? Is it possible for the two of us to also? He didn't finish, but the meaning was clear. Yu Jingcheng laughed inwardly. A body martial soul could certainly be acquired through awakening. But that required special methods and opportunities. How could he possibly tell the people of the Clear Sky sect? Yu Jingcheng had been pondering this lately. Using his memories of Douluo dalu and the body martial soul research methods he was currently exploring. Based on the Ice Fire Golden Body he had previously developed at the Ice and Fire Yin-Yang Well. Awakening a body spirit with ice and fire attributes. And it was proving quite effective. Yu Jingcheng felt. Before long, he would successfully awaken his third body martial soul. On the surface, however, Yu Jingcheng put on a troubled expression, pondered for a moment, and said slowly. You may not know, but the body martial soul is different from ordinary spirits. It isn't obtained through acquired cultivation, but is determined by one's innate skeletal structure. Simply put, if you're born with it, you have it, if not, you don't. Though I can find these children, I cannot make someone without the potential for a body martial soul awaken one. Yu Jingcheng paused, seeing the disappointed looks on Tang Hao and Tang Xiao's faces, and continued. You shouldn't be discouraged. The Clear Sky Hammer is already the world's #1 attack system tool spirit. In terms of power, it's not inferior to any body martial soul. Rather than chasing shadows, it's better to cultivate the Clear Sky Hammer to its limit. Tang Hao and Tang Xiao looked at each other. Though unwilling, they knew Yu Jingcheng was telling the truth. They knew the power of the Clear Sky Hammer better than anyone, but seeing those children progress so rapidly, it was hard not to be moved. The sect master is right. Tang Hao sighed. We were being greedy. Yu Jingcheng picked up his teacup and shifted the topic inconspicuously. By the way, how has Senior Tang Chen been lately? I haven't heard news of the elder in a long time. Tang Hao and Tang Xiao's expressions changed slightly. After a moment of silence, Tang Hao said in a low voice. To be honest, grandfather has already left the Clear Sky sect. Oh, Yu Jingcheng raised an eyebrow, remaining calm on the surface while feeling delighted inside. Tang Xiao added, over a month ago, grandfather suddenly called us brothers and our father before him, saying he was going to a place called the Slaughter City to seek a godly inheritance. He passed the position of sect master to our father and urged us to cultivate diligently and stay out of trouble. Then, he left. Tang Hao looked at Yu Jingcheng, his eyes filled with inquiry. Sect master Yu, what kind of place is the Slaughter City, exactly? Grandfather said there really is a godly inheritance there. But the things inside seem very dangerous. Yu Jingcheng fell silent for a moment, set down his teacup, and his tone became somewhat grave. The Slaughter City is indeed a place of godly inheritance. I can confirm that much. But that place, Yu Jingcheng shook his head. That place isn't for everyone. Senior Tang Chen's strength is heavenly, he might be able to return safely. But for anyone else, it's certain death. Tang Hao and Tang Xiao's expressions grew even grimmer. Tang Hao pressed, Sect Master, what exactly is in there? Yu Jingcheng looked at them and said slowly. The rules of the Slaughter City are simple. Kill. Only after killing a certain number of people can one earn the right to challenge the godly inheritance. There is no right or wrong, no good or evil, only life and death. If the weak go in, not even their bones will remain. Tang Hao and Tang Xiao gasped. Though they suspected the Slaughter City wasn't simple, they hadn't expected it to be so perilous. Then grandfather, Tang Xiao's voice trembled slightly. Senior Tang Chen is a level 99 limit Douluo, one of the strongest in the world. Yu Jingcheng said plainly, since he dared to go, he naturally has confidence. You don't need to worry too much. While he said this, Yu Jingcheng knew very well. Once Tang Chen went there, he likely wouldn't return. The 9-headed bloody crimson bat king, the Rakshasa god's god position trap. That old man, if he didn't die, he'd at least lose a layer of skin. Once he was parasited and the Clear Sky sect was left leaderless, that would be the time for Yu Jingcheng to act. Tang Hao and Tang Xiao didn't know the calculations in Yu Jingcheng's heart. Hearing his words, their expressions eased slightly. Tang Hao asked again, Sect Master, is that godly inheritance real? Can grandfather really become a god? Yu Jingcheng looked at him and said meaningfully, the godly inheritance is certainly real. But whether it can be obtained depends on Senior Tang Chen's fortune. He didn't say more. Some things were best left at a hint. Tang Hao and Tang Xiao exchanged a glance and stopped asking. The three chatted for a while longer, then Tang Hao suddenly said. Sect Master Yu, the elite tournament is about to start in over a month. I heard your sect has formed a team with impressive strength. Yu Jingcheng smiled. Just some people borrowed from various places to make up the numbers. What about your Clear Sky sect? Who are you sending this time? Tang Hao shook his head. Grandfather is gone, and father has just taken over the position of sect master. He's overwhelmed with work. The Clear Sky sect will likely be absent from this elite tournament. Chapter 103. allying with Blue Lightning, more rewards for betrayal. Paying a visit, Yu Luomian is stunned. I beg you, please look at my child first. He's not going to make it. The gatekeeping disciples hurriedly stepped forward. The boy in the woman's arms was about 7 or 8 years old, skinny as a rail and his face as pale as paper, but his eyes were startlingly bright. His hands were tightly clenched, his knuckles protruding and joints large, looking extremely disproportionate to his frail body. His name is Tisheng, the woman said through her tears. The people from Spirit Hall said he has no spirit. His father thought he was useless and kicked him out of the house. I raised him on my own, but he kept getting thinner. No matter how much he eats, he doesn't gain weight, yet his strength is terrifyingly great. A few days ago, to protect me, he killed a crazed bull in the village with one punch. But he fainted himself and hasn't woken up until now. The gatekeeping disciple reached out to check the boy's pulse. His expression shifted, and he quickly picked up the child and ran into the sect. Half an hour later, the news reached Yu Jingcheng's ears. How is that child? Yu Jingcheng asked. Reporting to sect master, he has already woken up. The disciple responsible for the treatment said respectfully. His spirit is his fists, and his spirit power fluctuations are extremely strong. However, due to long-term malnutrition, his body's reserves are severely depleted. We gave him a medicinal pill to replenish his qi and essence, and fed him some hot porridge. He is already able to sit up now. Yu Jingcheng nodded. Take good care of him. Once his body recovers, have him cultivate together with Shihu and the others. Yes, stories like this were playing out every day at the Yin-Yang sect. Those abandoned children flocked from all directions as if they had found a home. Some were skin and bones, some were covered in scars, some were silent, and some were wailing loudly. But in all of their eyes, the same flame burned. It was a longing that had been suppressed for too long and had finally found an outlet. Half a month later, the number of children accepted by the Yin-Yang sect exceeded 2,000. After testing, over 700 of them had awakened a body martial soul. Hands, legs, spine, eyes, ears, heart. All sorts of body martial souls. Yu Jingcheng specially opened up an area and named it the Talent Nurturing Hall to house these children. He personally formulated the training plans. From basic physical training to spirit power guidance, from spirit control to combat techniques, every stage had clear goals and assessment standards. Shihu was appointed as the senior brother of the Talent Nurturing Hall. He led the new children in running, standing in horse stances, and practicing how to exert force, all with meticulous care. You are not trash. Shihu stood at the front of the line. His voice was still a bit youthful, but his tone was exceptionally firm. The sect master said that your spirit is your own body, the most powerful spirit in this world. As long as you are willing to work hard, every one of you can become a powerhouse. The children straightened their backs, their eyes full of yearning. Nuoding City. Matthewson fell silent as he looked at the information on his desk. Over these years, among the children whose awakening he had handled and whom he had called trash spirits, one of them had actually been tested by the Yin-Yang sect to have innate full spirit power. Yes, Matthewson was different from others. During the awakening, he had discovered that although some children awakened spirits, they were parts of their own bodies. Matthewson didn't care at all. He disdainfully called them trash spirits. He didn't even bother to test their spirit power. But Matthewson never expected that among these children he had tested, there would actually be one with innate full spirit power. I'm finished. Matthewson slumped into his chair. If the Supreme Pontiff knows, he will definitely not let me off. At this moment, secret reports from Spirit Hall flew toward the Supreme Pontiff Palace like snowflakes. Qian Zunji sat in the empty Grand Hall, with intelligence reports about the Yin-Yang sect piled up in front of him. Classification of body martial souls, awakening conditions, cultivation methods. Every single entry made his heart skip a beat. The Yin-Yang sect's research into body martial souls had already far exceeded his imagination. That cultivation system known as the Yin-Yang Treasure Codex was so complete it was terrifying. How is it possible? Qian Zunji muttered to himself. How could he possibly know so much? No one could answer him. Gold Crocodile Douluo stood below, remaining silent. Chrysanthemum Douluo and Ghost Douluo had just withdrawn from the perimeter of the Yin-Yang sect, having lost over a dozen elite spies. They hadn't even managed to touch the edge of the Yin-Yang Treasure Codex. Your Majesty, things cannot continue like this. Gold Crocodile Douluo finally spoke, his voice low. The Yin-Yang sect is growing stronger every day, and those children with body martial souls are growing at an alarming rate. In a few years, the Yin-Yang sect will possess a force that cannot be ignored. By then, what? Qian Zunji said coldly. With Tang Chen suppressing us, what can I do? Send troops to attack. Have to limit Douluo start a war. Gold Crocodile Douluo fell silent. Qian Zunji leaned back dejectedly against his chair and closed his eyes. He remembered his father Qian Dalu's words. The Yin-Yang sect can exist, but it must not threaten Spirit Hall's position. But now, the Yin-Yang sect was already posing a threat. Not because of the number of titled Douluo, but because of those children Spirit Hall had personally abandoned. What an irony. Continue monitoring. Qian Zunji opened his eyes, a flash of ruthlessness in them. Additionally, send people to contact those small and medium-sized families. Tell them that Spirit Hall is willing to retest their children's spirits. As long as they meet the criteria, Spirit Hall can provide the same treatment as the Yin-Yang sect. Gold Crocodile Douluo frowned slightly. Your Majesty, I'm afraid it's too late. The Yin-Yang sect has already taken in a large number of children. For us to start only now. Even if it's too late, it must be done. Qian Zunji stood up abruptly. Are we supposed to just watch as the Yin-Yang sect steals all our people? Gold Crocodile Douluo said no more and left to carry out the order. Yin-Yang sect, Talent Nurturing Hall. It was late at night, and the children had all fallen asleep. However, Shihu tossed and turned, unable to sleep. He quietly got up and ran to the open space outside to practice his boxing. Still not sleeping this late. A calm voice sounded from behind him. Shihu hurriedly turned around to see Yu Jingcheng standing at the edge of the clearing with his hands behind his back, appearing out of nowhere. Sect Master. Shihu quickly knelt down, feeling a bit awkward. I couldn't sleep, so I wanted to practice a bit more. Yu Jingcheng did not scold him but just walked forward and said plainly. Boxing isn't about brute force. Your spirit power has awakened, but your way of exerting force is still that of an ordinary person. Watch closely. Yu Jingcheng extended his right hand and clenched his fingers into a fist. That fist didn't emit any light, nor was there any spirit power fluctuation, it was simply pushed forward. Boom. The air seemed to be torn apart as a visible wave of air erupted from the knuckles, snapping a small tree 10 meters away in half. The break was as smooth as a mirror, as if it had been cut by a sharp blade. Shihu's eyes widened, his mouth hanging open wide enough to fit an egg. With this punch, I did not use any spirit power. Yu Jingcheng withdrew his hand. It relies purely on the instantaneous burst of muscle, condensing power into a single point on the fist surface and then releasing it. Your spirit is your fists, your physical body is your strongest weapon. Spirit power is only supplementary. What truly defines you is this body itself. Chapter 104. Tricked Yu Yuanjun into a limp. Alliance successfully formed. Next, Lan Yu did just as he had done before, following the same procedure with the blue-silver tree. The blue-silver tree had cultivated in the ice and fire yin-yang well for 2 years. It had cultivated to 5,000 years of cultivation base. Lan Yu poured 95,000 years of origin cultivation into it, causing it to evolve into a 100,000-year blue-silver emperor. It then performed a sacrifice to Lan Yu. This time, it dropped a 100,000-year blue-silver emperor right leg bone for Lan Yu. But what surprised Lan Yu this time was the origin sacrificed by the blue-silver tree was actually condensing within his body. It did not convert into spirit power. Even though Lan Yu had absorbed the spirit bone, his spirit power was only rank 74. But for Lan Yu, this was still very good. I didn't expect that after the blue-silver tree's sacrifice, its origin would automatically condense into a spirit core within my body. Lan Yu sat cross-legged and looked inward at his own body, looking at that spirit core in his dantian. No, to be precise, it was a nascent spirit core. His face revealed a pleasant surprise. A nascent life spirit core corresponding to my life blue-silver emperor spirit. Next, I just need to cultivate and infuse it step by step. It won't take long for the life spirit core to fully form. Lan Yu slowly opened his eyes and released his life blue-silver emperor spirit. The 6th and 7th, 200,000-year spirit rings were revealed. In the entire Douluo continent, spirit masters who possessed a 100,000-year spirit ring were few and far between. And as for having a 6th and 7th spirit ring that were both 100,000-year spirit rings, apart from him, I'm afraid no one else could be found. Not to mention, he also had 300,000-year spirit bones on his body. All of them were 100,000-year blue silver emperor spirit bones. Lan Yu stood up and stretched his muscles and bones. His bones made a slight cracking sound, as if they were cheering. That warm power was still flowing within his body, spreading from his chest to his limbs, from his left arm to his fingertips, from his right leg to his ankles. It was time to see what these spirit rings and spirit bones had actually given him. Lan Yu took a deep breath and a thought stirred in his mind. The 6th spirit ring lit up. A blood-red light instantly enveloped him, and an aura as vast as the sea erupted from within him. The spring water of the ice and fire yin-yang well churned violently, the milky white and crimson spring waters intertwining together, transforming into a huge water dragon that circled above his head. Lan Yu closed his eyes, feeling the information flooding into his mind. 100,000-year spirit ring, 2 spirit abilities. First spirit ability. Open black lens bracket life him close black lens bracket. This was an auxiliary type spirit ability. After casting it, it could significantly increase the vitality and recovery speed of all friendly units within range. Whether it was spirit power recovery or wound healing, it could be completed in an extremely short time. More importantly, this spirit ability could dispel most negative statuses, including toxins, curses, mental control, etc. Lan Yu opened his eyes, the corners of his mouth slightly raised. This spirit ability was simply tailor-made for team battles. With it, everyone around him would become extremely difficult to kill. And in this world, living experts were the most valuable experts. Second spirit ability. Open black lens bracket domain tree of life close black lens bracket. This was a domain type spirit ability. After casting it, with Lan Yu as the center, countless golden blue-silver grass would grow within a radius of 100 meters. These blue-silver grass would continuously absorb the life force of the heavens and earth, feeding it back to all friendly units within the domain. And enemy units would suffer continuous loss of vitality. Even more terrifying was that within this domain, the power of all of Lan Yu's spirit abilities would double. And his movement speed, attack speed, and reaction speed would all be significantly increased. Domain type spirit ability. Lan Yu muttered to himself, a glint of light flashing in his eyes. He originally already had 3 major domains. Blue-silver domain, boundless sea, sea god's concealment. Now he had added another domain type spirit ability, although it was different from the passive concealment of sea god's concealment. But the practicality of this domain was simply ridiculously strong. Lan Yu withdrew the light of the 6th spirit ring, and with a thought, the 7th spirit ring lit up. The blood-red light enveloped him once again, but this time, the aura was no longer as vast as the sea, but rather, as heavy as a mountain. The 7th spirit ring had only one spirit ability. Martial Soul True Body. Open black lens bracket blue silver emperor true body close black lens bracket. Lan Yu closed his eyes, feeling the power within his body that was about to burst forth. The next moment, Lan Yu's body began to change. Countless golden patterns emerged from beneath his skin, spreading from his chest to his limbs, from his neck to his cheeks. His hair changed from black to gold, shining brilliantly under the sunlight. Lan Yu's eyes turned a deep blue gold, and it seemed as if stars were circulating within his pupils. And behind him, a huge phantom of the blue-silver emperor slowly emerged. That blue-silver emperor was 10 jong tall, crystalline and translucent throughout, with golden radiance flowing through its leaf veins. Every one of its leaves seemed to be carved from the finest jade, and every vine seemed to be forged from gold. Lan Yu opened his eyes and looked down at his hands. Beneath his skin, the golden patterns were faint and visible, as if they were alive, pulsating slightly with his breathing. He could feel that his strength, speed, reaction, perception, all his attributes had undergone a qualitative leap. And what surprised him most was that in this state, his blue-silver domain and Tree of Life domain could actually be cast simultaneously. In other words, in the state of Martial Soul True Body, he could have the support of dual domains. Lan Yu couldn't help but clench his fist, and a sonic boom sounded in the air. No wonder they say the martial soul true body is a watershed for spirit masters. He muttered to himself, a flash of realization passing through his eyes. A spirit master without a martial soul true body and a spirit master with a martial soul true body were creatures of completely different dimensions. This all-around improvement, this qualitative leap, could not be compensated for by spirit power rank alone. Lan Yu withdrew his martial soul true body, those golden patterns slowly faded away, and his hair returned to black. He looked down at his left arm, that was the spirit bone left behind after the blue-silver king's sacrifice. 100,000-year blue-silver emperor left arm bone. Lan Yu's thought stirred, and a layer of pale golden light appeared on his left arm. A wave of information flooded into his mind. Left arm bone spirit ability. Open black lens bracket hand of life close black lens bracket. This was a spirit ability that integrated attack, control, and auxiliary capabilities. After casting it, Lan Yu's left hand would turn into a huge golden palm, which could grab enemies from a distance. It could also infuse life force into friendly units, and could even absorb the enemy's life force for his own use. Both offensive and defensive. Lan Yu nodded, very satisfied with this spirit ability. He looked down at his right leg again, that was the spirit bone left behind after the blue-silver tree's sacrifice. 100,000-year blue-silver emperor right leg bone. Lan Yu's thought stirred, and a layer of ink blue light appeared on his right leg. A wave of information flooded into his mind. Right leg bone spirit. Ability. Open black lens bracket see God step close black lens bracket. This was a movement type spirit ability. After casting it, Lan Yu's speed would be terrifyingly increased, and he could. Chapter 105. Fiery Lure Long, wait for the remolding of her body to take her in. Greedy Yu Luomian. Yu Yuanjun took a deep breath, suppressing the waves in his heart, and said in a heavy voice. Sect Master Yu, this gift. What do you want? Yu Jingcheng set down his teacup and looked directly at Yu Yuanjun. An alliance. An alliance. Yu Yuanjun's brows furrowed tightly. Correct. Yu Jingcheng stood up, standing with his hands behind his back. Senior Tang Chen has already left the Clear Sky sect and headed to Slaughter City to seek a godly inheritance. I presume Sect Master Yu has also heard rumors of this matter. Yu Yuanjun was silent for a moment, then slowly nodded. He had indeed received the news of Tang Chen leaving the Clear Sky sect. Although he didn't know the specific details, it was an indisputable fact that the Clear Sky sect was leaderless and its strength was greatly diminished. Once Senior Tang Chen is gone, Spirit Hall will inevitably start to stir. Yu Jingcheng continued. Although Qian Zunji has temporarily backed down, that is only because Tang Chen was suppressing him. Once it's confirmed that Tang Chen will not return, the first one Spirit Hall will deal with is my Yin-Yang sect. But if the Yin-Yang sect falls, who is next? Yu Jingcheng looked at Yu Yuanjun and said word by word. The Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan is the weakest link among the upper three sects. If Spirit Hall wants to move against the upper three sects, their first target will be your noble clan. Yu Yuanjun's expression changed slightly, while Yu Luomian and several elders exchanged looks. Although they were unwilling to admit it, what Yu Jingcheng said was the truth. Although the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan was ranked among the upper three sects, Yu Yuanjun was their only titled Douluo. Meanwhile, Spirit Hall had over a dozen titled Douluo on the surface, not to mention Qian Dalu, that level 99 limit Douluo. If Spirit Hall truly took action, the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan would be fundamentally unable to resist. Therefore, I have come today with the intention of forming an alliance with your noble clan. Yu Jingcheng's voice was powerful and resonant. The Yin-Yang sect and the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan share the same roots, we shall share honor and disgrace together. If Spirit Hall dares to touch a single hair on your clan, the Yin-Yang sect will certainly assist with all its strength. Similarly, if Spirit Hall bullies my Yin-Yang sect, I ask that your noble clan does not stand idly by. Yu Yuanjun remained silent for a long time. He looked at Yu Jingcheng with a complex gaze, his thoughts racing. He had seen the strength of the Yin-Yang sect with his own eyes. 3 titled Douluo presiding over it, a complete structure of 4 halls, and over 700 children with body martial souls in the talent-nurturing hall growing rapidly. And this young sect master before him was even more unfathomable. An 8-ring spirit Douluo with 200,000-year spirit rings, his combat power was comparable to a super Douluo. Such an ally was indeed something one could only hope for. But an alliance was no small matter. Once allied, the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan would essentially be tied to the same boat as the Yin-Yang sect. The wrath of Spirit Hall would also burn over their heads. As if seeing through Yu Yuanzhan's concerns, Yu Jingcheng said indifferently. As sect master, you worried about Spirit Hall? Yu Yuanzhan did not deny it. Yu Jingcheng gave a light chuckle. Spirit Hall is indeed powerful, but they are not invincible. Although Senior Tang Chen has left, he is still alive. As long as he lives, Qian Dalu will not dare to act rashly. Moreover, Yu Jingcheng paused, a sharp light flashing in his eyes. I can tell Sect Master Yu a secret. What secret? Yu Yuanzhan asked subconsciously. I have compiled the cultivation methods for body martial souls into a volume. That, Yin-Yang Treasure Codex, records the entire path for body martial souls from awakening to titled status. Yu Jingcheng's voice wasn't loud, yet it exploded within the hall like a clap of thunder. Those 700+ children in the talent nurturing hall are just the beginning. Once they grow up, the Yin-Yang sect will possess an unrivaled force. At that time, what will Spirit Hall amount to? Yu Yuanzhan's pupils shrank suddenly, and his breathing became rapid. He naturally knew the value of that Yin-Yang Treasure Codex. It was something capable of changing the entire landscape of the Spirit Master's world. If the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan could also obtain it, Sect Master Yu is willing to share the Yin-Yang Treasure Codex. Yu Yuanzhan's voice trembled slightly. Yu Jingcheng shook his head. The Yin-Yang Treasure Codex is a secret of the Yin-Yang sect that is not passed to outsiders. I cannot give it to your noble clan. However, Yu Jingcheng shifted the topic. If your noble clan has disciples who have awakened a body martial soul, they can be sent to the Yin-Yang sect to cultivate alongside my children. I will treat them equally and without reservation. Yu Yuanzhan and Yu Luomian looked at each other, both seeing the interest in the other's eyes. The Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan had been passed down for so many years, it was impossible for there to be no children with body martial souls in the clan. It was just that they didn't know before and treated them as trash. Now that they knew, if they could be sent to the Yin-Yang sect for nurturing. Good. Yu Yuanzhan stood up abruptly, his gaze like a torch. The Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan is willing to ally with the Yin-Yang sect. From this day forward, we shall advance and retreat together, sharing honor and disgrace. The corners of Yu Jingcheng's mouth curled up slightly as he cupped his fists. Sect Master Yu is wise. Yu Jingcheng was sneering inwardly. However, another big fish had taken the bait. The Clear Sky sect, the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan. Once Tang Chen completely falls, and once these allies lose their utility, it will be time for him to harvest. That day, Yu Jingcheng stayed for a meal at the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan. During the banquet, Yu Yuanzhan dismissed those around them, leaving only Yu Luomian for company. After 3 rounds of drinks, Yu Yuanzhan suddenly asked, Sect Master Yu, I heard that your sect's Luerlong is from a branch bloodline of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan. Yu Jingcheng nodded. Correct. Although Erlong was born from a branch line, her talent is excellent. She is currently a level 68 Spirit Emperor, in seclusion to break through to Spirit Saint. Yu Yuanzhan sighed, a hint of guilt flashing in his eyes. The Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan owes her too much. Speaking of which, it is all the fault of this sect master. Yu Jingcheng's heart stirred. He naturally knew of Lu Erlong's background. She was Yu Luomian's illegitimate daughter, rejected by the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan. She had established Shrek Academy with Yu Shaogang and Flender. Later, because she fell in love with Yu Shaogang, she was obstructed in every way by the clan. But now, none of this would happen. Yu Shaogang was already dead, and Lu Erlong was an inner sect deacon of his Yin-Yang sect, no longer having any connection to the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan. Let the past be the past. Yu Jingcheng said indifferently. Erlong is doing very well in the Yin-Yang sect. If Sect Master Yu has the intention, just look after her more in the future. Yu Yuanzhan nodded and said no more. After chatting for a while longer, Yu Jingcheng rose to take his leave. Yu Yuanzhan personally escorted him to the mountain gate, holding Yu Jingcheng's hand and saying solemnly, Sect Master Yu, the future of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan is entrusted to your noble sect. Yu Jingcheng smiled slightly. Rest assured, Sect Master Yu. The Yin-Yang sect and your noble clan are one family from this day forward. On the way back, Ji Yurong couldn't help but ask. Sect Master, do you really intend to share the cultivation resources for body martial souls with the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan? Yu Jingcheng glanced at him. What do you think, Uncle Ji Yu? Ji Yurong was silent for a moment and shook his head. This old man cannot guess the sect master's thoughts. Yu Jingcheng gave a light chuckle. The cultivation of body martial souls is not that easy. The core of the Yin-Yang Treasure Codex is the heaven and earth spiritual chi of the ice and fire Yin-Yang well and the origin power of the gold of living beings. Without these two things, even if one knows the method, they cannot cultivate a truly powerful individual. The children sent by the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan will cultivate in the Yin-Yang sect, abide by the Yin-Yang sect's rules, and receive the Yin-Yang sect's favors. Once they have completed their studies, will their hearts be with the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan, or with the Yin-Yang sect? Chapter 106. Yu Jingcheng, are you teaching me how to do things? Lu Erlong's bashfulness. Yu Jingcheng sneered in his heart. With Tang Chen gone, the Clear Sky sect was indeed in chaos. Although sect master was a titled Douluo, his prestige was far inferior to Tang Chen's. Add to that the fact that Tang Hao and Tang Xiao were still young and couldn't hold down the fort. This number one sect in the world was likely headed for a decline. On the surface, however, Yu Jingcheng showed a look of regret. That is indeed a pity. If the Haoshan twin stars were to compete, there would probably be no suspense about this year's championship. Tang Hao gave a bitter smile. The sect master is joking. With the Yin-Yang sect around, how could the championship fall to us? Yu Jingcheng laughed heartily and did not pick up the conversation. After chatting for a while longer, Tang Hao and Tang Xiao rose to take their leave. Yu Jingcheng personally saw them to the mountain gate, watching their receding figures as a faint smile curled at the corners of his mouth. Tang Chen was gone. The decline of the Clear Sky sect began from this very moment. Meanwhile, his Yin-Yang sect was growing stronger day by day. With over 700 children possessing body martial souls, they would be able to stand on their own in just a few years. Once he inherited the god position of the god of evil, and unified the Douluo continent, these children would be the most solid foundation for the Yin-Yang sect, and even for the empire Yu Jingcheng would establish in the future. Sect Master. Ji Yurong appeared behind him at some unknown point, his sinister voice ringing out. Did Tang Chen really go to Slaughter City? Yu Jingcheng nodded. Ji Yurong was silent for a moment, then asked again. That place, does it really have a godly inheritance? It does, Yu Jingcheng said indifferently, but that legacy is not prepared for Tang Chen. Ji Yurong's whole body shook. He wanted to ask more, but Yu Jingcheng had already turned to leave. Get ready. Yu Jingcheng's voice drifted back from a distance. After the elite tournament ends, this seat will take a trip to the Stardo Great Forest. Ji Yurong watched his back, a strange chill rising in his heart. He found himself less and less able to see through this young sect master. But he knew that following Yu Jingcheng was the most correct decision he had made in his life. Meanwhile, in the distant Stardo Great Forest, at the bottom of the Lake of Life, Xiao Jin lay on the ground, its aura weak. Ziji had not come for a long time, but the power suppressing it had not weakened in the slightest. Brother. Xiao Jin closed its eyes, calling out silently in its heart. When are you coming? Yu Jingcheng returned to his study and stood with his hands behind his back, lost in thought. Tang Chen was gone, and the Clear Sky sect's decline was destined. But a single Clear Sky sect was not enough. The reward for the second trial of the 9 trials of evil was calculated based on the quality and quantity of allies. The Clear Sky sect was S rank, if he could pull in another ally of the upper 3 sects level. The corners of Yu Jingcheng's mouth curled up slightly. The Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan was the best choice. Though this sect was the last of the upper 3 sects, its foundation was deep. Yu Yuanjun was furthermore a titled Douluo. More importantly, this sect had countless ties to him. It was the place of Yu Shaoging's birth and Lu Erlong's maternal clan. If he could form an alliance with the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan, the reward for the second trial would surely reach another level. As for harming his allies in the future, once his third spirit awakened and his strength broke through to the titled level, the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan would be nothing more than meat on a chopping block. Uncle Ji Yu, Yu Jingcheng said indifferently. A sinister figure emerged from the shadows. Ji Yu Rong bowed slightly. Sect Master, prepare yourself. Tomorrow, accompany this seat to the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Clan. Yu Jingcheng turned around. Go prepare a generous gift. Prepare 10 more dragon blood pills. A flash of surprise crossed Ji Yu Rong's eyes. The sect master intends to form an alliance, Yu Jingcheng said calmly. Tang Chen is gone, and Spirit Hall will eventually make a comeback. Relying on the Clear Sky sect alone as an ally isn't stable enough. Although the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Clan isn't as good as the Clear Sky sect, it is still one of the upper 3 sects. One more ally means one more layer of security. Ji Yu Rong nodded thoughtfully and asked again. What conditions does the sect master plan to use to move Yu Yuanjun? The Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Clan has always been arrogant. Although they sent gifts at the last sect opening ceremony, that was merely out of respect for the Golden Douluo. Now that Tang Chen is gone and the Clear Sky sect is too busy looking after itself, Yu Yuanjun might not be willing to wade into these muddy waters. A meaningful smile played on Yu Jingcheng's lips. Rest assured, Uncle Ji Yu, this seat has his ways. The next morning, Yu Jingcheng changed into a set of mysterious black robes and left the Yin-Yang sect with Ji Yu Rong. The two did not make a grand display, taking only a few attendants and traveling light, heading straight for the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Clan's territory. The Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Clan was located on Dragon Ridge Mountain, 100 miles east of Heaven Do City. The mountains were towering and undulating. From afar, they looked like a giant dragon coiled upon the earth. In front of the mountain gate, 2 stone statues of Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragons, each 30 meters high, stood facing each other. They were lifelike, majestic, and domineering. When Yu Jingcheng had possessed Yu Shaogang, he had seen this scene in Yu Shaogang's memories. The disciples guarding the mountain saw visitors from afar and were about to step forward to question them. Suddenly sensing the faint pressure of a titled Douluo from Ji Yu Rong, their expressions changed drastically, and they hurriedly sent word inside. A moment later, the mountain gates swung wide open. Yu Yuanjun personally came out to greet them, followed by Yu Luomian and several elders. His gaze lingered on Yu Jingcheng for a moment before sweeping over Ji Yu Rong behind him, a flash of complex light appearing in his eyes. Sect Master Yu's arrival is a great honor. Please forgive me for not greeting you sooner. Yu Yuanjun cupped his fists, his tone polite yet retaining his dignity. May I ask what brings the sect master here today? Yu Jingcheng smiled slightly and returned the gesture. Sect Master Yu is too kind. This seat has come today, first to pay a visit, and second to discuss a collaboration with your noble sect. Collaboration. Yu Yuanjun's brow twitched slightly as he stepped aside. Please come inside to discuss in detail. The group entered the great hall and took their seats as guests and hosts. A disciple served tea, and Yu Yuanjun picked up his teacup, asking casually. I wonder what kind of collaboration Sect Master Yu is referring to. Yu Jingcheng did not rush to answer but looked toward Ji Yu Rong. Ji Yu Rong understood. With a flick of his wrist, an exquisite jade box appeared in his palm, which he offered to Yu Yuanjun with both hands. Yu Yuanjun opened the jade box, and his pupils constricted slightly. 10 dragon blood pills were neatly arranged inside the box, each emitting a rich dragon clan aura. They were of even higher quality than the ones he had received last time. These are enhanced dragon blood pills that this seat specially refined for your noble sect. Yu Jingcheng said indifferently. The effect is 3 times that of an ordinary dragon blood pill. If a dragon-type spirit master at the spirit Douluo level consumes one, there is a 70% chance of purifying their bloodline and breaking through their bottleneck. Ji Yu Rong almost couldn't hold back a laugh. It was true that the effect of these 10 exquisite dragon blood pills was 3 times that of the ordinary ones. But the effect was nowhere near as incredible as Yu Jingcheng was boasting. Yu Jingcheng had deliberately mentioned spirit Douluos, merely to attract Yu Luomian's attention. As soon as these words were spoken, the hall fell into an uproar. Yu Luomian suddenly stood up, his eyes fixed intently on that box of pills, his breathing becoming rapid. Several elders were even whispering among themselves, their eyes filled with shock. Chapter 107. Flirting with Luer Long. Assist from the God of Evil. Second trial reward, body reshaping. As Yu Jingcheng looked at Lu Erlong's submissive appearance, the restless, lustful nature of dragons in his heart was stirred once more. He walked slowly to her, his slender fingers gently tilting her chin up, forcing her to look at him. Lu Erlong's usually cold and elegant face was now tinged with an alluring crimson blush. Those phoenix eyes, normally filled with heroic spirit, were now darting away like a startled fawn. Erlong, you have been by my side for some time now. Yu Jingcheng's voice was deep and magnetic, carrying a faint hint of playfulness. What is it? Are you still troubled by what that old fellow Yu Luomian said? Lu Erlong's body trembled slightly. Feeling the warmth from Yu Jingcheng's fingertips, her breathing quickened. Your subordinate, I just feel that the sect master is too lenient with them. That Yu Luomian has wicked intentions. Keeping him in the sect will ultimately be a hidden danger. A hidden danger. Yu Jingcheng chuckled softly. His fingertips slid gently down her fair neck and finally stopped at the collar of her fiery red martial attire. As long as I am here, there are no hidden dangers in this world. As for the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan, those children they sent over are the real, grand gift. Lu Erlong's heart pounded like thunder at Yu Jingcheng's ambiguous actions. She instinctively wanted to retreat, but Yu Jingcheng's other hand wrapped around her slender waist. Sect master, we are in the main hall. Lu Erlong's voice was as faint as a mosquito's buzz. The decisiveness she usually displayed when facing powerful enemies had vanished without a trace. Seeing her like this, the impulse in Yu Jingcheng's heart to lose control grew even stronger. Leaning close to Lu Erlong's ear, his warm breath brushed against her sensitive earlobe as he whispered. Erlong, do you know why I am keeping them? Lu Erlong felt her whole body go soft, nearly collapsing into his arms, barely managing to stay standing. Your subordinate does not know. Because I need a perfect vessel. Yu Jingcheng paused, his palm applying slight pressure to pull Lu Erlong tighter against him. And you, Erlong, are the person I trust most. Once I have completely taken control of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan, everything in this sect, including you, will be my strongest support. Hearing these words that were almost a confession yet carried an absolute sense of possessiveness. The final line of defense in Lu Erlong's heart completely collapsed. She slowly closed her eyes, allowing Yu Jingcheng to take her into his arms, murmuring softly. Whatever the sect master desires, Erlong is willing to give. A successful smirk curled at the corner of Yu Jingcheng's mouth. As expected, this woman has completely fallen. Yu Jingcheng did not take any further action. Instead, he gently patted Lu Erlong's back, his tone returning to its usual majesty. Go then, keep an eye on Yu Luomian. If he dares to make any small moves within the sect, go directly to Uncle Ji Yu or Senior Dugu and have him crippled. There is no need to ask for my permission. Lu Erlong snapped out of it as if waking from a dream, hurriedly pulling away from his embrace. With a flushed face, she lowered her head and replied, Yes, sect master. Watching Lu Erlong's departing back as she hurried away, the tenderness in Yu Jingcheng's eyes instantly vanished, replaced by cold rationality. He sat back down on the main seat. Yu Yuanjun, you think you are here to form an alliance. Little do you know, you are personally delivering your family's future into my slaughterhouse. The corners of Yu Jingcheng's mouth curled slightly. The dragon blood pills that the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect craved so much. Yu Jingcheng wished they would eat even more. That way, when he backstabs the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect in the future, he could devour their spirit origin along with it. When the time comes to backstab them, I'll strip away their spirit origin and use it to feed my clone. Yu Jingcheng chuckled to himself. His clone had mastered the devouring skill. By devouring the dragon clan origin and purifying its own bloodline, evolving into a holy dragon of light in the future would be effortless. God realm, evil temple. The god of evil sat upon his throne. Through a divine force water mirror, he watched every move in the lower realm with great interest. When he saw Yu Jingcheng's ease, teasing yet restrained manner before Lu Erlong, he couldn't help but let out a deep, soft laugh, a laugh that carried an appreciation for a kindred spirit. This boy acts with decisiveness and ruthlessness, yet knows how to balance grace with authority. He can even toy with such mortal world inner demon tribulations in the palm of his hand. He is indeed a fine prospect. The god of evil nodded slightly, his eyes flashing with a dark purple light. However, The god of evil's gaze swept over Yu Jingcheng's body, and his brow twitched slightly, as if he had seen through something. I see. This body was, after all, obtained through possession. Though it has undergone a dragon blood baptism, it is ultimately not the original. This boy has a proud hard nature and inherently loathes this trash shell of Yu Shaogang. Even when facing such a beauty, he is unwilling to use this possessed skin to defile that purity. The god of evil shook his head teasingly, his tone carrying a bit of playfulness. What a fastidious fellow. Clearly a dragon's nature is lustful, yet he insists on clinging to that pathetic bit of self-respect. Since you suit my taste so well, I shall go with the flow and give you a hand. The god of evil raised his right hand and tapped lightly in the void realm. A dark purple divine force rune instantly sank into the reward pool of the 9 trials of evil, currently being calculated. For the second trial's reward, how can just divine force affinity and spirit ring age be enough? Since you are to walk the path of evil, you must completely sever the past and reshape your true body. A wicked smirk curled on the god of evil's lips. Reshaping your body will not only allow you to completely escape the shackles of this trash shell, but also allow your golden earth dragon king origin to perfectly fuse with this body, forging a true body of the evil god. At that time, whatever woman you want will be yours for the taking. Yin-Yang sect secret chamber. Yu Jingcheng sat cross-legged, calming his spirit power fluctuations. Suddenly, Yu Jingcheng felt a violent tremor coming from the depths of his sea of consciousness. The panel that originally belonged to the 9 trials of evil underwent a strange transformation. Open black lens bracket 9 trials of evil, second trial reward early settlement, close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket reward 1. Evil divine power affinity increased by 5%, current total 20%, close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket reward 2. Age of all spirit rings increased by 500 years, close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket extra reward. Evil god blessing, body reshaping, close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket prompt. This reward will completely wash away the bloodline impurities of the possessed body, perfectly fusing the golden earth dragon king origin with the human body to recast your own body of the evil god, close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. This body will possess infinite potential and will no longer be subject to any bloodline shackles, close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. Note: the content of the second trial has not yet ended. Extra rewards will be given based on the degree of completion, close black lens bracket. Yu Jingcheng snapped his eyes open, a flash of unbelievable ecstasy crossing his gaze. Body reshaping. Yu Jingcheng took a deep breath. This was not just an increase in strength, it was the complete resolution of his greatest long-standing concern: identity recognition and compatibility with his physical body. With this body, I will no longer be the monster who possessed Yu Shaogang, but the true Yu Jingcheng. Yu Jingcheng clenched his fists tightly, feeling the power within him that was about to burst forth. Chapter 108. The exquisite Ning Milan, delivery to the door. Reshaping the body, nature released. 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School, Sect Master's main hall. Ning Milan sat upright on the main seat, the intelligence report she had just received slightly deformed under her grip. The intelligence report clearly stated: the sect master of the Yin-Yang sect, Holy Dragon, Yu Jingcheng, has reached an alliance with the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan. Both parties are now closely linked, sharing resources and information. What a Yu Jingcheng, what a Yin-Yang sect. Ning Milan took a deep breath and slapped the intelligence report onto the desk. Her snow-white chest heaved with turbulent waves. The Clear Sky sect is one thing. After all, they are the #1 sect in the world, but the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan. Yu Yuanjun, that old fellow, actually boarded his pirate ship so quickly. Standing to the side, Long Hua's brow was also tightly furrowed at this moment. His eyes gleamed with intensity. Sect Master, the speed at which this Yin-Yang sect has risen is truly too fast. 3 months ago, it was unheard of, but now it already possesses 3 titled Douluo, Dugu Bo, Ji Yu Rong, and Yi Bingcheng. Not to mention that rumored level 98 feet golden Douluo, Master. If all of this is true, the foundation of this Yin-Yang sect is likely already enough to shake the landscape of the upper 3 sects. Long Hua was actually intentionally downplaying it. Now, anyone with eyes could see. The strength of the yin-yang sect among the world's sects was enough to be ranked in the top 2. The Clear Sky sect was the undisputed number 1. While the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect and the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School were both going to be stepped on by the yin-yang sect. Ning Mylan stood up and paced back and forth in the hall, her heart filled with anxiety. The Clear Sky sect and the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan, these 2 great sects have both allied with him. Only my 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School has yet to receive even a formal visiting card. This isn't just being left out, it's practically sending a signal to the outside world. Yu Jingcheng simply doesn't take my 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School seriously. Sect Master, you mean? Long Hua asked in a heavy voice. We can't wait any longer. A flash of decisiveness crossed Ning Mylan's eyes. The yin-yang sect's method of cultivating body martial souls and that so-called yin-yang treasure codex. If they fall into the hands of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan, in time, their strength will surely increase greatly. When that time comes, my 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School's position in the Heaven Do Empire will be in jeopardy. Ning Mylan turned around and looked at Long Hua, her tone becoming serious. Grandpa Long, prepare a generous gift. I am going to the yin-yang sect personally. Since Yu Jingcheng won't come to visit, then I will personally go to seek guidance. Sect Master, you're going personally. Long Hua was somewhat worried that Yu Jingcheng has a proud and aloof personality and acts unpredictably. No matter. Ning Mylan waved her hand, saying with confidence, my 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School is the wealthiest in the world. I don't believe that Yu Jingcheng is truly uninterested in gold coins or those rare heaven and earth treasures. What's more, I still have a trump card. Ning Mylan paused, her gaze looking out the window, her voice low. If I can get him to nod his head, even if it means letting Feng Ji. Or if I have to step forward personally, as long as it can exchange for an alliance with the yin-yang sect, everything will be worth it. Meanwhile, within the yin-yang sect, Yu Jingcheng had just completed the preliminary fusion of the body of the evil god. Yu Jingcheng had successfully reshaped his body. His physique had also transformed into the body of the evil god. His entire being seemed to have been reborn. Yu Jingcheng slowly raised his hand. In his palm, a dark purple lightning and a golden dragon's breath were intertwined and bound together, emitting a heart-palpitating aura of destruction. Is this the body of the evil god? Powerful indeed. Yu Jingcheng clenched his fist with satisfaction, his knuckles making crisp popping sounds. Just then, Lu Erlong rushed over, her expression a bit strange. Sect Master Ning Mylan of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School, along with Elder Long Hua, is already seeking an audience outside the mountain gate. They say they have specifically come to congratulate us on yesterday's alliance. Hearing this, a playful smile flashed in the depths of Yu Jingcheng's eyes. Congratulate, I think she just can't sit still anymore. Yu Jingcheng adjusted his robes. That reshaped face appeared increasingly handsome and demonic, his whole body emitting an indescribable sense of pressure. Let's go and meet this sect master of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School. I want to see what kind of surprise this world-wealthy female sect master can bring me. Yu Jingcheng stepped out of the secret room. With every step he took, the space beneath his feet seemed to tremble slightly. Erlong, prepare the good tea. Today's guest has come with sincerity. Yin-yang sect main hall. Yu Jingcheng sat upright on the main seat. The pressure from the body of the evil god was immense. His left eye was dark and gloomy, while his right eye was bright. Lu Erlong stood in attendance to one side, and she keenly noticed. Yu Jingcheng seemed different from usual. That nobility and evilness seeping from his bones made her heart palpitate. Invite Sect Master Ning of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School to enter the hall. Yu Jingcheng spoke indifferently. His voice wasn't loud, yet it clearly spread throughout the entire sect. Before long, 2 figures walked in slowly. Ning Mylan was dressed in an elegant moon-white long dress, her temperament noble and refined. Following behind her was that level 96 super Douluo, Long Hua. Ning Mylan's steps were light. Her gaze swept around the hall, finally fixing on Yu Jingcheng. She couldn't help but be slightly startled. Compared to the last time she saw him, how did this Yu Jingcheng change so much? How long has it been? I have long heard the name of the Holy Dragon, sect master of the Yin-Yang sect. Seeing you today, you truly live up to your reputation. Ning Mylan curtsied slightly, performing a standard noble salute, her tone gentle. Mylan has come this time, firstly to congratulate the sect master on the alliance with the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan. Secondly, I also wish to discuss the future of the Spirit Master's world with the sect master. Yu Jingcheng did not stand up, he just casually waved his hand, signaling the two of them to take their seats. Sect Master Ning is too polite. There's no need for congratulations. As for discussing the future, the corner of Yu Jingcheng's mouth curled into a playful arc. I wonder which aspect of the future Sect Master Ning wishes to discuss. Is it the future of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, or the future of the entire Heaven Do Empire? Ning Mylan's heart skipped a beat. This Yu Jingcheng was indeed as arrogant as the rumors suggested, striking at the core as soon as he spoke. Ning Mylan took a deep breath, suppressing the turmoil in her heart, and smiled. The sect master is a straightforward person. Mylan has indeed brought a great gift to present. As she spoke, Ning Mylan lightly clapped her hands. Elder Long Hua stepped forward, holding an exquisite brocade box in his hands. The box opened, and a rich medicinal fragrance instantly filled the air. Inside the box lay a stalk of herb that was crystal clear throughout and emitted a faint blue light. This is the 9-rank purple Ganoderma that my 7 treasure glazed Tile School has treasured for many years. Although it cannot compare to an immortal herb, it has miraculous effects for stabilizing spirit power and cleansing meridians. Ning Mylan looked at Yu Jingcheng with burning eyes. In addition, my sect is willing to pay 5 million gold coins annually in exchange for 10 slots for body martial soul disciples within the Yin Yang sect's talent nurturing hall. The body has been reshaped, time to start building the harem. First one, let's start with Ning Mylan. Note, Ning Mylan has been single until now and is still a virgin. Chapter 109. Threatening Ning Mylan, you don't want. Lu Erlong. Sect Master, you've changed a lot. Inside the hall, the atmosphere instantly became subtle. 5 million gold coins, this was an astronomical sum for any sect. But after hearing this, Yu Jingcheng only gave a light chuckle, his laughter carrying a hint of disdain. Schoolmaster Ning, you certainly have a clever plan. Yu Jingcheng slowly stood up and walked in front of Ning Mylan. The terrifying pressure belonging to the body of the evil god poured out without reservation. It pressed down until Elder Long Hua's expression changed drastically, forcing him to release spirit power to resist. You want my body martial soul cultivation method, yet you only bring these worldly possessions in exchange. Yu Jingcheng looked down at Ning Mylan, his gaze cold. Schoolmaster Ning, do you think my Yin-Yang sect is short on money? Ning Mylan's breath hitched under the pressure. But she was, after all, the sect master of the 7 treasure glazed tile school. She forcibly steadied her mind and looked directly into Yu Jingcheng's eyes. Sect master, money is indeed a worldly possession, but is the friendship of the 7 treasure glazed tile school not worth this price? Friendship. Yu Jingcheng sneered and suddenly reached out, grabbing Ning Mylan's chin and forcing her to lift her head. This action caused the air in the hall to freeze instantly. Elder Long Hua's eyes widened in anger, and 9 spirit rings instantly appeared around him. However, a single sweep of Yu Jingcheng's cold gaze made him stop his movements abruptly. Schoolmaster Ning, you are very beautiful and very smart. Yu Jingcheng leaned close to her ear, his voice low and dangerous. But you've mistaken one thing. In this world, only the strong are worthy of talking about friendship. Yu Jingcheng let go of his hand and turned back to his main seat, his tone returning to calm. If you want an exchange, you can have it, but not with money. I want the 7 treasure glazed tile school to unconditionally cooperate with all of my Yin-Yang sect's commercial layouts within the Heaven Do Empire for the next 3 years. If you can do that, I can give you the quota for this exchange. Ning Mylan rubbed her slightly reddened chin, a flash of humiliation in her eyes, but even more so, shock. This Yu Jingcheng actually wanted to completely control the economic lifeline of the Heaven Do Empire through commercial layouts. Fine. Ning Mylan grit her teeth and said in a heavy voice. I promise you. Yu Jingcheng smiled with satisfaction, his smile carrying a hint of evil qi. Very good. Schoolmaster Ning, welcome to this slaughterhouse. Ning Mylan left the Yin-Yang sect and sat in her carriage. Her fingertips lightly touched the faint red finger mark on her chin, a complex light flashing in her eyes. That young man. No, that demon, his gaze, his aura, his unquestionable dominance. They all made her feel a sense of oppression she had never experienced before. It was a sense of crisis even more intense than when facing Qian Dalu. Schoolmaster. Long Hua's low voice came from outside the carriage. You shouldn't have agreed to his conditions. Unconditionally cooperating with the Yin-Yang sect's commercial layout for 3 years is equivalent to handing the lifeline of the 7 treasure glazed tile school over to him. Ning Mylan was silent for a long time before she slowly spoke. Grandpa Long, do you think I wanted to? But didn't you see? The Clear Sky sect and the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan have turned to him one after another. If we don't keep up, by the time he has won everyone over, the 7 treasure glazed tile school will become an isolated island. By then, let alone our lifeline, even survival will be an issue. Long Hua fell silent. Of course he saw it. The net that young man had cast was tightening bit by bit. And they were merely prey that had jumped in of their own accord. Let's go back. Ning Mylan closed her eyes and leaned tiredly against the carriage wall. Pass down the order. From today onwards, all commercial channels of the 7 treasure glazed tile school are open to the Yin-Yang sect. In addition, select 10 children from the clan who have awakened body martial souls and send them to the Yin-Yang sect. Schoolmaster, please reconsider. Long Hua said urgently. My mind is made up. Ning Mylan interrupted him, her voice carrying a sense of determination. Since we're going to gamble, let's gamble big. I want to see just how far this Yu Jingcheng can go. Meanwhile, in the Spirit Hall, at the Supreme Pontiff Palace, Qian Zunji looked at the secret report that had just been delivered, his face so ashen it almost looked like water could drip from it. The secret report read, 7 treasure glazed tile schoolmaster Ning Mylan personally went to the Yin-Yang sect to have a private discussion with Yu Jingcheng for half a day, leaving with a heavy expression. Both sides seemed to have reached some kind of agreement. Another one. Qian Zunji slammed the secret report onto the table, gritting his teeth. The Clear Sky sect, the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan, the 7 treasure glazed tile school. The upper 3 sects have all been won over by him. Gold Crocodile Douluo stood below, his brow furrowed. Your Majesty, this Yu Jingcheng is not simple. He not only knows how to borrow momentum but also how to create it. In just a few months, he has turned the Yin-Yang sect from a newly established sect into the core connecting the upper 3 sects. If this continues, the entire Spirit Master's world will have to follow his orders. Qian Zunji stood up abruptly, killing intent cold in his eyes. Cannot wait any longer. Tang Chen's life or death is unknown. As soon as we confirm he won't return, we will strike. But Your Majesty, regarding the High Priest, Gold Crocodile Douluo said, hesitantly. Qian Zunji was silent for a moment and then said coldly. As for my father, I will speak to him myself. You only need to do one thing. Keep a close eye on the Yin-Yang sect and Yu Jingcheng. At the elite tournament, I want to know all of his trump cards. Gold Crocodile Douluo bowed to accept the order and turned to leave. Qian Zunji stood alone in the empty hall, his gaze dark as he looked toward Heaven Do City. Yu Jingcheng, what on earth are you trying to do? Yin-Yang sect, talent nurturing hall. Over 700 children had already fallen asleep, but she who was still dripping with sweat in the open space. Withdraw your fist surface by another fraction. A flat voice sounded from behind him. She who hurriedly withdrew his fist and turned around, only to see Yu Jingcheng appearing at the edge of the open space at some unknown time, dressed in a black robe with his hands behind his back. Sect Master. She who hurriedly knelt. Yu Jingcheng walked forward and said calmly, your talent is good, but there's still a problem with your way of exerting force. Withdraw the fist surface by a fraction, and the power will be more concentrated. When punching, don't just use the power of your arms, exert force from the soles of your feet, through your waist and hips, to your shoulders, and finally to the fist surface. Your entire body is a hammer. Your fist is the hammerhead. She who nodded thoughtfully and threw another punch according to Yu Jingcheng's guidance. Bang! The air exploded, and the small tree 10 meters away shook violently. Although it didn't break, a deep fist print was left on the bark. Great! She who jumped up excitedly. A faint smile curled at the corner of Yu Jingcheng's mouth as he turned to leave. Walking out of the talent nurturing hall, Yu Jingcheng's footsteps suddenly paused. Under the moonlight, a fiery red figure was standing quietly at the end of the corridor. Lu Erlong. She didn't speak, just looked at him quietly, her eyes carrying a trace of complex emotion. Yu Jingcheng walked forward slowly and stopped in front of her. It's so late, why aren't you resting yet? Chapter 110. Date in the Back Mountain, Lu Erlong's shyness. Parents leading their children and elderly people bringing their grandchildren rushed from all directions. Their clothes were tattered and their faces haggard, but their eyes were filled with hope. Please, I beg you, take a look at my child. Even though Spirit Hall said my son has no spirit, his fists are harder than iron. My daughter runs faster than a horse, she must have that body martial soul thing too. The disciples guarding the gate were overwhelmed and had to send someone to ask Yu Jingcheng for instructions. Yu Jingcheng stood on the stargazing platform, overlooking the winding line of people outside the mountain gate, a faint smile tugging at the corner of his mouth. This was exactly the effect he wanted. He never intended to keep the secret of the body martial soul hidden forever. On the contrary, he wanted everyone to know. He wanted those abandoned children to see hope. And he wanted those who had once mocked them to regret it deeply. Register everyone who comes and create a ledger. Yu Jingcheng commanded. Keep the children who meet the criteria and arrange for unified awakening tests. Tell them that the Yin-Yang sect does not charge any fees. Yes, as the news spread, more people flocked to the Yin-Yang sect. Not just commoners, but even some small and medium-sized families sent people to inquire, and some even proposed joining the Yin-Yang sect directly. Those children who had previously joined Spirit Hall but were rejected because they had no spirit, swarmed in even greater numbers. In just half a month, the Yin-Yang sect received over 1,000 children who had been judged as trash. After testing, more than 30% of them had awakened a body martial soul. This proportion was terrifyingly high. When the news reached Spirit Hall, Qian Zunji was so angry he nearly spat blood. 30%. In other words, out of every 3 children they abandoned, 1 possessed a body martial soul. Over these years, exactly how many geniuses had they missed? Investigate. Get me a clear investigation. Qian Zunji roared. Exactly how many types of body martial souls are there? How do they awaken? How do they cultivate? I want all the information. But the Yin-Yang sect's research into body martial souls was far deeper than Spirit Hall imagined. Based on his memories from his previous life and combined with the actual conditions of this era, Yu Jingcheng had organized a complete cultivation system for body martial souls. From awakening, spirit ring matching, and spirit ability development, to the late-stage spirit bone fusion and martial soul true body. Every stage had detailed theoretical guidance. This system was regarded as a supreme treasure by the disciples of the Yin-Yang sect and was known to the outside world as the Yin-Yang Treasure Codex. Countless factions tried everything they could to obtain it. But Yu Jingcheng kept it locked in the deepest secret chamber of the Yin-Yang sect. No one could see it except for core disciples. At this moment, spies from Spirit Hall were lurking around the Yin-Yang sect, attempting to gather more information. But they soon discovered that the Yin-Yang sect's defenses were far tighter than imagined. The thick Earth Hall had set up layers of defenses around the sect, and the Laihuo Hall's patrol teams never stopped day or night. The counter-espionage methods of the Azure Blade Hall were even more impossible to guard against. In just a few days, Spirit Hall lost over a dozen elite spies. Qian Zunji was fuming with rage, yet he was helpless. With Tang Chen pressuring him, he didn't dare to take major action. Unable to win in a direct confrontation and unable to infiltrate secretly, he could only watch as the Yin-Yang sect grew stronger day by day. Yu Jingcheng, however, didn't care about this at all. Yin-Yang sect, Back Mountain Secret Chamber. Yu Jingcheng sat cross-legged, with gold and black light alternating and flowing around his body. After this period of cultivation, his spirit power was approaching rank 87. More importantly, his control over those 1,600,000-year spirit abilities had reached a level of being able to do as he pleased. It's time to prepare to condense a soul core, Yu Jingcheng murmured to himself. In Douluo Dalu, the soul core is the hallmark of a titled Douluo and the key to stepping towards a super Douluo. For an ordinary titled Douluo, the soul core is simply a core for condensing spirit power. But he was different. He had twin spirits. one light and one dark, one life and one death. What he wanted to condense was not an ordinary soul core, but a light-dark dual core. Once successful, his spirit power would undergo a qualitative change, and his combat strength would soar to a brand new level. At that time, even if he faced Douluo, he was confident he could remain undefeated. However, condensing a soul core required a massive amount of heaven and earth spiritual chi. Ordinary cultivation environments were simply not enough. The ice and fire yin-yang well. This thought flashed through Yu Jingcheng's mind. The heaven and earth spiritual chi there was the densest, and with the intersection of yin and yang, it was most compatible with the light and dark forces within his body. Going there for secluded meditation was the best choice. But his clone was still there. And, in the Stardo Great Forest, there was still his younger brother, Xiao Jin. Since leaving the Stardo Great Forest last time, Yu Jingcheng had a faint feeling that something had happened to Xiao Jin over there. But Xiao Wu's family of 3, along with the Sky Azure Bull Python and Titan Giant Ape, had all been wiped out by him. Xiao Jin was the uncrowned king of the Stardo Great Forest in every sense. But if that were the case and Xiao Jin still encountered danger, then it could basically be confirmed. It was the vicious beasts beneath the lake of life who were behind it. Once the elite tournament is over, I'll go to the Stardo Great Forest to test the waters. Yu Jingcheng thought to himself. Even if Xiao Jin was in danger, it was absolutely impossible for him to die in a short period of time. After all, Xiao Jin himself was a very powerful existence among sub-dragons. If it really was those vicious beasts causing trouble, at worst, he would just avoid their sharp edge for now. Once he completed the 9 trials of evil, and became the god of evil, by then, if Xiao Jin really had suffered at their hands, he wouldn't mind leveling the Stardo Great Forest and killing Ji Yuina along with them. Yu Jingcheng stood up and walked out of the secret chamber. Far away on the martial arts arena, Shihu was leading a group of newly enrolled body martial soul disciples in rigorous cultivation. Although their spirit power was still very weak, their aura already had the faint prototype of a powerhouse. Yu Jingcheng had a smile on his lips. These children were the true future of the Yin-Yang sect. Although by the time they grew up, he, Yu Jingcheng, might already have become a god. But he would eventually have a time of ascension. Once he ascended to the god realm, the Yin-Yang sect, as his foundation, could continue to rule the Douluo continent. At the same time, if a genius emerged from the Yin-Yang sect in the future, he could also arrange a god position for them as he saw fit, enhancing his own foundation in the god realm. The line of people outside the mountain gate stretched from dawn to dusk, and from dusk until late at night. The lights were brightly lit. The disciples of the Yin-Yang sect held torches, illuminating the open space in front of the mountain gate as bright as day. The number of registration tables had increased from 1 to 10. The disciples responsible for recording had rotated through 3 shifts, their arms aching from writing. But the line, instead of shortening, only grew longer. The news had spread too quickly. Those children judged as trash by Spirit Hall, those abandoned by their families and wandering the streets. Those children who grew up amidst prejudice and indifference. They had waited too long, so long that they had almost forgotten they could still be seen. Now, a door had finally opened for them. Make way, please make way. A woman in tattered clothes squeezed through the crowd holding a child, her face. Chapter 111. Taking Lu Erlong, Fiery Dragon, Battle All Night. Sect Master. Lu Erlong lowered her head, her voice as faint as a mosquito's buzz. Call me Jingcheng. Yu Jingcheng cupped her face, forcing her to look into his eyes. Here, I am not the sect master, and you are not a deacon. We are just each other. Lu Erlong's eyes reddened again. She bit her lip and whispered, Jingcheng. She had repeated these 2 words countless times in her heart, yet never imagined she would one day truly be able to say them aloud. The moment the sound left her lips, it felt as if something had burst within her heart, so sweet it made her want to cry. Yu Jingcheng smiled faintly and lowered his head to kiss her lips. Lu Erlong stiffened for a moment, then immediately went limp. She closed her eyes, responding clumsily, her hands instinctively climbing onto his shoulders. Yu Jingcheng released Lu Erlong's red lips. Watching Lu Erlong's blurred gaze and flushed cheeks, the long suppressed flame in his lower abdomen finally ignited into a wildfire. Yu Jingcheng swept her up into his arms and walked toward the couch. Lu Erlong let out a cry of surprise, instinctively wrapping her arms around his neck. She felt Yu Jingcheng's scorching breath spraying against her neck. Feeling his powerful heartbeat coming through the fabric, her entire body went soft. Jingcheng. Lu Erlong's voice trembled, but not from fear. Yu Jingcheng placed her on the couch and looked down at her. The moonlight outlined her exquisite curves, and her fiery red dress made her skin appear as white as snow. His gaze lingered on her body with undisguised possessiveness. Erlong. His voice was low and hoarse. Tonight, I want you. Lu Erlong's face was so red it seemed ready to drip blood, but there was no resistance in her eyes, only shyness and anticipation. She nodded gently, her voice as light as the wind. Whatever you want, you can do anything to me. The fire in Yu Jingcheng's eyes burned brighter. He leaned down and kissed her lips again. This time, it was no longer a fleeting touch, but filled with an undeniable dominance and aggression. Lu Erlong closed her eyes, letting herself sink into it. The waterfall outside the cave still roared, and the moonlight remained cold, but the temperature inside the cave kept rising. Clothes slipped off one by one, revealing pale skin and firm curves. Yu Jingcheng's fingertips wandered over her body, igniting clusters of flames. Lu Erlong bit her lip, suppressing the sounds about to spill out. She felt as if she were soaking in a hot spring, yet also being roasted over a fire. Her reason was crumbling bit by bit. No need to hold back. Yu Jingcheng whispered in her ear, his voice bewitching. There is only us here. Lu Erlong finally released her lips, letting those shameful sounds escape. She hugged his back, her fingertips sinking into his muscles, feeling his every breath and every heartbeat. The moonlight shifted, casting their shadows onto the cave wall, intertwined and inseparable forever. It is unknown how much time had passed, but the sounds within the cave gradually subsided. Lu Erlong leaned in Yu Jingcheng's arms, her body weak and sore, not wanting to move even a finger. A flush still lingered on her face, and her eyes were filled with an indelible tenderness. Jingcheng, she called out to him softly. Yu Jingcheng played with her long hair, his voice languid. I'm not dreaming, am I? She lifted her head, looking at him seriously. Is all of this real? Yu Jingcheng lowered his head and kissed her forehead. Of course it's real. Lu Erlong smiled contentedly and leaned back into his arms. She closed her eyes, listening to his powerful heartbeat, feeling that this moment was forever. Jingcheng. After a long while, Lu Erlong spoke again. What is it? Thank you. Lu Erlong's voice was very soft, yet carried an indescribable sincerity. Thank you for not treating me as someone from the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan. Thank you for being willing to accept me. Yu Jingcheng was silent for a moment, then tightened his arms. Silly girl. Lu Erlong said no more, just leaned against him quietly. Moonlight spilled through the water curtain, casting dappled light and shadows on her face. A sweet smile remained on her lips. This night was very long. The next day, early morning, Lu Erlong opened her eyes and found herself still held in Yu Jingcheng's arms. Lu Erlong looked up, meeting Yu Jingcheng's feigned, affectionate gaze. Awake? Yu Jingcheng asked with a smile. She nodded, a flush rising to her face again. Yu Jingcheng chuckled and rolled over to pin her beneath him, then sleep a little longer. Lu Erlong let out a cry of surprise, then was kissed. The waterfall outside the cave still roared. And inside the cave, it was a fierce battle. Lu Erlong leaned in Yu Jingcheng's arms, her fingertips unconsciously drawing circles on his chest. Her long hair was scattered across the pillow, making her heroic face appear a bit more languidly charming. I don't want to get up, Lu Erlong said sullenly, her voice carrying a hint of coquetry. Yu Jingcheng chuckled, his palm gently stroking her smooth back, then lie down a while longer. Lu Erlong lifted her head, looking at Yu Jingcheng's profile, and suddenly asked, the elite tournament is about to start, and you are having me lead the team, aren't you afraid I'll lose? Lose? Yu Jingcheng raised an eyebrow. Do you think you'll lose? The opponents aren't weak, Lu Erlong said seriously. That team from Spirit Hall is rumored to have several Spirit King level contestants. And the Star Luo Empire side, I heard they've also sent their elite. Yu Jingcheng chuckled and rolled over to pin Lu Erlong beneath him. With their skin touching, he looked down at her. With you there, I'm not worried. Lu Erlong blushed under his gaze and reached out to push his chest. Talk seriously. I am very serious, Yu Jingcheng said, holding her hand and kissing it gently. I know your strength. Those people from Spirit Hall are no match for you. Yu Jingcheng paused, a flash of cold light in his eyes. Besides, I'm having Flender and Zhao Wuji go with you. Although their tempers are a bit foul, when it comes to fighting, they are ruthless. What Yu Jingcheng didn't say was, if it really comes to it, he could also join the battle. His current physical age didn't exceed 25 years old. Lu Erlong nodded, then felt some concern. What about those borrowed team members? The 3 from the royal family, the 2 from the 7 treasure glazed tile school, and the 2 from the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan, can they cooperate well? They have to cooperate even if they can't, Yu Jingcheng said indifferently. Tell them, if they win, there will be rewards. If they lose, don't ever think about getting a single medicinal pill from the Yin-Yang sect again. Lu Erlong couldn't help but laugh. This isn't encouragement, it's clearly a threat. As long as it works, Yu Jingcheng lowered his head and kissed her forehead. Don't think about these things. If the sky falls, I'll hold it up. Lu Erlong's heart warmed, and she took the initiative to wrap her arms around Yu Jingcheng's neck. Jingcheng, why are you so good to me? Yu Jingcheng was silent for a moment, looking at Lu Erlong seriously, because you are worth it. He couldn't exactly say that his internal fire was too high, and he had taken a fancy to her, this female dragon, just to vent his heat. Chapter 112. Lu Erlong is overjoyed. Imperial family, 7 treasure, and Blue Lightning contestants. Sect Master. Lu Erlong lowered her head, her voice as thin as a mosquito's hum. Call me Jingcheng. Yu Jingcheng cupped her face, making her look into his eyes. Here, I am not the sect master, and you are not a deacon. We are just each other's. Lu Erlong's eyes reddened again. She bit her lip and called out softly. Jingcheng. She had repeated these 2 words in her heart countless times, but she never thought she would actually be able to say them out loud one day. The moment the name left her lips, it felt as if something exploded in her heart, so sweet it made her want to cry. Yu Jingcheng smiled slightly and lowered his head to kiss her lips. Lu Erlong's whole body stiffened for a moment, then she softened. She closed her eyes and responded clumsily, her hands unconsciously climbing onto his shoulders. Yu Jingcheng released Lu Erlong's red lips. He looked at Lu Erlong's dazed eyes and flushed cheeks. The long-suppressed fire in his lower abdomen finally set the plains ablaze. Yu Jingcheng scooped her up and walked toward the couch. Lu Erlong let out a startled cry and instinctively wrapped her arms around his neck. She felt Yu Jingcheng's hot breath spraying against her neck. She felt his powerful heartbeat through the fabric of their clothes, making her whole body go soft. Jingcheng. Lu Erlong's voice trembled, but not out of fear. Yu Jingcheng placed her on the couch and looked down at her. The moonlight outlined her exquisite curves, and her fiery red dress made her skin look as white as snow. His gaze lingered on her body, carrying an undisguised possessiveness. Erlong. His voice was deep and husky. Tonight, I want you. Lu Erlong's face turned so red it seemed ready to drip blood, but there was no resistance in her eyes, only shyness and anticipation. She nodded gently, her voice as light as a breeze. Whatever you want, you can do anything to me. The fire in Yu Jingcheng's eyes grew even brighter. He leaned down and kissed her lips once more. This time, it was no longer a mere taste, but carried an undeniable dominance and aggression. Lu Erlong closed her eyes and allowed herself to sink into it. The waterfall outside the cave continued to roar, and the moonlight remained cold, but the temperature inside the cave kept rising. Articles of clothing slipped away one by one, revealing pale skin and firm curves. Yu Jingcheng's fingertips roamed over her body, igniting clusters of fire. Lu Erlong bit her lip, suppressing the sounds that were about to escape. She felt as if she were soaking in a hot spring, yet also as if she were being roasted over a fire. Her rationality was crumbling bit by bit. No need to hold back. Yu Jingcheng whispered in her ear, his voice seductive. It's just us here. Lu Erlong finally let go of her lip, allowing those suggestive sounds to escape. She held onto his back, her fingertips sinking into his muscles, feeling his every breath and every heartbeat. The moonlight shifted, casting their shadows onto the cave wall, intertwined and inseparable. After an unknown amount of time, the sounds inside the cave gradually subsided. Lu Erlong leaned against Yu Jingcheng's chest, her whole body sore and limp, not even wanting to move a finger. A flush still lingered on her face, and her eyes were filled with an inseparable tenderness. Jingcheng. She called him softly. Yu Jingcheng toyed with her long hair, his voice lazy. I'm not dreaming, am I? She looked up and gazed at him seriously. Is all of this real? Yu Jingcheng lowered his head and kissed her forehead. Of course it's real. Lu Erlong smiled contentedly and leaned back into his embrace. She closed her eyes, listening to his powerful heartbeat, feeling that this moment was eternity. Jingcheng, she spoke again after a long while. What is it? Thank you. Her voice was very soft, yet carried an indescribable earnestness. Thank you for not treating me as a member of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan. Thank you for being willing to accept me. Yu Jingcheng fell silent for a moment and tightened his arms around her. Silly girl. Lu Erlong said no more, simply leaning against him quietly. The moonlight filtered through the water curtain, casting mottled light and shadows on her face. A sweet smile remained on the corners of her lips. This night was very long. When the first ray of morning sunlight shone into the cave, Lu Erlong opened her eyes to find herself still held in that man's arms. She looked up, meeting his deep eyes. Awake? He asked. She nodded, her face flushing again. Yu Jingcheng chuckled and flipped over, pinning her beneath him. Then sleep a little longer. Lu Erlong let out a startled cry before being kissed. The waterfall outside continued to roar. A new day had begun, but for those inside the cave, time seemed to stretch on. The morning sunlight filtered through the water curtain, casting mottled light and shadows in the cave. The roar of the waterfall echoed from afar like a natural lullaby. Lu Erlong leaned against Yu Jingcheng's chest, her fingertips unconsciously tracing circles on his chest. Her long hair was scattered across the pillow, making her heroic face look a bit more lazily charming. I don't want to get up, she murmured, her voice tinged with a spoiled tone. Yu Jingcheng chuckled, his palm gently stroking her smooth back. Then lie here a while longer. Lu Erlong looked up at his profile outlined by the morning light and suddenly asked, the elite tournament is about to start, and you're having me lead the team. Aren't you afraid I'll lose? Lose? Yu Jingcheng raised an eyebrow. You think you'll lose? The opponents aren't weak, Lu Erlong said seriously. The Spirit Hall team is said to have several Spirit King level contestants. And on the Star Luo Empire's side, I heard they've sent out their elites. 2. Yu Jingcheng chuckled and flipped over to pin her beneath him, looking down at her. With you there, I'm not worried. Lu Erlong blushed under his gaze and pushed against his chest. Be serious. I am being serious. Yu Jingcheng took her hand and gave it a light kiss. I know your strength. Those people from Spirit Hall are no match for you. He paused, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. Besides, I'm having Flender and Zhao Wuji go with you. Although they have bad tempers, they're both ruthless in a fight. Lu Erlong nodded, then felt a bit worried. What about those borrowed team members? The 3 from the Imperial family, the 2 from the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School, and the 2 from the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan, will they be able to coordinate well? They'll have to coordinate whether they like it or not, Yu Jingcheng said indifferently. Tell them, if they win, there's a reward. If they lose, they can forget about ever getting another medicinal pill from the Yin-Yang sect. Lu Erlong couldn't help but laugh. That's not an incentive, it's clearly a threat. As long as it works. Yu Jingcheng leaned down and kissed her forehead. Stop thinking about those things. Even if the sky falls, I'll be there to hold it up. A warmth filled Lu Erlong's heart, and she proactively wrapped her arms around his neck. Jingcheng, why are you so good to me? Yu Jingcheng was silent for a moment, then looked at her seriously. Because you're worth it. Chapter 113. 2 Blue Lightning Tyrants bullying Lu Erlong. Yu Jingcheng. Just mongrel dragons, are you even worthy? Lu Erlong's eyes turned red again, and she buried her face in his chest, not letting him see. After a long time, she said softly. I never thought before that someone would say those words to me. Yu Jingcheng didn't press for more, simply tightening his arms around her. From now on, I'll be here. Yu Jingcheng said. Lu Erlong didn't speak, she only held him tighter. The 2 lingered in the cave for another half a day, until the sun began to set in the west before they stood up to tidy themselves. Lu Erlong stood by the pool, fixing her long hair against the reflection of the water. A lingering blush remained on her face, but her eyes held a soft light that hadn't been there before. Yu Jingcheng wrapped his arms around her waist from behind, resting his chin on her shoulder. In a few days, I need to go on a long journey. Lu Erlong's body stiffened slightly. Where to? The Douluo Great Forest. Yu Jingcheng didn't hide it from her. To pick someone up. Pick someone up. Lu Erlong turned around, looking at him in confusion. Yu Jingcheng was silent for a moment before saying, "My brother." Lu Erlong was stunned. She had been by Yu Jingcheng's side for so long, yet she never knew he had a brother. But Lu Erlong didn't pry, she simply nodded. "Be careful." Yu Jingcheng smiled slightly and gave her a light peck on the lips. "Wait for me to come back." Hand in hand, the two walked out of the back mountain. Upon returning to the sect, Yu Jingcheng went straight to the discussion hall. Lu Erlong returned to her own residence and changed into a set of training clothes, preparing for tomorrow's training. Just as she pushed open the door, she saw Flender and Zhao Wuji crouching at the entrance, looking at her with faces full of gossip. "Sister Erlong, where have you been all day?" Zhao Wuji winked and nudged. "Old Flender and I have been looking for you for ages." Lu Erlong's face flushed, and she turned away. "I had business." "Business?" Flender adjusted his glasses, a sharp light flashing in his eyes. "Could it be with the sect master?" "Shut up." Lu Erlong glared at him, though her ears were completely red. Zhao Wuji chuckled. "Not bad, Sister Erlong, you've got ambition." Lu Erlong, embarrassed and angry, threw a palm strike toward him. "If you say another word, I'll let you taste my fire dragon transformation." Zhao Wuji quickly dodged, but his mouth didn't stop. All right, I won't say it. Anyway, the sect master is indeed a good match for you." Lu Erlong's hand froze in midair, the blush on her face deepening. Lu Erlong bit her lip, her voice suddenly becoming very soft. "He really is, very good." Flender and Zhao Wuji exchanged a look, both seeing the smile in each other's eyes. "All right, we'll stop teasing you," Flender said seriously. "Intensive training starts tomorrow, and the team members have all arrived. How do you plan to arrange things?" Lu Erlong composed herself, regaining her usual efficiency. "Tomorrow morning, have them gather at the martial arts arena first. I want to see just how much these geniuses are worth." "Got it." Zhao Wuji rubbed his hands together. "My hands are itching, let me test them out first." "Don't go breaking them," Flender reminded him. "Those kids are all on loan, we can't afford to pay if you break them." "I know what I'm doing." Zhao Wuji grinned, revealing pearly white teeth. Meanwhile, Yu Jingcheng stood on the stargazing platform, overlooking the sect. "Sect Master." Ji Yu Rong's figure emerged from the shadows. "There's movement from Spirit Hall's side." "Oh." Yu Jingcheng raised an eyebrow. Qian Zunji sent Gold Crocodile Douluo to personally keep watch just outside Heaven Do City. Ji Yu Rong said in a low voice. "It seems he is very interested in the elite tournament." Yu Jingcheng gave a cold laugh. "Let him watch. It's just as well, let him see exactly how many hidden trump cards the Yin-Yang sect has." "Sect Master, there is one more thing." Ji Yu Rong hesitated for a moment. "There's a lead on Little Jin from the Douluo Great Forest." Yu Jingcheng's eyes sharpened. "Speak." "According to the scouts, vicious beasts have been spotted near the Lake of Life. One of them is the Hell Demon Dragon King." Ji Yu Rong's voice was very low. Little Jin's aura came from that direction. Yu Jingcheng was silent for a moment, a flash of killing intent crossing his eyes. Hell Demon Dragon King. ZG. The sect master knows her. Ji Yu Rong asked in surprise. "I've heard of her." Yu Jingcheng turned around, standing with his hands behind his back. "Once the elite tournament is over, I'll go meet her." Ji Yu Rong wanted to say something but stopped, finally just nodding. "Be careful, sect master." Yu Jingcheng waved his hand, signaling him to withdraw. On the stargazing platform, the night wind blew fiercely. Yu Jingcheng stood with his hands behind his back, watching Ji Yu Rong disappear. Yu Jingcheng raised his right hand. In his palm, a bolt of dark purple lightning and golden dragon breath intertwined and bound together, emitting a heart-palpitating aura of destruction. After his body of the evil god was reshaped, his control over power had reached the transcendent realm. Light and darkness, life and death, holiness and evil, two completely opposite forces coexisted perfectly within his body, like the yin and yang taiji, endlessly cycling. ZG. Hell Demon Dragon King. Yu Jingcheng murmured the name, a cold light flashing in his eyes. A vicious beast with 300,000 years of cultivation. In the past, he might have been somewhat wary. But now, with the body of the evil god complete, the light and dark dual cores about to condense, and 1600,000-year spirit abilities in hand. Even if ZG herself came, he had the confidence to fight. However, it wasn't time yet. They wouldn't kill Little Jin. Once he finished the 9 trials of evil, he could directly flatten the Stardo Great Forest. Yu Jingcheng withdrew his palm, and the terrifying mass of energy dissipated. With the elite tournament approaching, Spirit Hall watching like a tiger, and the upper 3 sects having just submitted, going to the Stardo Great Forest now was not a wise move. Moreover, although Little Jin was imprisoned, the soul connection remained, proving it was still alive. As long as it was alive, there was a chance. Wait a bit longer, Yu Jingcheng whispered to himself. When the elite tournament ends and the spirit core condenses, I will come for you. The next morning, at the martial arts arena, Lu Erlong was dressed in fiery red training gear, her long hair tied high, looking heroic and imposing. She stood in the center of the arena stage, her gaze like lightning as it swept over the 7 team members standing in a row before her. 3 from the imperial family, 2 men and 1 woman, all around 25 years old, with spirit power between level 58 and level 61. The youth at the head was named Shui Lingfeng, a member of a branch of the Heaven Do Empire's imperial family, a level 51 spirit emperor with the radiant swan spirit. It was mutated from the swan spirit. 2 from the 7 treasure glazed tile school, 1 male and 1 female. The male was a spirit king, the female a spirit ancestor. Their spirits were naturally the 7 treasure glazed tile pagoda. The male was named Ning Yuan and the female Ning Yao. They were core geniuses handpicked by Ning Mylan from the clan. Ning Yao's spirit was the 7 treasure glazed tile pagoda, a support type. Ning Yuan's spirit, however, was the scorpion tiger, which had nothing to do with the 7 treasure glazed tile pagoda. He simply possessed the Ning family bloodline and carried the Ning surname. 2 from the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan, both burly men with the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon spirit, their spirit power around level 49. 1 was named Yu Chunggong and the other Yu Chungti, direct descendants of Yu Luomian. 7 people, 7 personalities, 7 combat styles. The only thing they had in common was Chapter 114, a night of fierce combat, gifting Lu Erlong the coxcomb phoenix sunflower. Bestowing the 9-rank purple Ganoderma on Flender's trio. Lu Erlong's eyes reddened again, and she buried her face in his chest, not letting him see. After a long time, she said softly, I never thought before that someone would say those words to me. Yu Jingcheng did not press further, only tightening his arms around her. From now on, I will always be here, Yu Jingcheng said. Lu Erlong did not speak, only holding him tighter. The 2 lingered in the cave for another half a day, and it wasn't until the sun began to dip into the west that they stood up to tidy themselves. Lu Erlong stood by the pool, arranging her long hair against the reflection of the water. A lingering blush remained on her face, but her eyes held a soft light they hadn't possessed before. Yu Jingcheng wrapped his arms around her waist from behind, resting his chin on her shoulder. In a few days, I need to go on a long journey. Lu Erlong's body stiffened slightly. Where to? The Stardo Great Forest. Yu Jingcheng did not hide it from her. To pick someone up. Pick someone up. Lu Erlong turned around and looked at him in confusion. Yu Jingcheng remained silent for a moment before saying, My brother. Lu Erlong was stunned. She had been by Yu Jingcheng's side for so long, yet she never knew he had a brother. But Lu Erlong did not ask further, simply nodding. Be careful. Yu Jingcheng smiled slightly and gave her a light peck on the lips. Wait for me to return. The 2 walked out of the back mountain hand in hand. Upon returning to the sect, Yu Jingcheng went straight to the discussion hall. Lu Erlong returned to her own residence, changing into a suit of martial attire to prepare for tomorrow's training. Just as she pushed open the door, she saw Flender and Zhao Wuji squatting at the entrance, looking at her with faces full of gossip. Sister Erlong, where have you been all day? Zhao Wuji winked suggestively. Old Flender and I have been looking for you for ages. Lu Erlong's face flushed as she turned her head away. I had business. Business. Flender adjusted his glasses, a sharp glint flashing in his eyes. Could it be with the sect master? Shut up. Lu Erlong glared at him, though the tips of her ears were completely red. Zhao Wuji chuckled. Nice one, Sister Erlong. You've got ambition. Lu Erlong, embarrassed and angry, threw a palm strike toward him. If you say another word, I'll let you taste the fire dragon transformation. Zhao Wuji hastily dodged, but his tongue remained sharp. All right, I won't say it. But seriously, the sect master is indeed a man worthy of you. Lu Erlong's hand froze in midair, the blush on her face deepening. Lu Erlong bit her lip, her voice suddenly becoming very soft. He really is, very good. Flender and Zhao Wuji exchanged a glance, both seeing the amusement in each other's eyes. All right, enough teasing you. Flender said seriously. Intensive training starts tomorrow, and the team members have all arrived. How do you plan to arrange things? Lu Erlong composed herself, regaining her usual efficiency. First thing tomorrow morning, have them gather at the martial arts arena. I want to see just how much substance these geniuses actually have. You got it. Zhao Wuji rubbed his hands together. My hands are itching, let me test them first. Don't go breaking them, Flender reminded him. Those kids are all on loan, we can't afford to pay for them if you break them. I know what I'm doing. Zhao Wuji grinned, revealing his pearly white teeth. Meanwhile, Yu Jingcheng was standing on the stargazing platform, looking down over the sect. Sect Master. Ji Yu Rong's figure emerged from the shadows. There's movement from Spirit Hall's side. Oh, Yu Jingcheng raised an eyebrow. Qian Zunji has sent Gold Crocodile Douluo to personally keep watch just outside Heaven Do City. Ji Yu Rong said in a low voice. It seems he is very interested in the elite tournament. Yu Jingcheng let out a cold laugh. Let him watch. It's just as well. Let him see exactly how many hidden cards the Yin-Yang sect holds. Sect Master, there is one more thing. Ji Yu Rong hesitated for a moment. We have a lead on Xiao Jin from the Stardo Great Forest. Yu Jingcheng's gaze sharpened. Speak. According to reports from our scouts, vicious beasts have been spotted near the Lake of Life. One of them is the Hell Demon Dragon King. Ji Yu Rong's voice was kept very low. Xiao Jin's aura was detected coming from that direction. Yu Jingcheng fell silent for a moment, a trace of killing intent flashing in the depths of his eyes. Hell Demon Dragon King. ZG. The sect master knows of her. Ji Yu Rong asked in surprise. I've heard of her. Yu Jingcheng turned around, standing with his hands behind his back. Once the elite tournament is over, I will go meet her. Ji Yu Rong looked as if he wanted to say something more but ultimately just nodded. Sect Master, please be careful. Yu Jingcheng waved his hand, signaling him to withdraw. On the stargazing platform, the night wind blew fiercely. Yu Jingcheng stood with his hands behind his back, watching Ji Yu Rong disappear. Yu Jingcheng raised his right hand. In his palm, a bolt of dark purple lightning and golden dragon breath intertwined and bound together, emitting a heart-palpitating aura of destruction. After the body of the evil god was reshaped, his control over power had reached the transcendent realm. Light and darkness, life and death, the holy and the evil, two completely opposite forces coexisted perfectly within his body, like the yin and yang of Taiji, endlessly cycling. ZG. Hell Demon Dragon King. Yu Jingcheng whispered the name, a cold light flashing in his eyes. A vicious beast with 300,000 years of cultivation, in the past, he might have been somewhat wary. But now, with the body of the evil god complete, the light and dark dual spirit cores about to condense, and 1,600,000-year spirit abilities in hand. Even if ZG herself came, he had the confidence to fight. However, it wasn't time yet. They wouldn't kill Xiao Jin. Once he finished the 9 trials of evil, he could directly flatten the Stardo Great Forest. Yu Jingcheng withdrew his palm, and the terrifying ball of energy dissipated. With the elite tournament imminent, Spirit Hall watching like a tiger, and the upper 3 sects having just pledged their loyalty. Going to the Stardo Great Forest at this time was not a wise move. Furthermore, although Xiao Jin was imprisoned, the soul connection was still there, proving he was still alive. As long as he was alive, there was a chance. Wait a little longer, Yu Jingcheng murmured to himself. Once the elite tournament is over and the spirit core is condensed, I will come for you. The next morning, at the martial arts arena, Lu Erlong was dressed in fiery red martial attire, her long hair tied high, looking heroic and imposing. She stood in the center of the arena, her gaze like lightning as it swept over the 7 team members standing in a row before her. The 3 from the imperial family, 2 men and 1 woman, were all around 25 years old, with spirit power ranging from level 58 to 61. The leading youth was named Shui Lingfeng, a member of a collateral branch of the Heaven Dou Empire's imperial family. He was a level 51 spirit emperor, and his spirit was the bright swan. It was a mutation of the swan spirit. There were 2 from the 7 treasure glazed tile school, 1 male and 1 female. The male was a spirit king, and the female was a spirit ancestor. Their spirits were naturally the 7 treasure glazed tile tower. The male was named Ning Yuan, and the female was named Ning Yao. They were direct line geniuses hand-picked by Ning Milan from the clan. Ning Yao's spirit was the 7 treasure glazed tile tower, A. Support type. Ning Yuan's spirit, however, was the scorpion tiger, which had nothing to do with the 7 treasure glazed tile tower. He simply possessed the Ning family bloodline and bore the surname Ning. There were 2 from the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan, both burly men with the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon spirit, and their spirit power was around level 49. One was named Yu Chengdong and the other Yu Chengti. They were direct descendants of Yu Luomian. 7 people, 7 personalities, 7 combat styles. The only. Chapter 115. Refining the Immortal Herb. Luerlong reaches rank 50, Spirit Evolution, Blazing Fierce Dragon. The Blazing Saint Dragon is a true dragon of the fire attribute. It is in existence on the same level as the Radiant Saint Dragon and the Dark Saint Dragon. Although Luerlong's spirit is a fire dragon, it actually contains many impurities. It can only be described as an ordinary top-tier beast spirit. Luerlong's hands were trembling. She knew the value of this immortal herb. It was something that could drive even a titled Douluo mad. If it were revealed to the outside world, it would be enough to stir up a bloodbath. Yet Yu Jingcheng had given it to her just like that, so nonchalantly. Jingcheng. Luerlong's voice was a bit choked with emotion. How could I be worthy? You are mine. Yu Jingcheng interrupted her, looking directly into her eyes. My people deserve the very best. Luerlong's eyes reddened as she bit her lip, trying hard to keep her tears from falling. After a long while, she finally whispered, "All right, I'll take it." Yu Jingcheng smiled slightly and reached out to wipe the tear tracks from the corners of her eyes. That's more like it. Then, should I take it now? Luerlong looked at the immortal herb in her hand, her eyes filled with anticipation. No rush. Yu Jingcheng shook his head. The coxcomb phoenix sunflower's medicinal properties are violent. You need to be prepared. Tomorrow, I'll have Elder Dugu act as your protector while you take it in the springs of the Ice and Fire Yin-Yang Well. That will yield the best results. The Ice and Fire Yin-Yang Well. Luerlong was taken aback. What kind of place is that? A treasure land within the Sunset Forest. Yu Jingcheng didn't elaborate. You'll find out when the time comes. Luerlong nodded, carefully closing the jade box and putting it away. She looked up at Yu Jingcheng and suddenly asked, "Do you have something prepared for Flender, Zhao Wuji, and the others?" 2. Yu Jingcheng raised an eyebrow. How did you know? You mentioned letting them break through to become spirit kings just now. The corners of Luerlong's mouth curled up slightly. You wouldn't say something unless you were certain. Yu Jingcheng smiled, not denying it. The 9-rank purple Ganoderma, while not as good as the coxcomb phoenix sunflower, is enough for them to break through. Luerlong was silent for a moment before saying softly, "Jingcheng, you're so good to them. They deserve it." Yu Jingcheng said indifferently, "I won't mistreat those who followed me from the beginning and have remained loyal." Luerlong leaned into his embrace and closed her eyes. "Then what about me? Do I deserve it?" Yu Jingcheng lowered his head and gave her a gentle kiss on the forehead. "You're different." "How am I different?" Luerlong opened her eyes and looked at him. Yu Jingcheng was silent for a moment, a curve forming at the corner of his mouth. "You are my woman." Luerlong's face flushed again as she buried it in his chest, muttering muffledly, "Smooth talker." Yu Jingcheng chuckled and tightened his arms around her. But then, he suddenly sucked in a breath of cold air. Looking down, he found that Luerlong was already sucking on him. The Ice and Fire Yin-Yang Well. Dugu Bo stood by the spring, looking at the perfect couple before him, and tactfully retreated into the distance. "This is the Ice and Fire Yin-Yang Well." Luerlong stood beside Yu Jingcheng, her beautiful eyes filled with shock. The Yang spring is extremely hot, while the Yin spring is extremely cold. Taking the coxcomb phoenix sunflower here will allow its medicinal effects to be maximized. Yu Jingcheng pointed to the protruding rock in the center of the Yang spring. "Sit on it and begin." Luerlong nodded, took a deep breath, and leapt, landing steadily on the rock. The scorching spring water surged beneath her feet, and waves of heat hit her face, yet she seemed completely oblivious. She simply sat cross-legged and took out the coxcomb phoenix sunflower from her robes. After taking it, guide the medicinal power through your whole body. Don't rush, I'll be right here watching over you. Yu Jingcheng's voice was calm and steady. Lu Erlong glanced at him, her heart settling. Without further hesitation, she placed the coxcomb phoenix sunflower into her mouth. The moment the immortal herb entered her stomach, a violent surge of scorching energy exploded within her body. Lu Erlong let out a muffled groan, a look of pain appearing on her face. The surrounding yang spring seemed to be drawn to her, as dense fire attribute world essence frantically poured into her body. It intertwined with the medicinal power of the immortal herb, washing through her meridians, bones, and flesh. Her skin began to glow with a crimson light, and her long hair billowed without any wind. A faint, blurry dragon-shaped phantom appeared behind her. The phantom twisted and struggled in pain, as if undergoing a metamorphosis. Time passed minute by minute. The pain on Lu Erlong's face gradually faded, replaced by an indescribable sense of comfort. The aura around her began to climb steadily, and the scorching pressure belonging to her fire attribute spirit grew stronger and purer. Douluo Bo stood in the distance, a hint of surprise flashing in his eyes. What domineering medicinal power! This girl's spirit is likely about to undergo a massive change. Yu Jingcheng didn't speak, he just watched quietly. Finally, roar! A high-pitched and resonant dragon roar exploded over the ice and fire yin-yang well. The dragon phantom behind Lu Erlong suddenly solidified. A giant dragon, entirely crimson with scales flowing like lava, soared into the sky. It no longer had the rugged appearance of an ordinary fire dragon, instead, it was slender and elegant in posture. Every scale radiated a scorching light, its horns were like carved red jade, and golden flames flickered within its dragon eyes. Blazing fierce dragon. It's done. The corners of Yu Jingcheng's mouth curled up slightly. In midair, Lu Erlong slowly opened her eyes. Golden flames flickered faintly within her pupils. She looked down at her hands, feeling the surging spirit power within her body that was several times stronger than before. Along with her completely transformed spirit, her eyes were filled with disbelief. This is my spirit. The blazing fierce dragon. Yu Jingcheng stepped into the air and arrived before her. While it's not the top-tier blazing saint dragon, it's enough. Now, you have left the blue lightning tyrant dragon's sub-dragon spirit far behind. Lu Erlong clenched her fists, feeling that unprecedented power, her eyes reddening slightly. What about your spirit power? Yu Jingcheng asked. Lu Erlong closed her eyes to sense it, and when she opened them, a flash of surprise crossed her eyes. Rank 50, no, I've already touched the threshold of rank 51. It's just that because I haven't hunted for a 5th spirit ring, I'm stuck at rank 50. Not bad. Yu Jingcheng nodded. Once you hunt a suitable 5th spirit ring, your spirit power should be able to jump directly to rank 55 or even rank 56. Lu Erlong took a deep breath, suppressed her excitement, and looked at Yu Jingcheng, saying softly, Jingcheng, thank you. Yu Jingcheng reached out and gently brushed the stray hairs from her forehead. Why thank me? You are mine. Lu Erlong's face turned slightly red, and she lowered her head. In the distance, Douluo Bo watched this scene and tactfully turned around, pretending he hadn't seen anything. Let's go. Yu Jingcheng took Lu Erlong's hand. It's time to head back. Flender and the others are still waiting for your good news. The two walked through the air, flying away from the ice and fire yin-yang well side by side. On the way back, Lu Erlong suddenly asked, when will Flender, Zhao Wuji, and the others take the 9 rank? Purple Ganoderma. Tonight, Yu Jingcheng said indifferently. I'll have Elder Douluo act as their protector. The sect's secret chamber will do, there's no need to come here. Chapter 116. Level 55. Another spirit bone gifted. Yu Jingcheng. Next up, Bibi Dong. Lu Erlong nodded and asked, then their spirits. Quote. They won't evolve. Yu Jingcheng shook his head. While the 9-rank purple Ganoderma is precious, it is not an immortal herb after all. It's already good enough that it can help them break through their bottleneck. Spirit evolution is not such an easy matter. Lu Erlong fell silent for a moment and said softly, then will they feel, it's unfair. Quote. Yu Jingcheng glanced at her, a faint smile playing at the corners of his mouth. You are my woman, they are not. Quote. Lu Erlong's face turned even redder. She turned her head away and stopped speaking. Yu Jingcheng smiled and didn't say anything more either. The two flew side by side, quickly disappearing into the distant horizon. Deep within the sunset forest, Yu Jingcheng held Lu Erlong's hand as they walked through the air. His gaze was like a torch, searching through the dense sea of trees. A fire attribute earth dragon over 20,000 years old. He muttered to himself, his mental force spreading out in all directions like an invisible spiderweb. Lu Erlong followed by his side, secretly marveling as she felt that majestic mental force. She knew Yu Jingcheng was strong, but she hadn't expected his mental force to have reached such a level. Even a titled Douluo might not be able to perform such precise detection. Found it. Yu Jingcheng suddenly stopped, his gaze locking onto a volcanic rock area below. To the southeast, 3 miles away, there is a 22,000-year-old fire rock earth dragon. Its attributes are extremely compatible with your blazing fierce dragon. Lu Erlong followed his gaze and indeed saw a crimson figure weaving through the rocks. That earth dragon was massive, its body covered in cracked scales like lava. With every step it took, the rocks beneath its feet were heated to a glowing red. 22,000 years. Lu Erlong was somewhat hesitant. For my 5th spirit ring, absorbing a 20,000-year spirit beast, will it be too much of a strain? A strain? Yu Jingcheng looked at her. Your body was reshaped by the coxcomb phoenix sunflower, your meridians, strength far exceeds spirit masters of the same rank. 20,000 years is just the beginning. As soon as he finished speaking, Yu Jingcheng's figure flashed, instantly disappearing from where he stood. Before Lu Erlong could react, she heard a shrill dragon's cry from the distance. By the time she arrived, the fire rock earth dragon had already collapsed on the ground. There was a charred hole in its massive head, emitting faint wisps of blue smoke. Yu Jingcheng stood to the side with his hands behind his back, not a speck of dust on his robes. The spirit ring has already condensed. Begin. Lu Erlong looked at the slowly rising black spirit ring, took a deep breath, and sat down cross-legged. The moment the spirit ring entered her body, a violent surge of fire attribute energy exploded within her. Unlike the gentle reshaping of the coxcomb phoenix sunflower, the spirit ring's energy was far more explosive. Carrying the resentment of the spirit beast before its death, it frantically bombarded her meridians. Lu Erlong gritted her teeth, guiding that energy to circulate through her entire body. The blazing fierce dragon spirit manifested behind her, opening its massive maw to greedily devour the fire attribute energy of the same origin. Time passed minute by minute. That black spirit ring finally stabilized, settling firmly onto the blazing fierce dragon. At the same time, the spirit power within Lu Erlong's body rose frantically like a flood breaking through a dam. Level 51. Level 52. Level 53. The momentum only slowly stopped once it reached level 55. Lu Erlong opened her eyes, the golden flames in her pupils dancing even more intensely. She stood up and clenched her fists. Feeling the power within her that was several times stronger than before, her eyes full of disbelief. Level 55. I rose 5 levels at once. A solid foundation allows for great progress from a slow start. Yu Jingcheng nodded with a faint smile on his face. However, this is only the beginning. Just as Lu Erlong was about to speak, she saw Yu Jingcheng flip his wrist, and 2 spirit bones emitting different glows appeared out of thin air in his palm. One was entirely crimson with flame patterns flowing over its surface, emitting a scorching aura. The other was a deep dark gold color, heavy as a mountain, with the faint sound of a dragon's roar coming from it. This is... Lu Erlong's pupils shrank, and her voice trembled. A 40,000-year fire attribute right arm bone, and a 30,000-year earth dragon left leg bone. Yu Jingcheng's tone was flat, as if he hadn't taken out priceless spirit bones, but rather 2 ordinary stones. Your spirit has already evolved, but your physical strength still needs to be increased. These 2 spirit bones can help you compensate for your shortcomings. Lu Erlong's hands were shaking. She knew Yu Jingcheng still had a few 10,000-year spirit bones in stock, but those were his final reserves. Yu Jingcheng had mentioned this casually to Lu Erlong before. He had already bestowed quite a few upon Du Gubo and Ji Yurong, every remaining piece was precious beyond measure. But now, he had taken out 2 at once and given them both to her. Jingcheng. Lu Erlong's voice choked up, and tears welled in her eyes. You gave all the spirit bones to me, then what about yourself? I have my own. Yu Jingcheng interrupted her. Besides, my spirit bones are all at the 100,000-year level. These 10,000-year spirit bones would only collect dust in my hands. Lu Erlong bit her lip, and her tears finally fell uncontrollably. She knew Yu Jingcheng was comforting her. Even if he had 100,000-year spirit bones, 10,000-year spirit bones were still rare treasures. He could have easily kept them to reward others who performed well, yet he gave them all to her. I can't take them. Lu Erlong turned her head away, her voice muffled. You've already given me too much, the immortal herb, the spirit ring, and now spirit bones, how can I ever repay you? Who asked you to repay me? Yu Jingcheng reached out, pinched her chin, and turned her face back to look directly into her eyes. I said, you are my person. My person deserves to use the best things. Lu Erlong looked at him with tearful eyes, her lips trembling, wanting to say something but unable to utter a single word. After a long time, she took a deep breath, wiped her tears, and said in a raspy yet stubborn voice. The spirit bones. I can accept them. But before that, Lu Erlong suddenly reached out and pushed Yu Jingcheng against the rock behind him. Yu Jingcheng raised an eyebrow, and before he could speak, Lu Erlong leaned down and kissed his lips. Unlike her previous gentle and lingering kisses, this time her kiss carried an almost frantic possessiveness. It was as if she wanted to pour all her gratitude and all her love into this moment. Yu Jingcheng was slightly taken aback, then gave a light chuckle, reaching out to wrap his arm around her waist and responding to her passion. After a long time, their lips parted. Lu Erlong rested her forehead against his, panting, her voice low and husky. I want to serve you well, otherwise, I won't feel at peace. Yu Jingcheng looked into those tearful yet determined eyes. His heart softened slightly, and he reached out to brush away the tear tracks on her cheeks. Fine, as you wish. Lu Erlong smiled through her tears and kissed him again. This time, she kissed him even more earnestly and meticulously. From his lips to his jaw, from his jaw to his neck, from his neck to his collarbone, she didn't miss an inch. Yu Jingcheng leaned against the rock, letting her do as she pleased. Lu Erlong's technique was not practiced, even a bit clumsy, but her earnestness and devotion made his heart feel slightly warm. After a long time, Lu Erlong finally raised her head, her cheeks flushed and her lips slightly swollen. But there was a satisfied smile in her eyes. Now, can I absorb the spirit bones? Yu Jingcheng reached out, gently wiped the moisture from the corner of her mouth, and nodded with a smile. Go ahead. Only then did Lu Erlong pick up the two spirit bones, sit down cross-legged, and begin guiding her spirit power to absorb them. Yu Jingcheng stood to the side with his hands behind his back, watching quietly. Lu Erlong's aura began to climb steadily. Although it didn't surge as explosively as when she absorbed the spirit ring, it was more solid and stable. The corners of Yu Jingcheng's mouth turned up slightly. 2 spirit bones were enough to take Lu Erlong's physique and combat strength up another level. Next, he would give Lu Erlong a 9-rank purple Ganoderma. That should be enough to make Lu Erlong's spirit power surge to level 60. Then, she could absorb her 6th spirit ring and become a spirit emperor. This kind of strength, when placed in the elite tournament, would simply be a dimensional strike. Yu Jingcheng began to pick out his next target for conquest in his mind. The first name was Bibi Dong. According to the original plot, at this time, Yu Shaogang might have already gotten together with Bibi Dong. The following content was edited after release and does not count towards the subscription word count. I haven't been in a good state these past few days, my apologies. Updating early today. By the way, I recommend a friend's new book, which is also about possession. 100,000-Year Light Phoenix starts by taking over Ma Hongjun. No dragging, has an outline, and the plot is coherent. If you're interested, check it out. Open black lens bracket introduction close black lens bracket. Huang Yan transmigrated to Douluo and was reborn as an egg, hatching into a light phoenix with the dual ultimate attributes of light and fire. After cultivating for 1,000 years, his cultivation reached the 100,000-year level, only to unexpectedly discover that the timeline is Doai, and the protagonist Tang San is exactly 12 years old. Recalling the tragic fate of the spirit beast race in future eras, being at the mercy of others and completely falling into ruin. Huang Yan knew well that the beast race's path to becoming a god was already cut off. But he suddenly woke up to a realization. His soul was originally human. As long as I possess a human shell and unify my spirit and flesh, I will be a bona fide pure-blooded human race. If even a human-beast hybrid like Tang San can achieve ascension with dual god positions, why can't I, a pure-blooded human, ascend to the god realm? Huang Yan did not hesitate and immediately lay in wait for Ma Hongjun. He called it a sacrifice, but it was actually possession. The possession was successful. His appearance changed drastically, his stature became tall and straight, and his spirit evolved. From then on, there was no evil fire phoenix, Ma Hongjun in the world, only the light phoenix, Huang Yan. Chapter 117. Giving Flender and the others 9 rank purple Ganoderma. Lu Erlong. If you have someone else, will you abandon me? In the secret room of the Yin-Yang sect, Flender, Zhao Wuji, and Xiao Xin sat cross-legged. Each of them held a 9-rank purple Ganoderma in their hands, crystalline and emitting a faint blue light. Douluo Bo stood to the side with a solemn expression. After consuming it, channel your spirit power with all your might to complete your breakthrough of the bottleneck. I will keep watch here, you just need to focus on your breakthrough. The 3 looked at each other, nodded, and put the 9-rank purple Ganoderma into their mouths. A moment later, 3 different fluctuations of spirit power exploded in the secret room simultaneously. Flender was surrounded by green light, the phantom of the 4-eyed owl looming behind him. His eyes flashed with sharp light in the darkness. Zhao Wuji let out a low roar, the phantom of the vigorous Vajra bear suddenly expanded, and the heavy earth yellow light caused cracks to appear on the ground. Xiao Xin was the quietest, only a faint golden halo appeared around him, which was the unique, gentle fluctuation of food system spirit power. Douluo Bo narrowed his eyes, looked at the 3, and nodded slightly. Their foundation was good. The medicinal power of the 9-rank purple Ganoderma was enough for them to complete the breakthrough of the bottleneck. Sure enough, in less than half an hour, Flender opened his eyes first, a flash of essence in his eyes, and let out a long breath. Rank 51, finally achieved a breakthrough. Following closely, Zhao Wuji also opened his eyes and grinned, rank 51. I am also a spirit king now. Xiao Xin was the last to finish his cultivation. Although he had only just touched the threshold of rank 50, his face was full of joy. It worked, it really worked. The 3 looked at each other and saw excitement in each other's eyes. Many thanks to Elder Douluo for acting as our protector. Flender stood up and bowed respectfully. Douluo Bo waved his hand. No need to thank me, thank the sect master. These medicinal herbs were all prepared by him for you. The 3 looked solemn and nodded in unison. Walking out of the secret room, dusk was approaching. Flender pushed his glasses, looked at the sunset in the sky, and suddenly said, what do you think the sect master prepared for Erlong? Zhao Wuji scratched his head. It must be better than ours. Didn't you see the way the sect master looks at Erlong? That is called, shut up. Flender glared at him. Some things are better known in the heart, don't say them out loud. Zhao Wuji chuckled and said nothing more. Xiao Xin was honest and said softly, it is Erlong's good fortune to follow the sect master. It is also our good fortune to follow the sect master. What is there to compare? Flender looked at him and nodded. That is well said. All right, go back and rest. There is intensive training tomorrow, don't embarrass yourselves. The 3 dispersed. At this moment, Yu Jingcheng was standing on the stargazing platform, hands behind his back, gazing in the direction of Spirit City. Bibi Dong. He whispered the name, a playful arc curling at the corner of his mouth. According to the original timeline, Yu Xiaogang should have already met Bibi Dong by now. It is a pity that Yu Xiaogang is no longer here. That emotional thread has naturally broken as well. However, that is not important. The important thing is, where is Bibi Dong now? What is she doing? Uncle Ji Yu. Yu Jingcheng spoke faintly. A sinister figure emerged from the shadows, and Ji Yu Rong bowed slightly. Sect Master. Is there a young female spirit master named Bibi Dong in Spirit Hall? Extremely high talent, twin spirits. Ji Yu Rong was stunned, thought for a moment, and shook his head. I have never heard of her. However, Spirit Hall has always been secretive in cultivating a genius. If the sect master wants to know, I can send people to investigate. Investigate, Yu Jingcheng said faintly. I want to know everything about her. Age, spirit, rank, status in spirit hall, the more detailed, the better. Although Ji Yu Rong was confused, he nodded, yes. After Ji Yu Rong left, Yu Jingcheng withdrew his gaze, the smile at the corner of his mouth becoming more profound. Bibi Dong. At this moment, she should still be a pawn controlled by Qian Zunji, right? That poor woman was defiled by her own teacher and forced to marry someone she did not like, eventually embarking on that path of no return. However, it is different now. Yu Xiaogang is dead, and the emotional thread that made her infatuated is broken. And Qian Zunji, that old thing, it is time for him to die. Yu Jingcheng raised his right hand. In his palm, a dark purple thunder and golden dragon breath intertwined and in a binding, emitting a heart-palpitating aura of destruction. Qian Zunji, you had better be sensible. Otherwise, I do not mind sending you on your way early. Putting away his palm, Yu Jingcheng turned and left. Back mountain, cave. Lu Erlong was already waiting there. She had changed into a light red long dress, her long hair draped, leaning against the stone wall. She was toying with that crimson spirit bone in her hand, her eyes full of tenderness. Hearing footsteps, she raised her head, the corners of her mouth slightly raised. You are back. Yu Jingcheng nodded, walked to her side, and reached out to wrap his arms around her waist. How is the fusion of the spirit bone going? It has already been 70% in fusion. Lu Erlong leaned into his arms and said softly. In another day or two, it will be completely refined. By then, my spirit power should reach around rank 57. Yu Jingcheng nodded slightly. Not bad. When you finish refining, I will give you another 9 rank purple Ganoderma to complete a breakthrough to rank 60. Lu Erlong raised her head, her eyes full of surprise. There is more. Of course there is. Yu Jingcheng looked down at her, a smile curling at the corner of his mouth. I said, my people deserve the best things. Lu Erlong's eyes turned red again. She buried her face in his chest, and said muffledly, you will spoil me. Yu Jingcheng chuckled. It is good to spoil you. That way, you will never be able to leave me. Lu Erlong did not speak, just hugged him tighter. Outside the cave, the night wind blew. Moonlight shone through the water curtain, casting mottled shadows on the two of them. After a long time, Lu Erlong suddenly asked softly, Jingcheng, are you looking for someone? Yu Jingcheng raised an eyebrow. Why do you ask? You were just standing on the stargazing platform, looking at the direction of Spirit City for a long time. Lu Erlong raised her head and looked at him. Are you thinking of someone? Yu Jingcheng was silent for a moment, then said faintly, there is a genius in Spirit Hall named Bibi Dong. Twin spirits, extremely high talent. Lu Erlong's body stiffened slightly. You know her? I don't know her. Yu Jingcheng shook his head. But I want to get to know her. Lu Erlong bit her lip and said nothing. Yu Jingcheng looked down at her and suddenly smiled, jealous. No. Lu Erlong turned her head away, her voice muffled. I just what? Yu Jingcheng reached out, pinched her chin, and turned her face over. Lu Erlong's eyes were slightly red, and she said softly, I'm just afraid that if you have someone else, you won't want me anymore. Chapter 118. Yu Yuanjun visits. If Sect Master Yu can withstand 3 of my moves, then my Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan admits defeat. Yu Jingcheng was silent for a moment, then lowered his head and kissed her forehead lightly. Silly. Lu Erlong closed her eyes and let him kiss her. After a long while, Yu Jingcheng let her go and said softly, Erlong, remember this. No matter how many people are around me, you will always be the first. Lu Erlong opened her eyes and looked at him, her eyes full of tenderness. Really? Really? Yu Jingcheng nodded. Lu Erlong broke into a smile through her tears and reached out to wrap her arms around his neck. Then, you must keep your word. Of course. A smile tugged at the corners of Yu Jingcheng's mouth. However, now is not the time to talk about this. Lu Erlong was stunned. Then what should we talk about? Yu Jingcheng lowered his head and whispered a few words into her ear. Lu Erlong's face turned bright red instantly, and she reached out to punch him. Rascal. Yu Jingcheng chuckled, picked her up, and walked toward the stone couch. Yin Yang Sect, Main Hall. Yu Jingcheng sat upright in the main seat, his fingers tapping lightly on the armrest, his expression calm. Lu Erlong stood by his side, dressed in a fiery red outfit, her long hair tied high, looking heroic and imposing. After the baptism of the coxcomb phoenix sunflower and the strengthening of 2 spirit bones, her temperament had undergone a subtle change. The fiery pressure emanating from her very bones seemed to raise the temperature in the hall by several degrees. Sect Master Yu Yuanjun of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan is here to see you with his clansmen. A disciple reported in a hurry. Yu Jingcheng raised an eyebrow, a playful arc appearing at the corner of his mouth. Oh. They came quickly. Invite them in. A moment later, Yu Yuanjun strode into the hall, followed by Yu Chenggong and Yu Chengti. Both of them kept their heads down, not daring to look at Yu Jingcheng, let alone Lu Erlong. They just shrank behind Yu Yuanjun, like 2 defeated roosters. Sect Master Yu, I trust you have been well. Yu Yuanjun cupped his hands, his tone still polite, but the expression on his old face was so gloomy it could drip water. Yu Jingcheng did not stand up, but merely raised his hand slightly. Sect Master Yu is too polite. Please, sit. Yu Yuanjun did not sit but looked straight at Yu Jingcheng, saying in a deep voice, Sect Master Yu, I have come today for only one matter. Oh, Yu Jingcheng picked up his teacup and gently blew away the foam. What matter? These 2 good-for-nothing clansmen of mine. Yu Yuanjun turned to the side and pointed at Yu Chenggong and Yu Chengti behind him. I heard that they were wronged in your sect and were even expelled from the elite tournament team. I would like to ask Sect Master Yu, is this true? The atmosphere in the hall suddenly tightened. Lu Erlong frowned slightly and subconsciously looked at Yu Jingcheng. Yu Jingcheng, however, continued to drink his tea unhurriedly, as if he hadn't heard Yu Yuanjun's words. After a moment, he put down the teacup and said indifferently, It is. Yu Yuanjun took a deep breath, suppressing the anger in his heart. Sect Master Yu, I dare to ask, what mistake did they make? Was it worth you taking action personally, and even expelling them? Mistake. Yu Jingcheng chuckled and swept his gaze over Yu Chenggong and Yu Chengti. Didn't you tell your sect master what you did? Yu Chenggong trembled all over, lowered his head even further, and dared not say a word. Yu Chengti's legs went weak, and he almost failed to stand steady. Seeing their reactions, Yu Yuanjun understood 7 or 8 points of the situation, but he still braced himself and said, They told me it was just a verbal dispute. Young people are hot-blooded and speak without weighing their words. Why must Sect Master Yu? A verbal dispute. Yu Jingcheng interrupted him, his voice turning cold suddenly. Insulting my people right in front of me, you call that a verbal dispute? An invisible pressure radiated from him, forcing Yu Chenggong and Yu Chengti to kneel directly on the ground. Yu Yuanjun's face changed, and the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon spirit within him began to stir. But under that pure true dragon pressure, it actually trembled faintly. Sect Master Yu, they are indeed at fault, but you expelled them from the team directly, which is giving too little face to the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan. Yu Yuanjun gritted his teeth, enunciating every word. My Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan is, after all, one of the upper 3 sects. If you do this, what will outsiders think? What will the Spirit Master's world think? Face. Yu Jingcheng stood with his hands behind his back, and looked down at Yu Yuanjun. Sect Master Yu, let me ask you. If someone insulted your clansman right in front of you, what would you do? Yu Yuanjun was silent for a moment, then said in a deep voice, I would naturally teach him a lesson. But what? Yu Jingcheng sneered. Sect Master Yu, I respect you as a senior, which is why I give you some face. But if you think that I would wrong my own people for the sake of the so-called face of the upper 3 sects, then you are greatly mistaken. Yu Yuanjun's face was livid, his fists clenched tightly, his knuckles white. He hadn't expected Yu Jingcheng to be so tough and give him so little face. The atmosphere in the hall remained deadlocked for a long time. Finally, Yu Yuanjun took a deep breath and said in a deep voice, Sect Master Yu, I do not want to be at odds with your sect. But if there is no explanation for this matter, the reputation of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan will be completely lost. Explanation. Yu Jingcheng raised an eyebrow. What explanation do you want? Yu Yuanjun looked straight into his eyes and said, enunciating every word, I have heard that Sect Master Yu has heaven-defying strength, with combat power comparable to a titled Douluo. Today, I would like to experience it for myself. Lu Erlong's expression changed, and she subconsciously took a step forward, but was stopped by Yu Jingcheng raising his hand. Oh, how do you want to experience it? Yu Jingcheng smiled without really smiling. It's simple, Yu Yuanjun said in a deep voice. I will make 3 moves. As long as Sect Master Yu can withstand them, this matter will be dropped, and the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan will never mention it again. And if I cannot withstand them? Yu Jingcheng asked with great interest. If you cannot withstand them. Yu Yuanjun paused, a flash of sharpness in his eyes. Then please, Sect Master Yu, apologize publicly to the Spirit Master's world. Admit that this matter was handled improperly by the Yin-Yang sect and has damaged the reputation of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan. Once these words were spoken, the hall fell into dead silence. Lu Erlong bit her lip and looked at Yu Jingcheng, her eyes full of worry. She knew that Yu Jingcheng was very strong, but Yu Yuanjun was, after all, a titled Douluo who had been famous for many years. The 3-move agreement seemed simple, but it was actually perilous. Yu Jingcheng, however, smiled. In that smile, there was no anger, no nervousness, only a faint, condescending mockery. 3 moves. Yu Jingcheng walked slowly down the steps and came before Yu Yuanjun. Sect Master Yu, are you sure? Yu Yuanjun felt a shiver in his heart under that gaze. But the words had already been spoken, and it was impossible to take them back, so he could only brace himself and say, sure. Good. Yu Jingcheng nodded. I agree. Lu Erlong was anxious. Sect Master. Yu Jingcheng looked back at her, a faint smile tugging at the corner of his mouth, rest assured. Looking at the composure in his eyes, Lu Erlong felt a little more at ease, but she still couldn't help clenching her fists. Please, Sect Master Yu. Yu Jingcheng turned and walked toward the outside of the hall. I would like to see how much weight the 3 moves of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon have. Chapter 119. 3 red, 1 purple black, shocking the entire audience. Is Yu Yuanjun scared silly? On the martial arts arena, the wind suddenly ceased. Yu Yuanjun stood with his hands behind his back, lightning faintly flickering around him, and the phantom of his Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon spirit appearing and disappearing behind him. As a veteran titled Douluo, he had sufficient confidence. With level 93 spirit power, plus the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon, known as the #1 attacking beast spirit in the world. He was confident that within 3 moves, he would let this young man know what it meant to have heavens beyond the heavens. Sect Master Yu, please. Yu Yuanjun said in a deep voice, his tone still carrying a trace of an elder's guidance toward a junior. Yu Jingcheng did not respond. He simply took a step forward. As this step landed, an invisible pressure suddenly erupted from his body. It was not deliberately released, but rather, as his spirit began to manifest, the heavens and earth naturally changed color. Roar. A loud, high-pitched dragon roar did not come from Yu Jingcheng's mouth. It exploded from the space beside him. A dazzling golden light fell like the sun descending upon the mortal world. A giant dragon, seemingly cast from platinum and surrounded by holy light flames, appeared out of thin air. Unlike ordinary beast spirits that attached to the host, it hovered independently in midair. Those golden dragon eyes looked down condescendingly at everyone below, as if it were a true king of the dragon clan. A body-separating martial soul, the holy dragon of light. This is. Yu Yuanjun's pupils constricted slightly. He had heard that Yu Jingcheng's spirit was of the body-separating type, but seeing it with his own eyes still left him shocked. That was not just a dragon, it was an independent, complete, self-willed combat unit. However, what truly made the entire arena fall into a deathly silence was what happened next. Circles of spirit rings slowly rose from beneath the holy dragon of light's massive body. The first ring, purple. The second ring, purple. Yu Yuanjun frowned slightly, starting with 2 purples. The third ring, red. The piercing crimson light instantly engulfed the entire martial arts arena. It was the color unique to a 100,000-year spirit ring that made the soul tremble. 100,000-year, third ring. Yu Yuanjun's pupils shrank, and he subconsciously took half a step back. But this was only the beginning. The fourth ring, black. 10,000-year spirit ring, normal. The fifth ring, black. 10,000-year spirit ring, normal. The sixth ring, purple-black. The color of that spirit ring was unprecedented. It was purple verging on black, with black showing through the purple, radiating a strange pressure that did not belong to the mortal world. That was a god-bestowed spirit ring condensed from the divine force of the god of evil, its essence far exceeding an ordinary 100,000-year spirit ring. The 7th ring, red. The 8th ring, red. The 200,000-year spirit rings shone brightly, together with the previous 3rd red spirit ring. 3 reds side by side, stinging the eyes of everyone present. Purple, purple, red, black, black, purple, black, red, red. 8 spirit rings. 300,000-year, 1 god bestowed, 2 10,000-year, and 2 10,000-year purples. The whole arena was deathly silent. Ji Yu Rong stood among the crowd watching the battle, his eyes nearly popping out. He remembered clearly the last time he saw Yu Jingcheng's spirit ring configuration. The 3rd ring was still purple disguised. The 4th and 5th were black, and the 2 red ones after that were obtained from the Stardow Great Forest. But now, the sect master's spirit rings, since when? Du Gubo also gasped, his emerald eyes filled with disbelief. He looked at Ji Yu Rong, and Ji Yu Rong looked back at him. Both saw deep shock in each other's eyes. Yi Bingcheng stood to the side, her silver hair like a waterfall, and a rare look of shock appeared on her cold face. Although she knew Yu Jingcheng had received a godly inheritance, she had not expected his spirit ring age to have undergone such a massive change in such a short time. Lu Erlong covered her mouth, her eye sockets reddening. She knew Yu Jingcheng was strong, but she didn't know he was strong to this extent. Those spirit rings, colors she didn't dare to dream of, were just quietly circling the holy dragon of light. And Yu Yuanjun was completely stunned. He stood there, looking up at the holy and majestic holy dragon of light in midair. Looking at the 8 spirit rings flickering with eerie light in the sunlight, his throat felt blocked by a stone, he couldn't say a single word. 300,000-year spirit rings. 1 god-bestowed spirit ring exceeding 100,000 years. 2 10,000-year spirit rings. And those 2 purple 1st and 2nd rings. Although the age was the lowest, being able to absorb a 100,000-year level ring within the first 3 rings meant that Yu Jingcheng's physical constitution and mental force had long surpassed the limits of humanity. This is impossible. Yu Yuanjun muttered to himself, his voice as dry as sandpaper rubbing together. He had cultivated for most of his life to reach level 93 titled Douluo, yet his spirit ring configuration was only yellow, yellow, purple, purple, black, 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 black. The last one was a 90,000-year spirit ring he had obtained with great difficulty. Yet this young man before him, an 8-ring spirit Douluo, had a spirit ring configuration that crushed a titled Douluo like him. 300,000-year spirit rings. What kind of concept was this? It meant that Yu Jingcheng had killed at least 300,000-year spirit beasts with his own hands, or had 300,000-year spirit beasts willingly sacrifice themselves. Regardless of which possibility it was enough to make anyone shudder. Sect Master Yu Jingcheng's voice was calm as water, yet it clearly reached the ears of everyone present. 3 moves, please. Yu Jingcheng stood with his hands behind his back, not even taking a fighting stance. The holy dragon of light hovered above his head. Those golden dragon eyes coldly stared at Yu Yuanjun, as if examining a challenger who didn't know the heights of the heavens or the depths of the earth. Yu Yuanjun took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing the shock in his heart. The arrow was on the string, it had to be fired. He was the sect master of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan, the helmsman of one of the upper 3 sects. If he didn't even dare to make a move, once word got out, the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan would truly lose all face. Fine, Yu Yuanjun said in a deep voice, the lightning around him suddenly surging. Sect Master Yu, excuse my offense. As soon as he finished speaking, his figure instantly vanished from where he stood. Lightning exploded. Yu Yuanjun's figure shuttled through the electric light, his speed so fast that only an afterimage remained. The Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon spirit roared behind him, 9 spirit rings vibrating in unison, and his 5th spirit ability suddenly lit up. 5th spirit ability, Thunder Dragon Claw. Yu Yuanjun bellowed, his right hand forming a claw, wrapped in piercing blue thunder, as he lunged toward Yu Jingcheng's chest. This claw was as fast as lightning and as powerful as thunder. The air was torn apart, emitting a piercing sonic boom. The bluestone slabs on the ground could not withstand the terrifying pressure, cracking one after another, with stone debris flying everywhere. Lu Erlong's face turned pale. She subconsciously wanted to rush out, but was grabbed by Ji Yu Rong. Don't move. Ji Yu Rong's voice was low, his eyes fixed on the center of the arena. The sect master will be fine. Before the words fell, that claw had already landed. Boom. The violent explosion was deafening, lightning overflowed, and smoke and dust filled the sky. Yu Yuanjun's figure flew backward, landing several yards away, his brows locked tightly, staring fixedly at the center of the smoke and dust. Chapter 120. Yu Yuanjun admits defeat. Yu Jingcheng. Just wait until I backstab you. He had clearly struck him with that claw. However, the dust settled. Yu Jingcheng was still standing in the same spot, hands behind his back, not even a wrinkle on his robes. The only change was a faint golden light shield in front of him. The light shield was as thin as a cicada's wing, yet indestructible, flowing with mysterious runes and emitting a sacred, holy aura. How is this possible? Yu Yuanjun's pupils constricted sharply. That strike of his was enough to shatter gold and crack stone. Even a titled Douluo of the same level would not dare to take it head-on. Yet Yu Jingcheng hadn't even raised a hand, blocking it with just his protective spirit power. First move, Yu Jingcheng said calmly, his tone as indifferent as if he were discussing the weather. Sect Master Yu, there are 2 moves left. Yu Yuanjun's face was ashen, his teeth clenched, and the lightning on his body became increasingly violent. 7th Spirit Ability, Martial Soul True Body. With an angry roar, his blue lightning tyrant dragon spirit swelled, fully merging with Yu Yuanjun. His body instantly grew taller, covered from head to toe in blue-purple dragon scales. His arms transformed into dragon claws, and a pair of lightning interwoven dragon wings sprouted from his back. Martial Soul True Body, Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon. This was the true strength of a titled Douluo. 8th Spirit Ability, Thunderous Fury. Yu Yuanjun swung both claws, and a sky full of blue lightning poured down like a rainstorm. Each bolt was as thick as a water barrel, carrying destructive power, crashing down upon Yu Jingcheng like a deluge. This strike was enough to level a small mountain. Yu Jingcheng finally moved. He slowly raised his right hand, and a cyan light suddenly ignited in his palm. Sky Azure Slowing God Claw. His voice was soft, yet it clearly reached everyone's ears. The cyan light flashed. A giant cyan dragon claw appeared out of thin air, ignoring the sky full of lightning, and grabbed straight at Yu Yuanjun. The speed was incredibly fast, even tearing a black fissure in space. Yu Yuanjun's expression changed drastically. He wanted to dodge, but found his body as if frozen, unable to move. The cyan dragon claw struck true, precisely clamping onto his shoulder. Boom! The sky full of lightning dissipated instantly at a distance of 3 feet from Yu Jingcheng, as if it had never existed. And Yu Yuanjun, pinned tightly by that cyan dragon claw, fell to one knee, his whole body stiff, unable to move even a finger. What is this spirit ability? Yu Yuanjun widened his eyes, his face full of disbelief. He could feel that the cyan dragon claw was not only suppressing him physically but also locking down his spirit at the soul level. The blue lightning tyrant dragon struggled frantically inside him, but could not release even a sliver of lightning. A spirit bone skill from the Sky Azure Bull Python. Yu Jingcheng withdrew his right hand, and the cyan dragon claw dissipated along with it. Sect Master Yu, do you still wish to continue? The entire arena was dead silent. Ji Yu Rong had his mouth wide open, only closing it after a long while. Du Gubo shook his head repeatedly, smiling bitterly. Yi Bingcheng's beautiful eyes swirled, her gaze toward Yu Jingcheng filled with a bit more complexity. Lu Erlong covered her mouth, tears welling up in her eyes. She had worried for so long, feared for so long, but Yu Jingcheng hadn't even shown his true strength from beginning to end. Yu Yuanjun slowly stood up, moved his stiff arm, and the look in his eyes when he looked at Yu Jingcheng had completely changed. No anger, no unwillingness, only deep shock and a hint of indescribable awe. I will not continue. Yu Yuanjun gave a bitter smile and cupped his hands. Sect Master Yu's strength is heaven-defying. This old man is convinced. He paused, looked at the 2 clansmen behind him who had already collapsed on the ground, and said in a deep voice, "You two, come here." Yu Chengdong and Yu Chengti scrambled over, kneeling before Yu Jingcheng, kowtowing like they were pounding garlic. Sect Master, please spare us. Sect Master, please spare us. It was our blindness that offended Deacon Lu, we deserve to die. Yu Jingcheng did not look at them, but at Lu Erlong. Erlong, you say, how should we deal with them? Lu Erlong bit her lip and said softly. Forget it, they didn't really do anything. Yu Jingcheng nodded slightly and said indifferently. Since Deacon Lu is not pursuing this seat will not make things difficult for you. Although he said that, Yu Jingcheng made a mental note. In front of everyone, such forgiveness could also win him a good reputation. With this incident, the harder he backstabbed later, the more satisfied he would feel. Get up. Yu Chunggong and Yu Chungti felt as if they had been granted amnesty, scrambling to their feet and hiding behind Yu Yuanjun, not daring to look at Lu Erlong again. Yu Yuanjun took a deep breath, looked at Yu Jingcheng, and said solemnly. Sect Master Yu, today's matter was due to my poor discipline. Upon returning, I will strictly restrain the clansmen, such things will never happen again. Sect Master Yu, you are too serious. Yu Jingcheng waved his hand. The alliance remains as planned. If the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan has other suitable candidates for the elite tournament, you may send them over. But there is one condition. He looked at Yu Chunggong and Yu Chungti and said indifferently. Keep your people in check. Yu Yuanjun nodded repeatedly. Certainly, certainly. After finishing, he took the two and left in a hurry. On the martial arts arena, only the people of the Yin-Yang sect remained. Ji Yu Rong was the first to walk over, looking Yu Jingcheng up and down, clicking his tongue in wonder. Sect Master, that spirit ring of yours, when did it change? Why didn't this old man know? Douluo also came over, looking resentful. That's right, Sect Master, you hid this too deeply. 300,000-year spirit rings, one god-bestowed spirit ring, you are trying to pierce the heavens. Yi Bingcheng did not speak, just standing quietly to the side, a faint, imperceptible smile on her lips. Lu Erlong stepped forward, looked at Yu Jingcheng, and said softly. Are you, all right? Yu Jingcheng reached out and gently brushed her hair. What could possibly happen to me? Lu Erlong's eyes reddened, and she threw herself into his arms, muttering. You scared me to death. Yu Jingcheng chuckled and patted her back. All right, there are so many people watching. Lu Erlong realized this, quickly broke free from his arms, and glared at Ji Yurong and Douluo with a flushed face. Ji Yurong and Douluo looked at each other, tacitly turned away, pretending they hadn't seen anything. Yi Bingcheng watched leisurely, feeling a bit jealous. At night, in the cave behind the mountain. On the stone bed, Lu Erlong leaned in Yu Jingcheng's arms. Her long hair was scattered, and a blush still remained on her cheeks. Her fingertips were unconsciously drawing circles on his chest, her breathing gradually calming down. Today, you were too impulsive. Lu Erlong spoke softly, her voice carrying a hint of hoarseness. Yu Yuanjun is a titled Douluo after all, what if? There is no, what if? Yu Jingcheng played with her hair, his tone casual. He cannot hurt me. Lu Erlong looked up at him, her eyes full of complexity. You are so sure. Yu Jingcheng looked down at her, a faint smile on his lips. You saw it just now. His 8th spirit ability didn't even break my defense. With what could he hurt me? Chapter 121, Lu Erlong level 60. Yu Jingcheng. Next, it's Bibi Dong's turn. That claw of his clearly hit. But, the dust settled. Yu Jingcheng still stood in his original spot, hands behind his back, without a single wrinkle on his robes. The only change was a faint golden light shield in front of him. That shield was as thin as a cicada's wing yet indestructible, with profound runes flowing over it, emitting a holy aura of light. How is this possible? Yu Yuanjun's pupils shrank suddenly. That claw of his was enough to shatter gold and crack stone, even a titled Douluo of the same level wouldn't dare take it head on. But Yu Jingcheng hadn't even lifted a hand, blocking it solely with his protective spirit power. First move. Yu Jingcheng spoke indifferently, his tone as calm as if he were discussing the weather. Sect Master Yu, there are 2 moves left. Yu Yuanjun's face turned ashen. Gritting his teeth, the lightning on his body became increasingly violent. 7th soul skill, martial soul true body. With a roar, the blue lightning tyrant dragon spirit swelled abruptly, fully merging with Yu Yuanjun. His body instantly grew taller, covered in blue-purple dragon scales. His arms turned into dragon claws, and a pair of lightning-intertwined dragon wings sprouted from his back. Martial soul true body, blue lightning tyrant dragon. This was the true strength of a titled Douluo. 8th soul skill, thunderous might. Yu Yuanjun struck out with both claws, and the sky full of blue lightning poured down like a torrential rain. Each bolt was as thick as a bucket, carrying destructive power as they bombarded Yu Jingcheng from all directions. This strike was enough to level a small mountain. Yu Jingcheng finally moved. He slowly raised his right hand, and in his palm, a cyan light suddenly flared. Sky blue dullness divine claw. His voice was soft, yet it reached everyone's ears clearly. A flash of cyan light. A massive cyan dragon claw manifested out of thin air, ignoring the sky full of thunder and grabbing straight for Yu Yuanjun. Its speed was incredibly fast, even tearing a black rift in space. Yu Yuanjun's expression changed drastically. He wanted to dodge but found his body seemingly frozen, unable to move. The cyan dragon claw accurately clamped onto his shoulder without deviating. Boom! The sky full of thunder abruptly dissipated 3 feet away from Yu Jingcheng, as if it had never existed. Meanwhile, Yu Yuanjun was pinned down by that cyan dragon claw, half kneeling on the ground, his whole body stiff, unable to move even a finger. What kind of spirit ability is this? Yu Yuanjun's eyes widened, filled with utter disbelief. He could feel that the cyan dragon claw wasn't just physically suppressing him, it had locked down his spirit on a soul level. The blue lightning tyrant dragon struggled frantically inside him, yet it couldn't release even a sliver of lightning. A spirit bone skill from the sky azure bull python. Yu Jingcheng withdrew his right hand, and the cyan dragon claw dissipated accordingly. Sect Master Yu, shall we continue? The entire field was deathly silent. Ji Yu Rong's mouth hung open, only closing after a long while. Douluo Bo shook his head repeatedly, smiling bitterly. Yi Bingcheng's beautiful eyes flickered, her gaze toward Yu Jingcheng becoming somewhat complex. Lu Erlong covered her mouth, tears welling up in her eyes. She had worried for so long, been afraid for so long, but from beginning to end, Yu Jingcheng hadn't even shown his true strength. Yu Yuanjun slowly stood up, stretched his stiff arms, and his gaze toward Yu Jingcheng changed completely. There was no anger, no resentment, only deep shock and a trace of indescribable awe. No more. Yu Yuanjun gave a bitter smile and cupped his fists. Sect Master Yu's strength is heavenly. I am thoroughly convinced. He paused, looked at the 2 clansmen behind him who had long since collapsed on the ground, and said deeply, "You two, come here." Yu Chunggong and Yu Chungti scrambled over, kneeling before Yu Jingcheng and kowtowing like pounding garlic. Sect Master, spare our lives. Sect Master, spare our lives. We were blind to have offended Deacon Lu. We deserve to die. Yu Jingcheng didn't look at them but instead looked at Lu Erlong. Erlong, you tell me, how should they be handled? Lu Erlong bit her lip and said softly, "Forget it, they didn't actually do anything." Yu Jingcheng nodded slightly and said indifferently, "Since Deacon Lu isn't pursuing the matter, I won't make things difficult for you." That being said, however, Yu Jingcheng noted it in his heart. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, such forgiveness could also win him a good reputation. With this incident as a prelude, the harder Yu Jingcheng backstabbed them later, the more satisfied he would feel. Get up. Yu Chunggong and Yu Chungti felt as if they had been granted a great pardon. They hurriedly scrambled up and hid behind Yu Yuanjun, not daring to look at Lu Erlong again. Yu Yuanjun took a deep breath, looked at Yu Jingcheng, and said solemnly, "Sect Master Yu, today's matter was due to my lack of discipline. After returning, I will strictly restrain the clansmen. Such a thing will never happen again. Sect Master Yu, you're being too formal." Yu Jingcheng waved his hand. "The matter of the alliance remains as planned. If the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan has other suitable candidates for the elite tournament, they can be sent over. But there is one condition." He looked at Yu Chunggong and Yu Chungti and said indifferently, "Keep your people in check." Yu Yuanjun nodded repeatedly, "Certainly, certainly." After saying that, he hurriedly left with the 2 of them. Only the people from the Yin-Yang sect remained in the martial arts arena. Ji Yu Rong was the first to walk over, sizing Yu Jingcheng up and clicking his tongue in wonder. "Sect Master, those spirit rings of yours, when did they change? How come I didn't know?" Douluo Bo also leaned in, looking resentful. "That's right, Sect Master, you've hidden this too deeply. 300,000-year spirit rings and 1 god-bestowed spirit ring, you're going to turn the world upside down." Yi Bingcheng didn't speak, just standing quietly to the side with a faint smile on her lips. Lu Erlong stepped forward, looked at Yu Jingcheng, and asked softly. Are you, all right? Yu Jingcheng reached out and gently brushed her hair. What could possibly happen to me? Lu Erlong's eyes reddened as she threw herself into his arms, saying muffledly. You scared me to death. Yu Jingcheng chuckled and patted her back. All right, so many people are watching. Lu Erlong then realized, quickly pulling away from his embrace and glaring at Ji Yurong and Du Gubo with a flushed face. Ji Yurong and Du Gubo exchanged a glance and tactfully turned away, pretending they hadn't seen anything. Yi Bingcheng watched leisurely, feeling slightly jealous. Night, back mountain, cave. On the stone bed, Lu Erlong leaned against Yu Jingcheng's chest. Her long hair was scattered, and a lingering blush remained on her cheeks. Her fingertips unconsciously traced circles on his chest as her breathing gradually leveled out. Today, you were too impulsive. Lu Erlong spoke softly, her voice carrying a hint of hoarseness. Yu Yuanjun is a titled Douluo after all, what if? There are no what ifs. Yu Jingcheng toyed with her hair, his tone casual. He can't hurt me. Lu Erlong looked up at him, her eyes full of complexity. You're that confident. Yu Jingcheng looked down at her, a faint smile playing on his lips. You saw it yourself just now. Chapter 122. That claw of his had clearly struck home. However, the smoke and dust cleared. Yu Jingcheng still stood in his original spot, hands behind his back, his robes without a single wrinkle. The only change was a faint golden light shield that had appeared before him. That light shield was as thin as a cicada's wing yet indestructible, flowing with profound runes and emitting a sacred aura of light. How is this possible? Yu Yuanjun's pupils shrank abruptly. That claw of his was enough to shatter gold and crack stone. Even a titled Douluo of the same level would not dare to take it head-on. But Yu Jingcheng hadn't even lifted a hand, blocking it merely with his protective spirit power. The first move. Yu Jingcheng spoke indifferently, his tone as calm as if he were discussing the weather. Sect Master Yu, there are 2 moves left. Yu Yuanjun's face turned ashen, and he gritted his teeth as the lightning on his body became increasingly violent. 7th Soul Skill, Martial Soul True Body. With a roar of fury, the blue lightning tyrant dragon spirit expanded violently, merging completely with Yu Yuanjun. His body instantly shot up in height, covered from head to toe in blue-purple dragon scales. His arms transformed into dragon claws, and a pair of dragon wings interwoven with lightning extended from his back. Martial Soul True Body, Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon. This was the true strength of a titled Douluo. 8th Soul Skill, Thunderous Might. Yu Yuanjun thrust out both claws, and blue lightning filled the sky, pouring down like a torrential rain. Each bolt was as thick as a bucket, carrying destructive power as it boomed toward Yu Jingcheng, covering the sky and earth. This one strike was enough to level a small mountain. Yu Jingcheng finally moved. He slowly raised his right hand, and within his palm, an azure light suddenly flared up. Sky Blue Dullness Divine Claw. His voice was very soft, yet it clearly reached everyone's ears. An azure light flashed. A massive azure dragon claw manifested out of thin air, ignoring the sky full of thunder as it grabbed straight for Yu Yuanjun. Its speed was incredibly fast, even tearing a black rift into the space itself. Yu Yuanjun's expression changed drastically. He wanted to dodge, but found his body seemingly frozen in place, unable to move a muscle. That azure dragon claw struck unerringly, precisely clamping onto his shoulder. Boom! The sky full of thunder suddenly dissipated 3 feet away from Yu Jingcheng, as if it had never existed. As for Yu Yuanjun, he was pinned down firmly by that azure dragon claw, kneeling on one knee on the ground, his whole body stiff, unable to even move a finger. What kind of spirit ability is this? Yu Yuanjun's eyes widened, his face full of disbelief. He could feel that the azure dragon claw was not just suppressing him physically, but had locked down his spirit on a soul level. The blue lightning tyrant dragon struggled frantically within his body, yet it could not release even a sliver of lightning. A spirit bone skill from the sky azure bull python. Yu Jingcheng withdrew his right hand, and the azure dragon claw dissipated along with it. Sect Master Yu, do you wish to continue? The entire field was deathly silent. Ji Yurong's mouth hung wide open, only closing after a long while. Du Gubo shook his head repeatedly, smiling bitterly. Yi Bingcheng's beautiful eyes rippled as she looked at Yu Jingcheng with a gaze that had grown somewhat complex. Lu Erlong covered her mouth, tears welling in her eyes. She had been worried for so long, afraid for so long, yet from start to finish, Yu Jingcheng hadn't even brought out his true strength. Yu Yuanjun slowly stood up, flexed his stiff arms, and the way he looked at Yu Jingcheng changed completely. There was no anger, no resentment, only deep shock and a sliver of unspeakable awe. I will not continue. Yu Yuanjun gave a bitter laugh and cupped his fists. Sect Master Yu's strength is heavenly. This old man is thoroughly convinced. He paused, looked at the two clansmen behind him who had long since collapsed weakly to the ground, and said in a heavy voice, "You two, come here." Yu Chunggong and Yu Chungti scrambled over, kneeling before Yu Jingcheng and kowtowing like pounding garlic. "Sect Master, spare our lives. Sect Master, spare our lives. It was we who were blind and offended Deacon Lu. We deserve to die." Yu Jingcheng did not look at them, but instead looked at Lu Erlong. "Erlong, you tell me. How should they be handled?" Lu Erlong bit her lip and said softly, "Forget it. They didn't actually do anything." Yu Jingcheng nodded slightly and said indifferently, "Since Deacon Lu will not pursue the matter, this seat will not make things difficult for you either." That being said, however, Yu Jingcheng noted this in his heart. Under the watchful eyes of the public, such forgiveness could also win him a good reputation. With this incident having occurred, the harder Yu Jingcheng backstabbed them later, the more satisfied his heart would be. "Get up." Yu Chunggong and Yu Chungti felt as if they had been granted a grand amnesty, hurriedly scrambling up and hiding behind Yu Yuanjun, not daring to glance at Lu Erlong again. Yu Yuanjun took a deep breath, looked at Yu Jingcheng, and said solemnly, "Sect Master Yu, today's matter was due to my lack of discipline. After returning, I will certainly strictly restrain my clansmen. Such a thing will never happen again." "Sect Master Yu, you are too serious." Yu Jingcheng waved his hand. "The matter of the alliance remains as before. Regarding the slots for the elite tournament, if the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan has other suitable candidates, you may send them. But there is one condition." He looked at Yu Chunggong and Yu Chungti and said indifferently, "Manage your own people well." Yu Yuanjun nodded repeatedly, "Certainly, certainly." Having said that, he hurriedly left with the two men. On the martial arts arena, only the people of the Yin-Yang sect remained. Ji Yu Rong was the first to walk over, sizing Yu Jingcheng up and down, clicking his tongue in wonder. "Sect Master, those spirit rings of yours, when did they change? Why didn't this old man know?" Douluo also leaned in, his face full of resentment. "Indeed, Sect Master, you've hidden this too deep. 300,000-year spirit rings and one god-bestowed spirit ring, you're going to tear a hole in the heavens." Yi Bingcheng did not speak, merely standing quietly to the side, her lips carrying a faint, ambiguous smile. Lu Erlong stepped forward, looked at Yu Jingcheng, and said softly, "Are you all right?" Yu Jingcheng reached out and gently brushed her hair. "What could possibly happen to me?" Lu Erlong's eyes reddened, and she threw herself into his arms, saying in a muffled voice, "You scared me to death." Yu Jingcheng gave a light laugh and patted her back. "All right, so many people are watching." Only then did Lu Erlong react, hurriedly breaking free from his embrace and glaring at Ji Yurong and Douluo with a flushed face. Ji Yurong and Douluo exchanged a glance and tactfully turned around, pretending they hadn't seen a thing. Yi Bingcheng watched leisurely, feeling a slight pang of jealousy. Nighttime, the back mountain, a limestone cave. On a stone couch, Lu Erlong leaned in Yu Jingcheng's arms. Her long hair was scattered, and a lingering flush remained on her cheeks. Her fingertips unconsciously traced circles on his chest, her breathing gradually steadying. "Today, you were too impulsive." Lu Erlong spoke softly, her voice carrying a hint of hoarseness. "Yu Yuanjun is a titled Douluo after all, in case. There is no, in case." Yu Jingcheng toyed with the ends of her hair, his tone casual. "He cannot hurt me." Lu Erlong looked up at him, her eyes full of complexity. "You are that certain?" Yu Jingcheng looked down at her, his lips curling. "His eighth soul skill couldn't even break through my defense. How could he possibly hurt me?" Chapter 123. Exposing Ah Yin's identity, shaking the Douluo continent, the Clear Sky sect caught in a dilemma. Yu Jingcheng raised an eyebrow. "You're quite well informed. Flender told me." Lu Erlong looked up at him. Is that woman related to the people from the Clear Sky sect? Yes. Yu Jingcheng did not hide it. The brothers Tang Hao and Tang Xiao are very close to her. Lu Erlong was silent for a moment, then whispered. Are you going to deal with her? Yu Jingcheng looked down at her, a faint smile playing on his lips. What, are you jealous? It's not a woman this time. I'm not jealous. Lu Erlong turned her head away, her voice muffled. I just feel like what you've been doing lately is getting more and more dangerous. Yu Jingcheng reached out, pinched her chin, and turned her face back toward him. Erlong, remember this. In this world, only the strong are worthy of talking about safety. Everything I do is to become stronger. Lu Erlong looked into his deep eyes, a surge of complex emotions in her heart. She knew he was right, but she was still worried. All right, let's not talk about this anymore. Yu Jingcheng let go of her, his tone lightening a bit. The elite tournament is about to start. How are your preparations? Lu Erlong took a deep breath and composed herself. Level 62 Spirit Emperor, Blazing Fierce Dragon Spirit, 3 10,000-year Spirit Bones. What do you think? A few days ago, Yu Jingcheng had taken Lu Erlong to hunt for her 6th spirit ring. Yu Jingcheng chuckled. That's good. In this tournament, I want everyone to know that the Yin-Yang sect isn't supported by its allies alone. After locating the current positions of Tang Hao and the others, Yu Jingcheng did not immediately begin the hunt. Instead, he had people secretly spread negative information about the Clear Sky sect. The news spread like wildfire throughout the Spirit Master's world. At first, it was just scattered discussions. That the people of the Clear Sky sect were overbearing and used their power to bully others. That some loose cultivator's leg was broken by a Clear Sky sect disciple. That some small family was forced into a dead end by the Clear Sky sect. Whether these stories were true or false, as more people talked, they became facts. In tea houses and taverns, everyone was discussing the evil deeds of the Clear Sky sect. Did you hear? Those Haoshan twin stars of the Clear Sky sect are quite the big shots outside. They start a fight over the slightest disagreement. They've even injured a spirit Douluo. Exactly, with Tang Chen backing them up, they don't respect anyone. If the upper beam is crooked, the lower beam will be as well. Tang Chen isn't any good either. The rumors grew more intense and more absurd. From Tang Hao and Tang Xiao's overbearing style to the Clear Sky sect's harshness toward its affiliated clans. Then to Tang Chen's dark history, when competing for the title of #1 in the world. Anything that could smear the Clear Sky sect was dug up. At first, the Clear Sky sect didn't care. With the foundation of the #1 sect in the world, what could a few rumors do to them? But soon, they realized something was wrong. There wasn't just one source of rumors, and the speed of the spread was shocking. Moreover, every piece of information was half true and half false, making it impossible to refute. What was more terrifying was that these rumors seemed to be deliberately guided by someone behind the scenes. Step by step, pushing public opinion in an uncontrollable direction. The Clear Sky sect sent people to investigate but found no clues. The people spreading the rumors seemed to vanish into thin air, but the messages they spread had already taken deep root in the soil of the Spirit Master's world. Just as the Clear Sky sect was overwhelmed, a heavy bomb was dropped. Yin, the woman who was close to the Tang Hao and Tang Xiao brothers, was actually 100,000-year spirit beast in human form. Once the news broke, the entire Spirit Master's world exploded. 100,000-year spirit beast in human form. What did this mean? It meant a walking 100,000-year spirit ring and 100,000-year spirit bone. For those titled Douluo who had been stuck at a bottleneck for years, this was a fatal temptation. Did you hear? That Yin isn't human at all. She's the human form of a 100,000-year blue-silver emperor. No wonder she's so beautiful. She turned out to be a spirit beast. People from the Clear Sky sect are mixing with spirit beasts. If this gets out, where will the face of the #1 sect in the world go? Face. They might not even keep their lives. 100,000-year spirit beast. Could Spirit Hall not be tempted? Rumors surged like a tide, drowning the Clear Sky sect. At this moment, outside the gates of the Clear Sky sect, Tang Hao's face was livid, his fists clenched tight, his knuckles turning white. Tang Xiao stood beside him, his expression equally gloomy. Behind them, a woman in a light green dress kept her head down. Her expression couldn't be seen, but her slightly trembling shoulders betrayed her inner unease. Who on earth is it? Tang Hao gritted his teeth, his voice squeezed out of his throat. Who leaked Yin's identity? Tang Xiao shook his head. Can't find out. Those who spread the news seem to have vanished into thin air, not a single one can be found. Useless. Tang Hao punched a nearby tree trunk, and the tree, as thick as a bowl, snapped in two. All useless. Yin looked up at Tang Hao, her eyes full of guilt. I'm sorry. I've burdened you. It's not your fault. Tang Hao took a deep breath, suppressing the anger in his heart. It's because we didn't protect you well. Tang Xiao was silent for a moment, then said in a heavy voice. Saying this now is useless. It's already spread everywhere outside, and Spirit Hall must have received the news as well. Given Qian Zunji's nature, he won't let this opportunity pass. I know. Tang Hao closed his eyes, and when he opened them again, there was a hint of determination. Take Yin back to the Clear Sky sect. Only there is the safest place. Tang Xiao frowned. Father's side. I'll go talk to him. Tang Hao interrupted him. It's true that Yin is a transformed spirit beast, but she has never harmed anyone. If grandfather knew, he might not necessarily drive her away. Yin opened her mouth, wanting to say something, but Tang Hao took her hand. Don't be afraid. With me here, no one can hurt you. Tang Xiao looked at the two of them, sighed, and said nothing more. The three of them walked along the mountain path toward the Clear Sky sect. Meanwhile, at the Yin Yang sect, Yu Jingcheng stood with his hands behind his back. Sect Master, the news has spread. Ji Yu Rong's figure emerged from the shadows, his tone carrying a bit of admiration. Now the entire Spirit Master's world is discussing the Clear Sky sect and Yin. Spirit Hall has also received the news, and Qian Zunji has already sent people to verify it. Yu Jingcheng's lips curled up slightly. Good. What about the Clear Sky sect? Tang Hao and Tang Xiao have taken Yin back to the Clear Sky sect. Ji Yu Rong paused and lowered his voice. It looks like they want the Clear Sky sect to protect her. Yu Jingcheng chuckled, a hint of mockery in his voice. Back to the Clear Sky sect. That makes things interesting. Ji Yu Rong was puzzled. Sect Master means, that old fellow Tang Chen, although his strength is peerless, he values the sect's reputation above all else. Yu Jingcheng turned around, his gaze deep. When a transformed spirit beast enters the gates of the Clear Sky sect, guess how the Spirit Master's world will see it. Will those so-called righteous path sects tolerate the Clear Sky sect harboring a spirit beast? Chapter 124, Qian Zunji's Desire. Tang Hao and Tang Xiao bring Yin to the Clear Sky sect. Ji Yu Rong suddenly realized. The sect master wants to kill with a borrowed knife. No. Yu Jingcheng shook his head, the smile at the corner of his mouth deepening. I am merely handing the power of choice to them. If the Clear Sky sect protects Yin, they will be enemies with the entire Spirit Master's world. If the Clear Sky sect does not, Tang Hao and Tang Xiao will surely harbor divided loyalties. Ji Yu Rong took a sharp breath. Sect Master, this move is brilliant. Yu Jingcheng did not respond, only looking back into the distance. Tang Hao, Tang Xiao. This game of chess has only just begun. Sect Master. Ji Yu Rong suddenly spoke. Deacon Liu is still waiting for you at the back mountain. Yu Jingcheng nodded slightly. Understood. You may withdraw first. Ji Yu Rong bowed, his figure vanishing into the shadows. Yu Jingcheng stood on the stargazing platform, watched for a few more moments, and then turned to leave. The karst cave in the back mountain. Lu Erlong leaned against the stone wall, playing with a dragon blood pill in her hand, her eyes filled with contemplation. Hearing footsteps, she looked up, the corners of her mouth curling slightly. You're back. Yu Jingcheng nodded, walked to her side, and reached out to wrap his arm around her waist. What are you thinking about? Thinking about you. Lu Erlong leaned into his embrace. I've heard about the information you've had spread. Yu Jingcheng raised an eyebrow. What, do you think I've done something wrong? No. Lu Erlong shook her head. I just feel, you are becoming more and more like a certain type of person. Who? A chess player. Lu Erlong looked up at him. And we are all just pieces on your chessboard. Yu Jingcheng was silent for a moment, then lowered his head to give her a gentle kiss on the forehead. You are different. How am I different? You are my woman, not a chess piece. Lu Erlong's eyes reddened slightly as she buried her face in his chest, murmuring. Jingcheng, promise me one thing. Say it. No matter what happens in the future, don't lie to me. Yu Jingcheng was silent for a breath, then said softly. All right. Lu Erlong closed her eyes and spoke no more. Inside the cave, passion flared once again. Spirit City, Supreme Pontiff Palace. Qian Zunji sat high upon his throne, clutching a secret report in his hand, his eyes flashing with a light that mixed greed and excitement. 100,000-year spirit beast. Transformation. These two terms echoed repeatedly in his mind like the most beautiful music. Elder Gold Crocodile, what do you think? Qian Zunji put down the secret report and looked at the gold crocodile Douluo below. Gold crocodile Douluo was silent for a moment, then said in a deep voice. The information came suddenly. It is hard to tell truth from falsehood. But if it is true. He didn't finish, but the meaning was already obvious. 100,000-year spirit ring, 100,000-year spirit bone. For any titled Douluo, these were fatal temptations. Moreover, Qian Zunji had been stuck at rank 95 for many years and precisely needed such an opportunity. Hard to tell truth from falsehood. Qian Zunji gave a cold laugh. Then go and find out. Send people to the Clear Sky sect to investigate exactly where that Yin came from. Gold Crocodile Douluo frowned. Your Majesty, the Clear Sky sect is, after all, the world's #1 sect. To rashly send people there. Rashly. Qian Zunji stood up and stood with his hands behind his back. Does my spirit hall need the Clear Sky sect's permission to investigate the background of a spirit beast? Gold Crocodile Douluo fell silent. Qian Zunji snorted coldly, his gaze sweeping over the people in the hall. Chrysanthemum Douluo. Yu Guan stepped forward and bowed slightly. Your Majesty, you personally make a trip to the Clear Sky sect. A cold glint flashed in Qian Zunji's eyes. In the name of the Spirit Hall, pay a visit to Sect Master Tang Tian. And while you're at it, take a look at that Yin. Yu Guan's heart stirred, but his face remained impassive. Your Majesty wishes to confirm her identity. Qian Zunji interrupted him. If it's false, consider it a wasted trip. If it's true. Qian Zunji didn't finish, but the smile on his lips said it all. Yu Guan nodded. This subordinate understands. Remember, do not alert the enemy. Qian Zunji instructed. Though Tang Chen is absent, the Clear Sky sect still has Tang Tian. Though that old thing is only at rank 93, the power of the Clear Sky hammer is not to be underestimated. Yu Guan smiled. Rest assured, Your Majesty. This subordinate is merely going to visit, not to fight. Qian Zunji waved his hand. Go. Yu Guan turned to leave. Gold Crocodile Douluo watched his retreating figure, his brow furrowing slightly. Your Majesty, if Chrysanthemum Douluo goes alone, will it? Not worried. Qian Zunji raised an eyebrow. Then send 2 more people to follow. But not too many, lest the Clear Sky sect thinks we are about to make a move. Gold Crocodile Douluo nodded and said no more. Qian Zunji sat down again, his fingers lightly tapping the armrest, making a rhythmic sound. 100,000-year spirit beast. If he could obtain that spirit ring, his spirit power might break through to rank 96, or even higher. By then, even if Tang Chen returned, he would have nothing to fear. As for my father's side, Qian Zunji muttered to himself, then shook his head. Though Qian Dalu possessed heaven-defying strength, he had always refrained from interfering in the affairs of the Spirit Hall. As long as he didn't bring the sky crashing down, the high priest would not intervene. Yin, 100,000-year blue-silver emperor. A greedy smile curled on Qian Zunji's lips. You won't escape. Meanwhile, at the Clear Sky sect, Tang Hao stood before the mountain gate, looking at the 2 massive stone statues, his heart filled with mixed emotions. He had grown up here and was intimately familiar with every blade of grass and every tree. But today, he felt this gate was exceptionally heavy. Let's go. Tang Xiao patted his shoulder. Father is waiting. Tang Hao nodded and looked back at Yin behind him. Yin's head was lowered, her expression unreadable, but her hands were trembling slightly. Don't be afraid. Tang Hao grasped her hand. I am here. Yin looked up at him, her eyes full of tenderness. The 3 of them stepped through the mountain gate and walked toward the depths of the sect. And at this moment, far away in the Yin-Yang sect, Yu Jingcheng was standing on the stargazing platform, watching the sea of clouds on the distant horizon. Sect Master, the Spirit Hall has made a move. Ji Yu Rong's figure emerged from the shadows. Qian Zunji has sent Chrysanthemum Douluo Yu Guan to the Clear Sky Sect. The corners of Yu Jingcheng's mouth curled slightly. Oh, they've lost their patience so quickly. The temptation of 100,000-year spirit beast, who could keep their seat. Ji Yu Rong laughed. Even Qian Zunji is no exception. Yu Jingcheng nodded, his gaze profound. Let them cause a ruckus. The bigger the scene, the better it is for us. Ji Yu Rong was puzzled. The sect master means, if the Clear Sky sect protects Yin, they will be enemies with the Spirit Hall. If the Clear Sky sect does not, Tang Hao and Tang Xiao will surely harbor divided loyalties. Yu Jingcheng turned around to look at Ji Yu Rong. Regardless of the outcome, the Clear Sky sect is the loser. Ji Yu Rong took a sharp breath. Sect master, this move kills two birds with one stone. Yu Jingcheng did not respond, only looking back into the distance. Tang Hao, Tang Xiao, Yin, Qian Zunji. This game of chess is getting more and more lively. Chapter 125, Banishing Yin. Tang Hao, Sect Master. I'm quitting. Tang Tian coughs up blood and rage. Clear Sky Sect, Council Hall. Tang Tian sat high in the main seat, his face ashen. Several white-haired elders sat beside him, their expressions grim and their gazes unfriendly as they stared at the three people standing in the hall. Tang Hao straightened his back, shielding Yin behind him. Tang Xiao stood to the side, his brow furrowed deeply. Yin kept her head lowered, her expression hidden, but her slightly trembling hands betrayed her inner turmoil. Kneel, Tang Tian said in a deep voice. Tang Hao remained motionless. Father, I have done nothing wrong. Nothing wrong. Tang Tian suddenly stood up and slammed his palm onto the table, sending wood splinters flying. You brought a spirit beast back to the Clear Sky Sect, and you call that nothing wrong. Yin is no ordinary spirit beast. Tang Hao gritted his teeth. She has never harmed anyone, she. Shut up. Tang Tian interrupted him, turning his gaze toward Yin, his eyes filled with coldness. 100,000-year blue-silver emperor in human form, quite a grand background. Do you know what the outside world is saying about my Clear Sky Sect right now? Yin raised her head, her lips trembling slightly. I'm sorry, I will leave right now. You are not allowed to go. Tang Hao grabbed her hand and looked at Tang Tian. Father, Yin is my friend. No one can drive her away. The atmosphere in the hall suddenly became tense. The Grand Elder spoke coldly. Young lord, do you know the crime of harboring a spirit beast? If word gets out, the 1,000-year reputation of my Clear Sky Sect will be ruined in an instant. Reputation, reputation, all you care about is reputation. Tang Hao said angrily. What did Yin do wrong? She just wants to live a good life. The second elder sneered. Live, she is a spirit beast, she should stay in the Stardo Great Forest. To take human form and infiltrate human society is a capital offense. A capital offense. A cold light flashed in Tang Hao's eyes. Does the second elder mean to kill her? The second elder did not deny it, simply saying indifferently. 100,000-year spirit ring, 100,000-year spirit bone. Rather than letting an outsider benefit, it is better to keep them within my Clear Sky Sect. As soon as these words were spoken, the hall fell into silence. The elders exchanged glances, a hint of greed flashing in their eyes. Tang Tian did not speak, but he did not object either. Yin's face turned deathly pale, and she instinctively took a step back. Tang Hao blocked her path, his spirit power surging as the phantom of the Clear Sky Hammer emerged behind him. Whoever dares to touch her must get past me first. Presumptuous, Tang Tian roared, and the pressure of a titled Douluo instantly enveloped the area. In the sect's main hall, you want to raise a hand against the elders of this sect. Tang Hao gritted his teeth and remained silent, but he did not back down. Tang Xiao sighed and stepped forward. Father, elders, although Yin is a spirit beast in human form, she has never done anything to harm the Clear Sky Sect. Why must we? You shut up. Tang Tian glared at him. Your brother is confused, and you're following suit. Tang Xiao smiled bitterly and said no more. The Grand Elder stood up, looked at Tang Tian, and said in a heavy voice. Sect Master, there must be a resolution to this matter. Yin cannot stay in the Clear Sky Sect, otherwise, the future consequences will be endless. I know. Tang Tian closed his eyes, and when he opened them again, there was a trace of exhaustion in his gaze. Ah Yin, you may leave. But after you leave, you are not permitted to associate with Hauer again. Otherwise what? Tang Hao said coldly. Tang Tian did not look at him, only staring at Ah Yin. Ah Yin bit her lip, tears welling in her eyes. She glanced at Tang Hao, then at Tang Tian, and said softly, I will go. But please, sect master, do not blame Ah Hao, everything is my fault. Ah Yin. Tang Hao grew anxious. Ah Yin shook her head, pulled her hand from his, and turned to walk out. Tang Hao wanted to chase after her, but Tang Xiao grabbed him. Don't go, Tang Xiao said in a low voice. Going now will only make things worse. Tang Hao watched Ah Yin's retreating back, his fists clenched so tightly his knuckles turned white. Inside the hall, the elders looked at each other, some shook their heads, some sighed, and some had a flash of reluctance in their eyes. 100,000-year spirit ring, gone just like that. Tang Hao watched Ah Yin's figure disappear beyond the hall doors, his chest feeling as if it had been struck hard by something. He released Tang Xiao's hand and turned to walk out. Stop. Tang Tian's voice came from behind him, carrying a rage suppressed to its limit. Tang Hao paused but did not turn around. If you step out of this door today, do not come back. Tang Tian said each word deliberately. The position of sect master, I will pass to Shower. As for you, from this day forward, you are no longer the heir of the Clear Sky sect, nor are you my son. The hall fell into a dead silence. The elders looked at each other, not expecting Tang Tian to say something so severe. The Grand Elder opened his mouth to offer some advice but was glared back into silence by Tang Tian. Tang Xiao grew anxious. Father, Ah Hao is just acting on impulse. You shut up. Tang Tian interrupted him, staring fixedly at Tang Hao's back. Tang Hao, I am giving you one last chance. Come back, kneel, and admit your mistake. I can act as if today's events never happened. Tang Hao slowly turned around. His eyes were red, but there were no tears. He just looked at Tang Tian, looked at this father who had been strict since childhood but had never mistreated him, and said hoarsely, Father, I'm sorry. Then, Tang Hao turned and strode out of the hall doors. Tang Tian froze in place. He looked at the empty doorway, at the doors that were still slightly swaying. The expression on his face shifted from anger to disbelief. From disbelief to a kind of unspeakable desolation. Rebellious son, Tang Tian murmured, his voice getting lower and lower. Then, he spat out a mouthful of fresh blood and collapsed backward. Sect Master. The Grand Elder was quick and caught Tang Tian, his expression changing drastically. Quick, call the physician. The hall was in chaos. Several elders surrounded him, some pressed his pressure points, some channeled spirit power, and others shouted toward the outside. Tang Xiao stood to the side, looking at his father's pale face and then in the direction Tang Hao had left. His fists were clenched, and his eyes were filled with pain. Ah Hao, why were you so impulsive? The second elder's face was grim as he said coldly. For a spirit beast, he abandoned the sect, abandoned his father, and abandoned his brother. Is this the heir we raised? Enough. The Grand Elder glared at him. Now is not the time for this. The physician rushed over, and after an examination, his expression was solemn. The sect master's heart is overwhelmed by rage, injuring his heart meridians. He needs quiet rest and cannot suffer any more stimulation. Everyone looked at each other, and the hall fell into a heavy silence. And at this moment, outside the gates of the Clear Sky sect, Tang Hao stood there, looking at the distant horizon, his face expressionless. Ah Yin stood behind him, tears flowing uncontrollably. Ah Hao, you shouldn't have for me. Say no more. Tang Hao interrupted her, turned around, and looked into her eyes. I made my choice, and I will not regret it. Chapter 126. Tang Hao and Ah Yin delivering themselves. Yu Jingcheng is ecstatic. Ah Yin bit her lip, sobbing uncontrollably. Tang Hao reached out, gently wiping the tears from her face, and said softly, let's go. This place can no longer hold us. The two walked side by side towards the foot of the mountain. Behind them, the bell of the Clear Sky sect tolled leisurely, one sound after another, echoing through the valley. It was the alarm bell for the sect master's serious injury. Tang Hao paused, then continued forward, never looking back again. The night was deep and the mountain road rugged. Tang Hao held Ah Yin's hand, walking down the mountain step by step. Behind them, the silhouette of the Clear Sky sect gradually blurred under the moonlight, eventually vanishing into the darkness. The alarm bell was still ringing, one chime after another, as if it were bidding them farewell, or perhaps interrogating them. Ah Yin lowered her head, letting him lead her, tears sliding down silently. After walking for a long time, she spoke softly, "Ah Hao, where are we going?" Tang Hao's footsteps faltered. Where to go? He did not know the answer to this question either. They could not return to the Clear Sky sect. Spirit Hall was watching them like a tiger eyeing its prey. Those titled Douluo who coveted the 100,000-year spirit ring were likely already searching everywhere for Ah Yin's whereabouts. Although the Douluo continent was vast, the places that could accommodate them were pitifully few. The world is vast, there will always be a place for us to stay. When Tang Hao said this, he felt guilty himself. Ah Yin shook her head, looking up at him, her eyes filled with guilt. "Ah Hao, you shouldn't have, for me, it's not worth it." "Whether it's worth it or not, I decide." Tang Hao interrupted her, gripping her hand tightly. "Don't say such things." Ah Yin bit her lip and said nothing more. The two walked for another stretch of road. Tang Hao suddenly stopped, his brows locked in a frown, as if making a difficult decision. "There is one place, perhaps we can go there." Ah Yin was stunned. "Where?" "The Yin-Yang sect." Tang Hao took a deep breath. "To Yu Jingcheng." Ah Yin's pupils slightly constricted. She had, of course, heard of Yu Jingcheng's name. The sect master of the Yin-Yang sect, an 8-ring spirit Douluo with 300,000-year spirit rings, whose combat power was comparable to a super Douluo. More importantly, this person was ruthless in his methods and deep in his schemes. Even Spirit Hall had suffered losses at his hands. "Will he take us in?" Ah Yin's voice carried a hint of trembling. "He and I have some acquaintance." When Tang Hao said this, he himself was a bit uncertain. His acquaintance with Yu Jingcheng was merely drinking a few times at the Yin-Yang sect and exchanging a few polite words. Would that kind of person really offend the entire Spirit Master's world for a friend? But he is a human. Ah Yin lowered her head. "And he is very strong. Wouldn't he covet my spirit ring and spirit bone?" Tang Hao fell silent. This was also what he worried about most. The temptation of a 100,000-year spirit ring was something even a titled Douluo could not resist. Although Yu Jingcheng appeared to be on good terms with them, who knew what he was thinking? But if they didn't go to the Yin-Yang sect, where else could they go? "We are at a dead end." Tang Hao gave a bitter smile. "I cannot see through this person, Yu Jingcheng. But at least he didn't want to kill you the moment he heard you were a spirit beast, like others. And," Tang Hao paused, "and he owes me a favor." Ah Yin looked up. "A favor?" "Last time at the Yin-Yang sect, he said that if I had any difficulties, I could come find him." When Tang Hao said this, he felt it was somewhat laughable. Who would take such polite pleasantries seriously? But he had no other choice. "Let's go try." Tang Hao sighed. "If he doesn't take us in either, then we will think of another way." Ah Yin looked at him, her eyes filled with heartache. She knew how painful it was for Tang Hao to make this decision. The dignified young lord of the Clear Sky sect, the heir to the former #1 sect in the world, now had to live under someone else's roof and beg someone much younger than him to take them in. "Okay," Ah Yin said softly, "wherever you go, I will go." Tang Hao gripped her hand tightly, and the two walked side by side towards the direction of the Yin-Yang sect. The night wind blew, lifting the pale green hem of Ah Yin's dress. In the distance, the bell of the Clear Sky sect finally stopped. Between heaven and earth, there was complete silence. Yin-Yang sect, main hall. Yu Jingcheng sat upright in the main seat. Just as he set down his teacup, he heard the disciples report. "Sect Master, young Master Tang Hao of the Clear Sky sect requests an audience, and he has brought a woman." Yu Jingcheng tapped his fingers lightly on the armrest, the corners of his mouth slowly curling into an arc. They had come. He stood up and straightened his robes. The calculating smile on his face instantly vanished, replaced by a gentle and concerned expression. The speed of his change in expression made even Ji Yurong, who was nearby, unable to help but take a second look. "Invite them in quickly." A moment later, Tang Hao, holding Ah Yin's hand, strode into the hall. His clothes were slightly disheveled, his eyes bloodshot, his expression weary yet still stubborn. Ah Yin followed behind him, head lowered, her pale green dress hem fluttering gently in the night wind. Sect Master Yu. Tang Hao cupped his hands, his voice hoarse. Disturbing you late at night, I hope you will forgive me. Yu Jingcheng hurriedly stood up and walked forward quickly to meet them, looking surprised. Brother Tang. What is this? What happened? His gaze fell on Ah Yin, a flash of perfectly measured confusion crossing his eyes, though he did not ask more. Tang Hao gave a bitter smile. It's a long story. Sect Master Yu, He paused, seemingly finding it hard to speak. Yu Jingcheng patted his shoulder, his tone sincere. Brother Tang, there is no need for formalities between us. If you have any difficulties, just say it. Tang Hao took a deep breath, as if having made a great resolution. Sect Master Yu, I would like to stay in your sect for a period of time. After saying this, he felt his face burning. The dignified young lord of the Clear Sky sect, who was once so glorious, now had to live under someone else's roof, begging an outsider for refuge. Yu Jingcheng did not answer immediately, instead glancing at Ah Yin, then looking at Tang Hao, a flicker of realization flashing in his eyes. Brother Tang, this is. Her name is Ah Yin. Tang Hao gripped Ah Yin's hand tighter. She is my friend. Ah Yin looked up, glanced at Yu Jingcheng, then quickly lowered her head again. Her eyes carried unease and wariness, like a startled little deer. Yu Jingcheng smiled slightly and did not press further, only nodding. Since she is Brother Tang's friend, she is a guest of my Yin-Yang sect. Someone, prepare 2 guest rooms. Tang Hao was stunned. He had not expected Yu Jingcheng to agree so readily without even asking for the reason. Sect Master Yu, aren't you going to ask why? If Brother Tang is willing to say, you will naturally tell me. Yu Jingcheng waved his hand, his tone casual. If you are unwilling to say, I will not force you. Although the Yin-Yang sect is not a grand, wealthy sect, we still have room to accommodate 2 people. A warm current surged in Tang Hao's heart, his eyes slightly reddening. He had not expected that at this time when he was at a dead end, the one willing to take him in would actually be this person with whom he had not been deeply acquainted. Sect Master Yu, I cannot thank you enough for your great kindness. Tang Hao bowed deeply.